entered the Dominion node alone because he believed skill could replace caution. Weiba appreciated that kind of enemy. It reduced the need for persuasion. The scout crossed Stone Mirror's northern outer radius just after dawn on the 6th day following Iron Spire's letter. Zhao Qingshan's hidden watchers saw him first and mistook him, briefly, for a surveyor from one of the abstaining sects because he did not move like a raider, an envoy, or a conventional breakthrough assassin. He moved like a man testing geometry with his body. That alone raised Weiba's attention. By the time the scout reached the second node ring, the territory itself had already started reporting the anomaly through pressure shift. Weiba felt it in his bones while reading refinery output ledgers. One hostile signature, high grade, entering alone and refusing to let the field decide his behavior for him. He set the ledger down and went north. The scout stood in the old quarry pass where Stone Mirror's largest Dominion node had been laid into the bedrock in 12 linked plates, disguised beneath cart ruts and weathered stone. It was not a dramatic place. Just a narrow cut through black rock with one dead pine leaning over the path and enough hidden pressure lines beneath the ground to turn the entire pass into a moving disadvantage for anyone not under Weiba's claim. The man in the pass had triggered all of them. That was the first useful fact. The second was worse. He was still standing. Void crossing. Weiba knew before the system confirmed it. The scout's cultivation did not simply resist the node pressure. It altered around it, slipping through the imposed territorial drag the way a blade point slipped between armor plates instead of trying to crack the plate outright. The Conquest System finally surfaced one short line. Target exceeds local standard threat profile. That was as close to alarm as the interface usually allowed itself. Good. Alarm's clarified priority. Weiba entered the pass with Yushun on the ridge above, Zhao Qingshan somewhere invisible, and Xu Fenru 200 paces back because she had refused to remain outside signal range once the threat classification surfaced. He did not object. Refusing useful stubbornness simply because it arrived from someone else remained poor management. The scout turned before Weiba spoke. He was younger than the rank suggested. That did not make him less dangerous. Some sects built children into weapons by selecting the right misery early enough. His robe had no crest, just the narrow ash-gray cut of Coalition field service, and his eyes held the dry brightness of someone who had spent too long being excellent at tasks with fatal error margins. Weiba, he said, you came alone. I wanted to know whether the territory stories were exaggerated. And the scout looked down at the stone beneath his boots as the fourth hidden node seemed tried and failed to drag his stance half a degree off-center. No. Good. He recognized structure. That made the fight cleaner. Name. Scout Captain Renhua. Weiba let the title sit for a breath. Scout Captain under a coalition architecture dense enough to include void crossing reconnaissance meant Deng Feihe had begun assigning his most expensive mobile eyes to personal verification work. Interesting. Also productive. Did the Grand Marshal send you? No, Renhua said. I came because he told me not to. That almost improved the morning. Almost. Weiba did not give him another sentence. He moved first, not because impatience ruled him, but because the pass offered a narrow interval in which the full node pressure still applied, and he intended to use every breath of it. Renhua met the charge with a short hooked blade and a spatial slip step that should have taken him out of the center line entirely. Should have. The Dominion node caught the step halfway and bent it wrong. Not enough to stop him. Enough to make him choose the next motion under pressure instead of preference. Weiba lived in that distinction. He hammered a palm strike into Renhua's ribs, felt reinforced bone ring under the impact, and took the countercut across the forearm without bothering to pretend offense. The scout moved beautifully for someone already inside hostile territory. No wasted fear. No high-tier vanity. Every motion asked what vector remained open after the pass itself had voted against him. Better and better. Yushun dropped from the ridge with two guards, just as Renhua broke the third hidden plate by driving force into the ground rather than into Weiba. Smart. Interrupt the node, not the host. The pass shuddered. One pressure seam blew out in a spray of black gravel and dead root. Weiba smiled without warmth. That's the right target. Renhua's answer came between breaths. Then why are you pleased? Because you chose it too late. Weiba drove conquest pressure through the remaining 11 linked plates at once. The pass became ownership. Not metaphor. Ownership. The stone itself pressed down against Renhua's cultivated movement while easing every angle available to Weiba. The scout cut used first strike aside, took a shoulder blow from the second guard, slipped through an opening no one below void crossing should have had, and still ended half a step slower than his own instincts intended because the territory continued disagreeing with him at every contact point. That was enough. Weiba broke his left wrist. You cut the hook blade free. The first guard died for the opening that followed. taking Rinhua's reserve knife under the jaw and keeping it there long enough for Wei Ba to drive both of them to the ground. 3 breaths. Void-crossing energy hit like a realm boundary trying to fit inside a furnace. Wei Ba had absorbed stronger quantities in aggregate before. Never this kind. Void-crossing did not simply add power. It added altered behavior. The foreign cultivation base entered his meridians, moving as if space inside him were a suggestion it had not yet decided whether to honor. Conquest pressure closed on it at once. Dominion compression, immediate and incomplete, slammed every channel in his body into contest against a force that wanted angles instead of lines. Pain tore through him so fast, even he lost 1 breath of sequencing. The world tilted. The pass went white. His own pulse sounded distant and metallic. He kept his hand on Renhua's chest through all 3 breaths, because letting go would have made the agony decorative rather than productive. When he rose, the scout was dead and the pass smelled of hot blood, burst stone, and the first warning note of 2-day compression. Chu Fenru was kneeling beside him before you could finish saying his name. Don't move. No, I was not issuing a negotiable sentence. He looked down at his own hands. Blood ran from 3 fingers of the right, and all the old compression scars along both forearms had reopened in thin, bright lines. Heat climbed under his skin in layered pulses. Not fever yet. Prelude. Useful data. Void crossing, he said. I am aware, Chu snapped. Your meridians are currently attempting to choose whether they remain architecture or become an incident report. Yu Shun pulled the fallen guard's body clear of the pass and looked at the dead scout captain once. We should assume Deng Feihe expected he might die. Yes, Wei Ba said. So the real gain is this. The system appeared through the pain with a steadier tone than he appreciated. Nascent Soul Stage 5 achieved. Tier 4 unlocked. Conquest Seal available. New capability. Not more force. Better. Wei Ba closed his eyes for 1 breath and felt the shape of Tier 4 settling into the system architecture. A pressure vector aimed not outward at territory, nor inward at absorbed power, but across into another cultivator's core structure. Seal. Suppress breakthrough. Deny ascent. Turn another man's ceiling into a thing Wei Ba could touch. That was worse than killing. Good. He opened his eyes and said to Chu Fenru, 2 days. She stared at him. You don't get to diagnose yourself from the floor. 2. She considered, furious and exact. If you remain conscious through the first night, perhaps. If the fever crosses into the 3rd interval, I start cutting compromised channels, and you can hate me after. He nodded once. The pass around them remained his. The coalition had sent a void-crossing scout into it. The scout had died, and Wei Ba had come out of the exchange with a new way to tell other cultivators that their next step upward no longer belonged entirely to them. That would change the war. Chapter 77. The fever lasted 36 hours and offended Chu Fenru so personally that the rest of Stone Mirror learned to avoid the West Infirmary entirely. Wei Ba understood why. Void-crossing compression was not pain in the ordinary sense. Ordinary pain remained local enough to conquer. This moved like misaligned space through every meridian at once. He would be sitting upright 1 breath, and in the next feel half his channels pulling toward a point outside his own body, as if the scout captain's cultivation still believed the correct answer to confinement was to exit the map rather than submit to it. Chu Fenru treated the episodes with precise brutality. Cold iron infusions. Bone anchor drills. Fever-suppressant smoke burned under the bed frame. 1 terrible preparation that tasted of salt, lightning, and old bark stripped his throat raw and kept the bleeding in the meridians from turning into rupture. Ru Gung visited once during the first day and made it 3 steps into the room before Chu turned on him with a bowl in one hand and said, If you ask whether he's improving, I will assign you enough cleaning work to turn piety into labor. Ru Gung looked at Wei Ba's blood on the sheets, the tonic lines drawn across his chest, the expression on Yu Shun's face at the wall, and said, I was actually here to tell him he looks worse than his usual standards. That is permitted, Chu said. Briefly, Wei Ba, flat on his back and too busy keeping foreign space from inventing new exits through his ribs, managed. Your standards remain sentimental. Ru Gung folded his arms. And yet here you are, surviving because other people are handling the details. Then he left before the point could become useful to anyone else. By the 2nd morning the fever broke hard enough to count as violence, and the compression settled. Nascent Soul Stage 5 held. Tier 4 held with it. That same afternoon, as if the world disliked letting one revelation rest before the next, Stone Mirror's Eastern Watchers sent word that the Coalition's sect auxiliaries had begun coordinating a siege pattern around the lower terraces. Not full assault. Pressure. Specifically the kind of pressure designed to let one high-stage cultivator attempt breakthrough under battle cover while others held the line long enough for the heavens to do the dangerous work. Wei Ba stood before the war map with fresh bandages under his sleeves and felt Tier 4 waiting at the edge of thought. Conquest Seal. Project onto an opponent's core. Suppress breakthrough. The capability changed classification at once. Up to now, his enemies feared death, absorption, city loss, subjugation. All grave. All still within accepted categories of cultivation war. But sealing a breakthrough meant he could deny future power before it arrived. Not kill a rival. Define the rival's ceiling from outside. Existentially offensive. Excellent. Which sect master? He asked. Zhao Qingshan pointed to the South Slope encampment. Furnace Ridge's elder commander. Sect master Bao Yuqing. Void crossing attempt staged under siege noise and formation masking. He thinks the pressure of battle plus the coalition's distributed screen will let him ascend without interference. Yu Shun, reviewing troop placements, said, "Can he?" Normally, Zhao replied, "Yes." Wei Ba said, "Good." The South Slope had once been orchard terraces before Stone Mirror's prior regime neglected irrigation into dust. Now the broken walls, dry channels, and half-rebuilt barricades made it the perfect place for men to pretend their ambition was collective while quietly trying to become more dangerous than their allies before the campaign's outcome settled their relevance. Bao Yuqing chose well. He chose poorly against Wei Ba. The sect master initiated breakthrough at dusk under 3 layers of defensive action. Coalition units pressed the south curtain wall. Formation bearers split stone mirrors returned fire into misleading arcs. Furnace Ridge disciples rotated in apparent confusion while, behind them, Bao sat inside a concealed ring of 9 copper standards and drove his cultivation toward Void Crossing with all the greed sect men liked to rename inevitability. Wei Ba did not attack the ring directly. That would have been the old answer. He stood on the damaged orchard stair above the siege line, opened the full pressure of his largest southern dominion node, and let Bao's core reveal itself through the strain of attempted ascent. There, every breakthrough had a moment where ambition became architecture, a convergence point, a tightening of the entire cultivation path around one answer to the question of whether the body, soul, and law all agreed to the next shape. Tier 4 reached for that point. Conquest Seal did not feel like combat. It felt like placing ownership pressure on a door hinge. Wei Ba projected the seal down the node line and into Bao Yuqing's ascending core just as the sect master's chi began opening the first void crossing seam. The effect was immediate. Bao's breakthrough did not fail by explosion. It failed by refusal. The heavens did not descend. The copper standards did not shatter. The man's cultivation simply hit a pressure line it could not pass because another will had declared the threshold presently inaccessible. Bao screamed. This time the siege noise did not hide anything. Every cultivator on the south line felt the seizure in their own dantians by sympathetic terror. Bao staggered out of the concealed ring with blood on his chin and disbelief in every movement. "What did you do?" he roared. Wei Ba answered from the orchard stair in a voice that carried because fear carried it for him. "I told your core to wait." That was not technically complete. It was also the version everyone present would understand. Bao tried again in rage. The seal tightened. His chi recoiled inward hard enough to drop him to one knee. The coalition line shuddered. Furnace Ridge disciples looked not at Stone Mirror's walls, but at their own sect master and the impossible fact that a man across the battlefield had just reached inside an ascension attempt and closed his hand on it. Good. Panic by demonstration often outperformed lectures. Bao withdrew before sunset fully died. Not routed. Not broken. Withdrawn by sect discipline and raw self-preservation. He sent a messenger under white cloth before moonrise. The terms were insulting enough to count as sincere. Lift the seal. Furnace Ridge leaves the coalition. Safe withdrawal for all affiliated cultivators. No pursuit. Ru Geng read the terms and looked up sharply. "You're going to accept?" "Yes." Because this is better than his death." Ru Geng stared. "You say that like the distinction matters." Wei Ba folded the message. "It does. Dead men teach fear. Living men who remain below their chosen ceiling teach revision." Bao Yuqing knelt in the midnight field between the 2 lines, while Wei Ba lifted the seal by deliberate increments. The sect master looked 10 years older in the span of 6 hours. When the pressure finally left his core entirely, he inhaled once like a drowning man, finding air he no longer trusted. "You could have killed me," Bao said. "Yes. You chose not to. You are useful alive." That answer did not soothe him. Good. Nothing about the lesson should have soothed. As Furnace Ridge withdrew, every watching sect recalibrated at once. Wei Ba was no longer merely the man who could take cultivation through victory. He was the man who could stop it before it arrived. Sealing, not just blade. On the far ridge, Deng Feihe watched the whole exchange through a narrow command lens. He lowered it only after Bao's final standard vanished into the dark. Assessment change, one adjutant said carefully. Deng did not look away from stone mirrors walls. Yes. To what? The Grand Marshal's answer came flat and exact. He doesn't want to kill us, he said. He wants to own us. Chapter 78. The surrender negotiation took place in rain. Deng Feihe chose the field this time. A broad stretch of slate plain south of the canal cut, where neither stone mirrors node pressure nor coalition ridge geometry held a natural advantage. No walls, no terraces, no glorious bottleneck. Just wet stone, low gray sky, and enough room for any betrayal to feel impersonal. Wei Ba came with Yushan, Zhao Qingshan, and 10 guards. Deng came with 2 adjutants and no visible reserve. Visible being the operational word. The rain sharpened sound and reduced distance to necessities. It also ruined banners, which Wei Ba appreciated on principle. Deng stood with his hands behind his back when Wei Ba approached, his field armor dark with water and his expression still carrying that same infuriating refusal to dramatize things he had already decided mattered. You escalated the war correctly, Deng said by way of greeting. You adapted too slowly. Yes. Deng almost smiled. That also. No preamble then. Good. Yushin remained half a step behind Wei Ba's right shoulder. Zhao Qingshan stood farther back and watched the rain hit the plain as if every drop might be carrying a hidden ledger. The 2 armies waited beyond sight. Or most of them did. Deng Feihe had trimmed the current campaign structure to what he actually needed. Furnace Ridge was gone. 3 smaller sects were wavering after Bao Yuqing's sealed breakthrough. The coalition still outnumbered Stone Mirror badly enough that the war remained winnable in simple arithmetic and increasingly unattractive in every other category. Deng said, You've changed the cost curve. Yes. You know what comes next if this continues. More sects choose according to survival instead of doctrine. And the continent fractures into negotiated fear around your name. Wei Ba considered that. Not inaccurate. Not the only possible outcome. Perhaps, he said. Deng looked at him for a long moment through the rain. That answer would have satisfied me 2 months ago. Interesting. And now? Now the problem is larger than your victories. Deng's gaze flicked once to Yushan, then back to Wei Ba. You are building military, administrative, economic, and territorial functions into one structure. The more I fight you, the more the region learns your structure can outlast a campaign. If I break you slowly, I educate the continent in your durability. If I try to crush you with full force, I spend the continent's strength to solve a problem that increasingly resembles its future. That was the cleanest argument anyone had yet made for stopping the war without losing it. Wei Ba asked, So you surrender? No. Deng's answer came with no delay and no shame. I stop wasting words like surrender when the structure beneath the war has changed. He let the rain run down his face without wiping it away. I have a condition you did not expect. Probably true. Say it. I want to join. Yushan went still in the dangerous way old guards did when deciding whether murder might improve diplomatic language. Zhao Qingshan's eyebrows rose by a degree that, for him, counted as open delight. Wei Ba did not react immediately because immediate reaction would have been the stupid response, and he had not survived this long by indulging stupidity merely because it arrived wearing surprise. Explain. Deng did. My loyalty oath to the alliance is to the continent, not to any sect. I took command because fragmentation kills more cultivators than bad rulers do if no one centralizes the answer in time. I believed you were the greater fragmentation risk. He looked out over the rain-dark plain. That assessment is no longer sufficient. Your empire is becoming the continent whether anyone likes it or not. If so, then it should be governed well, fought cleanly where possible, and forced to confront its own blind spots before they calcify. He said it without deference. Good. Deference would have made the offer worthless. And you think joining me allows that? I think continuing this war on current terms costs more than it generates. Deng's voice remained level. You know that too. You have already shifted to economic warfare, selective terror, and structural pressure because pure military victory does not pay at the present scale. I can keep fighting you. I can make you spend men, cities, and years. Eventually one of us wins. By then the region will belong to famine, ruined supply lines, and sect stories about why all this was someone else's fault. He paused. Or I can bring the military arm into your structure before the continent finishes breaking around the decision anyway. Wei Ba looked at him and understood, with some annoyance, why the Grand Marshal had become the most dangerous man he'd met. Because the man could change his classification without losing the line of himself that made his previous classification dangerous. No corruption, no panic, no flattery, Just the unpleasant recognition that if the future had already altered, refusing to step into it early became cowardice dressed as honor. Rain hit the plane harder. Yu Shun said carefully, "This violates every principle you've operated on." He was right. Weibo did not take equals. He took subordinates, cities, routes, leverage, enemies, and systems. The whole shape of his path had been built around ownership, not integration. Accepting Deng Feihe as anything other than a vassal meant leaving a force center intact inside his own growing empire. Refusing him meant continuing a war he could likely win and would certainly spend far too much to finish cleanly. Both options violated something. Interesting. The rain kept coming. Weibo said, "If you join, you do not command me." "Of course not. You do not retain alliance authority inside my territory. Obviously, you do not get to preserve your prior campaign structure under new banners and call the translation virtue." Deng's mouth moved once. That would have been sloppy. Weibo stared at him for a long moment. Accepting this offer violated every simple version of his principles. Refusing it would preserve principle while wasting structure. He had already learned enough this arc to distrust principles that only remained intact because reality had not yet demanded their cost. That did not make the answer pleasant. Good. Pleasant answers tended to rot under scale. "If I accept," he said, "it will not be as owner and owned." Deng Feihe nodded once. "Good. You sound relieved." "I am." That, more than the request itself, made the decision real. Chapter 79, the contract took 2 hours to draft and 20 years of Weibo's instincts to tolerate. They did not sign it on the rain-soaked plane. That would have been theatrics pretending at law. Instead, Deng Feihe came under conditional escort to Stone Mirror's Western Archive chamber, where Yu Shun, Zhao Qingshan, Chu Fenru, 2 clerks, and 1 witness from Crimson Gate spent the afternoon turning impossible structure into language precise enough to survive mutual suspicion. No loyalty oath. That point went in first. Yu Shun insisted on writing the clause himself, perhaps because he knew better than anyone in the room what it meant to live under one of Weibo's formal subjugation links, and had no interest in watching the city's new military commander become either half-owned or performatively defiant for the wrong reasons. "Operational contract," Yu said, reading as the clerks copied. "Grand Marshal Deng Feihe shall command the military arm under defined theater authority, subject to strategic override by Weibo only in matters that alter territorial structure, treaty status, or system-level cultivation risk." Ru Gong, who had been summoned once it became clear the meeting would be history rather than merely administration, said, "That sounds dangerously like the beginning of a functioning government." Chu Fenru did not look up from the medicinal annex she was redrafting to account for Deng's field supply preferences. "Try to keep your horror at a manageable register. The clerks are already stressed." Deng Feihe read every clause himself. That mattered. He did not skim for insult. He checked burden, scope, chain of command, rights of withdrawal, force requisition limits, and the line specifying that the military arm remained prohibited from enforcing collection or residency policy without separate civilian authorization from Yu Shun's offices. "Keep that line," Deng said. "Armies become lazy when tax work is handed to them." You looked up sharply. "That is the first useful thing you've said since arriving." "No," Deng replied. "It's just the first thing you've enjoyed hearing." They might, Weibo thought, survive each other through mutual professional irritation alone. That was often enough. The final document used no ceremonial language, no brotherhood, no sworn unity, no nonsense about destiny recognizing talent across opposing camps. It was cleaner than that. Weibo commands everything not military. Deng Feihe commands the military arm. No loyalty oath, no vassal mark, no compelled devotion. Shared operational objective, continental stabilization under Stone Mirror-led territorial consolidation. Ugly. Useful. When the last copy dried, Deng took the brush first and signed with his full command name. No hesitation. No performance. Weibo signed second. The room remained quiet for one breath after the contract was complete, as if everyone present understood the thing on the table was not merely a wartime arrangement. It was the first structural admission that Weibo's empire could contain power not swallowed directly by his hand. That disturbed him. Good. If it had not, he would have suspected the arrangement of hidden sentiment. Deng set down the brush and said, "Good. I don't want to be owned." Weibo looked at the finished contract. "No one who's useful does." That line landed harder than the room expected. Ru Gong's eyes narrowed. Yu Shin's face remained unreadable. Chu Fenru glanced up once, and then back to the annex, as if filing the answer for later diagnosis. Interesting. After the signing, Deng did not stay for celebration because none existed. He went directly to the Eastern Command rooms with Yushun and 2 clerks to start reconciling Stone Mirror's militia discipline with coalition-grade field structures, which was the sort of work either men like him began immediately or they were not worth taking in the first place. Wei Ba remained in the archive chamber for several breaths after the others drifted out. No loyalty oath. The phrase sat well and badly at once. He had accepted a general he could not compel. Accepted a military arm that would not rout through formal subjugation. Accepted, in effect, that ownership was not the only structure through which useful power might remain aligned. That thought was still arranging itself into something tolerable when the first messenger arrived. Then the second. Then the third. Each carried the abstaining sect marks from the coalition summit. Glass Fairy, Ashwell Monastery, Mountainbone Sect, all 3 requesting formal contact. Wei Ba read each note, then set them in a line on the table. Timing, Zhao Qingshan said from the doorway where he had reappeared, as if the contract itself had summoned him by relevance. Yes. Do you think they are aligning? No. I think they are recalculating. Glass Fairy's note was practical and unsurprising. If Deng Feihe now stood under Stone Mirror contract, they wanted revised assurances about canal neutrality and merchant protections. Ashwell Monastery's note was pious enough to be irritating and concrete enough to matter. They wished to discuss formal recognition of non-sect cultivator burial rights within territories under Wei Ba's rule. Rugung would enjoy that one more than he admitted. Mountainbone's note was the shortest. 1 line. We will send a messenger. It will not be her. No signature beyond the sect mark. Wei Ba read that note twice. Not because he failed to understand it. Because the final clause carried too much structure for a short line. It will not be her. So they knew he would expect Shen Lihua. So Shen Lihua knew enough of his path to be anticipated by her own people as the obvious absent answer. Good. The board narrowed. He handed the Mountainbone note to Zhao. Prepare reception. Zhao read it and almost smiled. You sound less pleased than the paper warrants. Because a message that needs to specify who is not coming is still a message built around presence. That answer seemed to satisfy Zhao enough that he left without further commentary, which made the chamber briefly peaceful. By sunset, Stone Mirror had a general it did not own, 3 abstaining sects at the gate, and a future that had grown larger than Wei Ba's preferred tools at exactly the speed one would expect from a system that kept insisting on more. He found that irritating. He also found it useful. Chapter 80 The Hollow Monarch walked through Wei Ba's strongest dominion node as if it were weather. Not in theory. Not in archived rumor. In the center courtyard of Stone Mirror's west residence, at dusk, while 6 hidden pressure lines and 2 surface plates were active and tuned to respond to anything above gold core with enough force to make trespass feel like public argument. The man simply stepped through the threshold. The territory noticed him. It failed to matter. Wei Ba was crossing the courtyard with 2 clerks and a stack of revised military supply provisions when the first hidden plate reported pressure absence rather than breach. That alone was enough to stop him mid-step. Pressure absence inside an active node was more offensive than any attack. It meant the system beneath the ground had found something to classify and come back with nothing useful to say about it. Good. He handed the supply provisions to the nearest clerk without looking away from the far gate. Go. They did. The figure entering the courtyard was thin in the way that starvation and immortality might have negotiated a truce neither considered ideal. His clothes were plain, worn, and clean with no visible maintenance pattern. His hair, bound loosely behind his neck, carried streaks of white not from age exactly, but from duration. He moved like a man whose body had spent centuries deciding whether it still belonged to time and had not yet reached a full legal answer. Then he looked up. Say my color. Not identical. Close enough to disturb. The same hard gray-brown at the iris edge Wei Ba saw in polished metal when tired enough not to guard his own face from interpretation. Bone structure too. Not copied. Recurring. The architecture of prior hosts, perhaps, shaped by the same system through years of cultivation and the same refusal to submit under pain. Host 40. Of course. The Boundary Watcher representative had called him instructive. The old texts had said he vanished. Dao Rong's records had already reconstructed him in theory. None of that equaled the practical offense of seeing him walk through Stone Mirror's best territorial pressure as if the city were an interesting memory rather than an obstacle. Yushun entered from the side passage with 3 guards at his back. How did he? The man raised one hand. Not threatening. Not placating. Just enough to indicate that panic would be a poor expenditure. You've reached Tier 4, he said to Wei Ba. His voice was quiet, but not weak. Quiet in the way caves were quiet after holding too many echoes. I reached Tier 5 300 years ago. I would like to tell you what happens at Tier 5 before you discover it alone. He crossed the final stretch of courtyard without waiting for permission and sat on the low stone bench beside the dry fountain. Not threatening. That made him worse. Familiar, Weibo thought. Not because they had met. Because the man occupied the space like someone who had already learned every posture of refusal available to Weibo and found them unsurprising. Yushin's guards held position. No one attacked. Good. Attacking unknowns merely because they entered strangely was how sects taught themselves fear and called it vigilance. Weibo stepped closer. Name. The man looked at the dead fountain basin and then back up. I was called many things after I failed to die. The most useful one for your purposes is the Hollow Monarch. Useful indeed. Weibo did not sit. You walked through my note. Yes. How? The answer is long. The Hollow Monarch folded his hands in his lap with extreme care, as if even that small gesture required old negotiation between intention and function. The short version is that some structures stop recognizing you after enough years spent between completion and collapse. Interesting. Also not yet sufficient. The Boundary Watcher said number 40 was instructive. Yes. Are you number 40? The Hollow Monarch's mouth moved by one fraction that might once have become a smile in a face capable of reaching the full shape. I was exactly where you are. Weibo held his gaze. And I know how this ends. That line arrived without theater and therefore had weight. Yushin said from behind Weibo. If you know enough to speak in riddles, you know enough to speak clearly. The Hollow Monarch turned his head. You must be the first one he did not break correctly. Yushin's grip tightened on his sword hilt. Weibo said, enough. The courtyard settled again. He looked at the man on the bench, at the old stillness wrapped around him, at the way the city's territorial pressure continued failing to classify him as properly intrudable, and at the possibility that Host 40 had just stepped through 300 years to sit in his courtyard at the exact moment Tier 4 made the road ahead newly dangerous. Good timing, which meant either foresight, tracking, or design. None of those made the conversation optional. Weibo sat across from him at last. Begin. The Hollow Monarch inclined his head once. Good, he said. Because the first thing you need to understand is that Tier 5 is not where the system becomes stronger. It's where it begins to reveal what it was actually built to do. The courtyard seemed to narrow around the words. The same eye color. The same bone structure. The same impossible familiarity of a path older than personal identity. Weibo looked at him and understood, at last, why the Boundary Watcher had not sounded afraid when speaking of Host 40. Not because the man was harmless. Because he was a lesson preserved. Chapter 81. The Hollow Monarch did not leave. He was there in the morning, sitting on the same stone bench in the dry fountain courtyard, having apparently passed the entire night without moving. No cultivation circulation visible. No defensive formation active. Just a man sitting with the patient stillness of something that had decided 300 years ago that urgency was a luxury it no longer required. Weibo came to the courtyard with Yushin at his back and 2 guards at the perimeter and looked at him for 15 seconds before speaking. Explain the Tier 5 condition. The Hollow Monarch turned his head without expression. Tier 5 unlocks something the system calls army. The ability to distribute absorbed cultivation energy to designated vassals. Cultivators sworn to you carry your power. They fight as extensions of your dominion rather than their own base. He paused. That is the surface explanation. The system presents it as a force multiplier. What it actually is, a vulnerability creator. Explain. Anyone who carries your distributed power becomes a vector for your cultivation base. Attack them deeply enough, and the feedback reaches you. He folded his hands. The system doesn't mention this in the tier description. It's written in the actual mechanism, which you only understand by using it. He looked at the dry fountain. I used it in month 4 after reaching Tier 5. I gave power to 31 cultivators. By month 8, an opposing nascent soul practitioner had identified the network and was systematically torturing my designated vassals to destabilize my core from outside my territory. What did you do? I withdrew the distributed power. All of it. All at once, to save my cultivation base. The 31 cultivators, my vassals, were fighting at the time with my power as their primary combat resource. Several of them died mid-battle. He looked up from the fountain. I survived. They did not. And I spent the following 6 months calculating whether I had made the correct decision by the terms of the Conquest System's logic, and whether those terms were the terms I actually wanted to live by. You decided they were not. I decided that I had no framework for deciding at all, which was a different problem. He looked at the court wall. The Conquest System builds your empire and does not build your judgment. It assumes the two are identical. They are not. Weibo was quiet. He thought about this distinction, empire as a technical achievement, judgment as something else entirely. The system produced the former and offered nothing for the latter. 31 dead vassal cultivators was a small number in the accounting of empires. It was not a small number if you were calculating what it meant to have made that choice and then to live inside it for 300 years. The fountain basin held dead leaves from autumn. 3 seasons accumulated, never cleaned because this courtyard belonged to the administrative section and the administrative staff had learned not to draw attention to themselves by doing unrequested work. You said you know how it ends. Yes. Not for the hosts in general. For me specifically. The Hollow Monarch looked at him with the eye color that matched Wei Ba's own and said, I watched you for 4 months before I walked through your node. I wanted to understand whether you were the same or different. The previous hosts I observed were proud. They read the system's advancement as personal validation. They believed they were building empires because they were exceptional. He paused. You build empires because you refuse to be owed anything. That is a different engine. Whether it produces a different outcome remains to be determined. Yes, the Hollow Monarch said. That's why I'm here. Wei Ba sat across from him at last. The stone bench held the shape of the man's 300 years, worn smooth in specific places, grooved where joints pressed. A geological record of waiting. You said you reached Tier 5 300 years ago. You stopped there. Incomplete absorption, the Hollow Monarch said. I took from a void-crossing cultivator without performing dominion compression. The foreign energy froze mid-integration. I am neither absorbing nor rejecting it. I cannot advance past Tier 5 because the incomplete compression prevents it. I cannot die because the foreign energy sustains my body's function even as it prevents my cultivation from progressing. He looked at his hands. I am, in the system's terms, a partially completed transaction. You want me to absorb you. I want to stop, he said. Absorption by a higher tier host would complete the transaction and release me from the suspension. The energy would process through your dominion compression and I would dissolve into your cultivation base, as any other absorption does. He looked up. This would also give you access to every cultivation signature I absorbed across my active years. 437 cultivators, from Qi Gathering to Void Crossing Stage 7. All of them still compressed inside me. 400 compressions in addition to yours would kill me. Probably, the Hollow Monarch said, with the equanimity of a man who had said this before. Unless you were substantially better at simultaneous compression than I was. Which you may be. I could not survive 5 simultaneously. You have survived overlapping compressions already. He looked at Wei Ba steadily. I am not asking you to take this risk for my sake. I am asking you to consider the cost and the benefit and make a decision as you actually do, not as the system would suggest. Wei Ba did not answer. He was already calculating. The scenario was clear. 437 compressions plus the Hollow Monarch's own cultivation base. The math was absolute. Chu Fenru's initial model had shown a 53% mortality probability based on standard compression protocols. But the bone tempering method changed the equation significantly. If the technique transferred functionally, the compression capacity of his meridians would increase substantially, possibly enough to move the survival probability above 70%. Above that threshold, the risk became acceptable by the metrics he had developed for decision-making. The other variable was less quantifiable, the Hollow Monarch himself. A 300-year-old cultivator who had been waiting for the right host to appear, who had structured his information releases to let Wei Ba discover things himself rather than be handed conclusions, who was willing to offer both benefit and risk because he had already paid the ultimate cost of refusing the risk. That was not a variable that appeared in probability calculations, but it was a variable nonetheless. The Hollow Monarch wanted this outcome. That did not make it true or safe, but it made it worth considering. The benefit was equally clear, Tier 5 advancement. 437 technique fragments, some of them potentially deployable, others latent but eventually usable. The bone tempering method specifically would solve a structural weakness in his dominion compression process that had been accumulating since the early absorptions. And all of it, every technique, every signature, every compressed remnant of 4 centuries, would become part of his cultivation base, integrated into his system in ways that would take years to fully exploit. The cost was also clear, though not quantifiable in cultivation metrics. The Hollow Monarch would cease to exist as a person and become, instead, a layer of integration in Wei Ba's cultivation base. That was what absorption meant. It was not metaphorical dissolution. It was dissolution. The man sitting on the bench had requested this outcome. He had been waiting 300 years for it. But the fact of his request did not change the fact of what would happen next. Wei Ba had made a decision the moment the Hollow Monarch explained the vulnerability of the army capability. The technical analysis had simply confirmed it. Chapter 82. He spent 2 weeks testing the Hollow Monarch before deciding. Not from hesitation. from the principle he had operated on since the overseer in the iron dust basin. Information before action, because action without information was simply urgency, wearing the mask of decisiveness. He sent Chu Fenru to examine the Hollow Monarch's cultivation structure. Chu Fenru spent 4 hours in the courtyard with her formation arrays laid out around the bench, measuring chi patterns, identifying compression points, mapping the suspended energy's distribution through the man's meridians. The Hollow Monarch cooperated with absolute stillness, which Chu Fenru found unnerving and Wei Ba found informative. Someone who had been still for 300 years had developed a specific relationship with patience that was unlike any cultivator's ordinary discipline. Chu Fenru's report arrived the following morning. It was thorough and presented without preamble. She spread the measurements across Wei Ba's desk, formation diagrams, chi density charts, meridian stress pattern analyses. The notations were precise, the spatial mappings exact. She had spent her 4 hours measuring not just the Hollow Monarch's energy, but the architecture of his suspension, the specific configuration of forces that had kept him coherent for 300 years without advancement or dissolution. The suspended energy is stable, she said, and her tone carried the clinical precision of someone who had found her initial hypotheses confirmed by data. It has been in stasis long enough that it has partially crystallized, which actually makes it more manageable than fresh active energy would be. The crystallized portions will compress differently from the active portions. Some of them may release directly rather than requiring full Dominion compression cycles. She paused, then added what she did not want to add. The combined mass is still the largest I've estimated by a factor of 8. If you absorb all of it simultaneously, your meridian integrity will depend entirely on how quickly you can compress the initial wave. Sequentially, the Hollow Monarch's cultivation base can't be separated from the absorbed signatures he carries. They're integrated. Taking one means taking all. She looked at her notes. There may be a sequencing technique we can design to slow the release rate, but I've never attempted anything at this scale. I can model it. I cannot guarantee it. Model it. She went back to work. Not immediately. She spent 10 minutes reviewing her own notes, cross-referencing against her previous compression models, identifying which structural principles from smaller absorptions might or might not scale to something 8 times larger. Then she methodically began building a new architecture, layer by layer, each one accounting for the cascade risk of what would come next. Wei Ba left her to it. The work of modeling this kind of problem required deep focus. Interruption would only degrade the output. Wei Ba observed the morning's intelligence reports while she was gone. Zhao Qingshan's network had flagged the Continental Alliance's movements again, suggesting supply reassessment, but not immediate threat repositioning. That was useful information. The Alliance was consolidating, but not accelerating. He filed the pattern and returned his focus to the Hollow Monarch problem. He sent Dao Rong to cross-reference the ancient texts simultaneously. Dao Rong did not return immediately. He spent 2 days pulling texts from the Vault repository, verifying dates and provenance, checking whether the Hollow Monarch's account matched the historical record. The scholar's work was thorough because the question was significant. Everything that followed would depend on whether the Hollow Monarch was accurately describing his own history or reshaping it to influence Wei Ba's decisions. Dao Rong's findings aligned with the Hollow Monarch's self-report and added 2 details. First, that the crystallization of suspended absorption energy in incomplete compressions had been documented twice before in the historical record, both times resulting in the practitioner's eventual dissolution rather than suspended animation. The Hollow Monarch was categorically different, possibly because his own cultivation base had been strong enough at Tier 5 to provide structural support. Second, that the ancient texts referred to a practitioner in this state as a preserved host, someone the Conquest System's mechanism kept alive because the incomplete transactions still had value to the system. Wei Ba read this second detail twice. The system kept him alive, not by accident, by design. That reframing changed the calculus. A system that preserved something did so for a purpose. Purposes could be inverted, understood against themselves, to extract information about how the system itself reasoned. The Hollow Monarch was living data about system logic. That was a separate value proposition from the 437 absorbed signatures. He brought this to the Hollow Monarch directly. The system preserved you. I know. For what purpose? The Hollow Monarch was quiet for a moment. He looked older in the afternoon light, which was odd because he had not aged in 300 years, but the way the shadows collected in the lines of his face produced a specific quality of duration. 3 centuries made visible. I have spent 300 years with that question. My best hypothesis. I am a demonstration. Not for you specifically, for any host who reached Tier 5 and became uncertain. An example of what stopping partway produces. The system keeps me present so that future hosts can see the alternative to completion and choose completion anyway. Did it work on the hosts between us? 7 of them observed me over 3 centuries. 6 chose completion. 1 chose to destroy themselves rather than complete. He looked at the courtyard. I do not know which of those outcomes the system preferred. Weibo looked at him. 1 host had self-destructed rather than absorb an incomplete predecessor. That suggested resistance to this particular integration requirement existed as precedent. It also suggested that precedent had failed. You have been waiting 300 years to be absorbed. I have been waiting 300 years to finish, the Hollow Monarch said. The destination is the same. The framing matters only to me, and only barely. That was clarity. The Hollow Monarch understood that his preference for the framing was irrelevant. What mattered was whether the absorption would succeed, whether Wei Ba would survive the process, whether the benefit to Wei Ba was worth the cost to the Hollow Monarch. Wei Ba stood. Chu Fenru will complete the sequencing model in 4 days. We proceed when the model is ready and not before. The Hollow Monarch inclined his head. He had the patience for 4 more days. Patience was not something 300 years in suspension taught you. It was something it forged into you, refined, distilled into the core of your being. He would wait. Wei Ba left the courtyard, satisfied that the decision was sound. Chapter 83. On the 3rd day, Dao Rong arrived with an additional finding. He had been working through a set of texts that predated the standard historical archives by several centuries, materials that the Vault repository held under restricted access and that Dao Rong had been slowly cataloging since his original agreement with Wei Ba. The relevant passage concerned what happened to an absorbing host when the energy being absorbed included previously absorbed signatures. The compressed signatures inside host 40 are not independent energy packets, Dao Rong said. He had the distilled quality of a scholar who understood that Wei Ba would only hear one pass through the explanation. They are cultivation echoes, partial residue of 437 cultivators, but also of every technique they carried, every breakthrough they made, every method they employed. When those echoes absorb through you, they carry technique residue with them. Wei Ba understood immediately where this analysis was leading, meaning the absorption complexity increases exponentially. Dao Rong spread out 3 historical documents, meaning when you absorb the Hollow Monarch, you don't just get his cultivation energy and the raw power of 400 others. You get the techniques they used, not complete manuals, fragments, impressions. The way a practitioner who spent 30 years mastering a particular sword form would leave the shape of that form in their cultivation signature. Dao Rong paused, letting this settle. He was watching Wei Ba carefully, gauging whether the revelation would be accepted as benefit or rejected as additional risk. This is unprecedented in any absorption I have documented. The Hollow Monarch is not a single absorption. He is 400 absorptions in sequence, each one layered on the previous. You would receive 4 centuries of accumulated technique fragments simultaneously. Wei Ba was already revising the mental calculus. The benefit had just doubled. The risk had also doubled, which meant the analysis was still within acceptable bounds, but only if the technique residue actually transferred and actually functioned. Wei Ba looked at the Hollow Monarch, who was sitting in the courtyard as usual. He was tracking the conversation through the building's open passages, aware without requiring physical proximity. He did not interrupt. You knew this? Yes, the Hollow Monarch said. And you did not mention it. You would have asked eventually. I preferred to let you find it through your own research. Information you find is more trustworthy than information you're given. He paused. This is something I learned too late. I took the first Tier 5 hosts' reports at face value and never verified them against independent observation. I absorbed based on authority rather than understanding. It is why I am here. Wei Ba was quiet for a moment. The implication was clear. The Hollow Monarch had made a strategic error in his trust processing, had paid 300 years for it, and was now constructing an environment where Wei Ba could not make the same mistake. That was a specific kind of investment, not in the absorption itself, but in Wei Ba's capacity to survive it. Then, what are the most significant technique fragments? The Hollow Monarch considered this carefully. A bone tempering method that was developed to specifically reinforce meridians under dominion compression stress. I absorbed it from the woman who invented it. She spent 40 years developing it precisely for that purpose. It is incomplete because she died before finishing, but what exists is structurally sound. He paused, and the quality of his attention shifted. He was no longer describing, but evaluating. A spatial compression method from an elder who specialized in condensing cultivation spaces, useful for dominion node density work. And the cultivation technique of the void crossing practitioner whose incomplete absorption I performed 3 centuries ago. That one is intact and complete. It is how I have maintained coherence this long. I have been circulating through her method continuously, renewing my energy structure every 72 hours, just enough to hold suspension. Weiba said nothing. He was revising every calculation he had made for the past 2 weeks. The Hollow Monarch had effectively been performing a single practitioner circulation circuit for 3 centuries. The metabolic cost of that was not something the text addressed, because no practitioner had ever endured it. He thought, the bone tempering method alone changed the compression risk assessment substantially. If the technique residue transferred functionally, even partially, the Dominion compression process for the absorption might not be the kill event Chu Fenru's model suggested. Chu Fenru's model assumed raw energy compression. Yes, the Hollow Monarch said. The technique residue changes the model. Significantly, the methods I absorbed that were compression relevant, particularly the bone tempering method, will activate during the compression process itself if your cultivation is receptive. The ancient host who developed that method designed it to work under precisely this kind of stress. It was built for a situation like this one. Weiba looked at him. He understood now what the Hollow Monarch had been doing with the structured information release, building the conditions for Weiba to discover that the solution to the absorption's danger was embedded in the absorption itself. The technique residue was not an additional risk factor. It was the risk's internal mitigation. You structured your answer to let me discover this sequence. The Hollow Monarch's expression did not change. I gave you accurate information in an order that produced useful understanding rather than premature rejection. That is a distinction without a difference. Is it? He looked at the dry fountain. I gave you the risk first so you could decide whether the benefit was worth hearing. If I had led with the technique residue, you would have assessed the offer through the lens of benefit and discounted the risk. This way you carried the risk to the benefit. He looked at Weiba. Which approach produces better decisions? Weiba did not answer immediately. He considered the question seriously. The Hollow Monarch's approach, giving risk first, then benefit, forced the decision-maker to decide whether to proceed before the benefit became emotionally compelling. That was a defensible technique for someone trying to encourage sound judgment rather than sound outcomes. But it was also manipulation, even if the manipulation was being done with Weiba's interests in mind. The Hollow Monarch had read him correctly. Weiba would have discounted the risk if the technique residue had been presented first. He would have heard 400 powerful technique fragments and started calculating how to use them, how to integrate them, how to deploy them. The risk would have become secondary to the opportunity. By presenting the risk first, the Hollow Monarch had ensured that Weiba made the decision with full clarity about both the cost and the benefit. Your approach is more effective, Weiba said, but it's still manipulation. Yes, the Hollow Monarch said. I learned that distinction very recently. Weiba went to find Chu Fenru and give her the new variables. The analysis was settled. The absorption would proceed when the model was ready. Chapter 84. While Chu Fenru revised the sequencing model, Weiba turned his attention to the thing sitting dormant in the corner of his dantian. Broken Fist Chun had given him the shattered spatial brand in the 3rd chapter of his story, a fragment of a destroyed spatial technique, supposedly worthless, that Weiba had taken because he refused to leave anything he'd been offered. He had kept it compressed alongside his cultivation base for over a year, occasionally aware of its presence the way a practitioner is aware of a stone in a shoe, more irritating for being unresolved than for causing actual harm. The spatial brand had remained inert. Weiba had assumed it was simply damaged beyond functionality, old enough that he had stopped thinking about it actively, though the knowledge of it never left his awareness. It was simply part of his cultivation structure now, like a scar that had healed decades ago. With Chu Fenru occupied and the courtyard quiet, he brought his attention to it properly for the first time. He was not expecting to find anything useful. It was not what he had assumed. He had been treating it as a partial spatial technique, the fragment of a destroyed movement or storage method that had been too damaged to function. The surface structure supported this reading. The underlying architecture did not. The fragment was a map, not a cartographic map, a structural one, a schematic of a network of locations distributed across the continent, each one marked with the same formation signature Weiba now recognized from his own territorial work. Dominion nodes. Ancient ones, dormant for 800 years, their formation cores still intact inside whatever geographic feature had been chosen to anchor them. Caves, mountain cores, deep lake beds, bedrock shelves beneath old cities. He counted the marked locations. 11. He pulled the brand deeper into his awareness and examined the spatial encoding more closely. The coordinates were precise enough to triangulate physical location. The formation signatures were complex, 800-year-old architecture, but still coherent, still readable. Each node carried a different resonance frequency, which suggested they were designed to work in concert, their individual patterns harmonizing into something larger. He cross-referenced against what he knew of the continent's geography. 7 of the 11 were within territories he already controlled or had access to. The remaining 4 were in neutral zones or contested areas. The deployment would require movement, but not impossible movement. He called for Dao Rong. Dao Rong arrived within the hour and looked at the structural schematic Wei Ba had reproduced in cultivation sense notation on a physical diagram. The scholar's entire body went still, not sudden, but the slow settling of someone who had encountered something he had been searching for without knowing it was real. His breath had changed. His heartbeat had shifted to a slower frequency, the physical manifestation of cognitive overload giving way to intense focus. Dao Rong began identifying them systematically. The process took an hour. He spread the diagram across 3 different maps of Wei Ba's current territorial control, cross-referencing the node coordinates against military garrison placements, supply lines, administrative boundaries. 2 were within city perimeters where Wei Ba already had administrative control. 3 were in mountain zones and coastal territories where Wei Ba's military presence was established, but not primary. 2 more were in buffer zones between occupied territories where his authority was recognized, but not heavily garrisoned. Acquisition of all 7 would take time and coordination, but the nodes would be activated before the Continental Alliance could effectively respond. 7 active nodes meant 7 enhanced cultivation zones. 7 zones meant resource independence from external supply. Independence from supply meant the ability to withstand siege. The strategic implications cascaded forward. If Wei Ba could achieve that independence, the entire calculation of long-term military competition changed. Timeline for full activation, Wei Ba said. Between 2 and 4 months, Dao Rong said. Depends on your tolerance for drawing military attention during the activation process. The nodes will emit a signature resonance when first activated. Any Tier 3 or higher cultivator in the vicinity will feel it. Wei Ba considered this. Military surprise was valuable, but 2 to 4 months was within acceptable range. By the time the Alliance noticed the nodes coming online, 5 or 6 would already be active and stabilized. Chapter 85 Wei Ba absorbed the Hollow Monarch on the 5th day after Chu Fenru completed the revised sequencing model. The model incorporated the bone tempering technique residue as a mitigating factor and redesigned the compression sequence to allow the crystallized portions of the Hollow Monarch's suspended energy to release first, the most stable material handling what the meridians could manage before the active energy followed. Chu Fenru had worked through 3 nights to build it, testing the mathematical models against previous compression data, extrapolating boundary conditions, identifying the failure points where the system would become unmanageable. She presented it without theater and then said, if the bone tempering method transfers functionally within the first 40 minutes, the rest is manageable. If it doesn't transfer, pull back immediately. There's no graceful way to stop a partial compression once it's active. Either it completes or it kills you. It will transfer, Wei Ba said. She looked at him. The assessment had no hesitation in it. No uncertainty. How do you know? Because it was built for this. The woman who invented it was preparing for exactly this situation. An absorption so large that compression would require reinforced meridians. She solved the problem she anticipated encountering. The solution is still valid. She accepted this without changing her expression and set up her medicinal monitoring array at a distance sufficient to observe without interfering. She had learned that Wei Ba's confidence in technical analysis was reliable. He did not make intuitive leaps. If he said the bone tempering method would transfer, it was because he had traced the technical logic and found it sound. Ru Geng had positioned himself near the courtyard entrance without being asked. He would not leave when Wei Ba told him to, and Wei Ba decided not to spend effort on it twice. Yu Shun managed the outer perimeter. Dao Rong observed from a second-floor window with the detached attention of a scholar documenting something that had never been documented. The Hollow Monarch sat on the bench and looked at Wei Ba with the expression of someone who had been waiting 300 years for a moment and found that the moment, now arrived, was simply the next thing rather than a culmination. Ready, he said. Wei Ba placed his hand on the man's chest. The 3-breath window opened. The energy that came was unlike anything in his experience. Not the aggressive flood of a recent absorption, not the compressed density of a strong cultivator's resistance. It was deep, stratified, ancient. The Hollow Monarch's own cultivation came first. Tier 5 Conquest System energy, vast and strange, with the particular texture of something that had held its shape for centuries under conditions that would have dissolved ordinary cultivation. It moved through Wei Ba's meridians with the slowness of something that had already run out of urgency, settling into the compression channels like water, finding ancient riverbeds. Behind it, 437 layers, each one distinct. The bone tempering method came through at minute 8. Not as instruction, as sensation. His meridians recognized a pattern and began adapting to it autonomously, the technique's functional logic propagating through his cultivation based the way a structural repair method worked from the inside out. The walls strengthened. The passages that had been showing stress fractures under previous compressions began reinforcing themselves, the technical knowledge embedded in the residue, working to prepare his body for what was coming. By minute 20, he could feel the difference in compression capacity. The walls were substantially stronger. The technique echo of the woman who had spent 40 years perfecting it carried through the network of his meridians like an instruction imprinted on his energy itself. The crystallized compressions cycled through in sequence. Each one hit. Each one produced pain in the specific register that Wei Ba had spent a year learning to treat as background information rather than signal. The pain was not useful input. The information embedded in it, compression completion progress, meridian stress levels, technique residue integration rate, was. He tracked the data with the same methodical attention he brought to military coordination, noting patterns, flagging anomalies, watching for the moment when the system would begin to struggle. He worked through each compression with the methodical attention of someone sorting inventory. The pain was present, but he had learned to treat pain as data. Temperature, pressure, rate of change. The pain itself was not useful, but the information embedded in it was precise enough to guide the process. By day 3, he had processed 212 of the 438. By day 5, 390. His cultivation structure was adapting faster than Chu Fenru's model had predicted. The bone tempering method was not just a passive reinforcement. It was actively reshaping his compression capacity, building new architectures inside his meridians that could handle loads the ordinary Tier 4 method was not designed for. The woman who had invented it had spent 40 years perfecting a solution to a problem that Wei Ba was encountering right now. Her work was reaching forward across 2 centuries to solve his current crisis. That was the power of technique residue. It was not just power. It was knowledge. It was problem-solving frozen into cultivation energy. He was not simply absorbing. He was being structurally reconstructed by the technique residue while the absorption was still happening. By day 6, his meridian capacity had expanded by roughly 40% beyond its original architecture. He would come out of this absorption a different cultivator at the fundamental structural level. On day 6, around the 42nd hour, the Hollow Monarch's own cultivation base reached the compression point. It was, he registered, the largest single compression event of his life. The Tier 5 conquest energy and 3 centuries of accumulated sustaining force arrived simultaneously in a wave that Chu Fenru later reported had caused a visible chi distortion in the surrounding 50 meters. The courtyard stone bench cracked down the middle from the pressure. He held it. 40 seconds. Not 3 breaths. 40 full seconds of maintaining coherence under the weight of a Tier 5 cultivator's complete dissolution. The bone tempering method held. The reconstructed meridian architecture held. His cultivation base absorbed the strain and began the integration process that would take weeks to complete. But the immediate crisis, the moment where absorption became death, passed. When it completed, he opened his eyes. The courtyard was the same courtyard. The bench was empty. Where the Hollow Monarch had sat for the past 2 weeks, there was only stone and dust. He sat with that for a moment. Then he checked his status. Chapter 86. The bench was empty. He sat with this for an hour. Chu Fenru was still present, running her monitoring array, documenting the post-compression readings with the professional focus of someone who had learned years ago that what Wei Ban needed from her was accurate data rather than emotional calibration. She was also running a baseline health assessment, checking for structural damage to his meridians that might not manifest immediately. The bone tempering method had performed exactly as designed. No damage. The compression had been severe but manageable. She noted his current cultivation level, void crossing stage 2, a substantial jump from where he had started the absorption, and recorded the technique integration list, which was longer than either of them had expected. 14 distinct technique fragments had transferred with sufficient functional coherence to be deployable. The bone tempering method was complete. 11 others were partial, but usable. A sword technique from a void crossing cultivator. A formation method used for dominion node restructuring. A chi cycling approach used for rapid cultivation-based stabilization. The remaining technique residue that had not transferred cleanly enough to use would remain as potential benefit, accessed over time as his cultivation matured and his capacity to understand and integrate them deepened. Ru Geng came into the courtyard when Chu Fenru gave the signal. He looked at the empty bench. He did not say anything immediately, which was a specific kind of restraint that Wei Ba had come to recognize in him. Ru Geng held things rather than speaking them. which was unlike the stories cultivators told about righteous path men. The righteous path was supposed to produce transparency, but what it had produced in Ru Gung was a different kind of depth. He held what he felt and decided, rather than releasing it. The distinction showed in the set of his shoulders, the control of his breathing, the careful way his eyes moved across the courtyard as if mapping the absence. 300 years of a person, compressed down to nothing in a matter of days. The courtyard was the same physical space it had been yesterday, but it was different now because it was empty in a way it had not been empty before. Ru Gung seemed to be registering this distinction, accounting for it, processing what it meant to be present when someone dissolved into another person's cultivation base. Finally, did he ask you to do it? No, Wei Ba said. He requested it. That was a distinction Ru Gung would recognize. Wei Ba said, ask. Ru Gung was quiet for a moment. Then, is that what you take from people? All of it. Absorption is total. I know the mechanism. I mean, he stopped. Started again. He was a person, 300 years old, which is longer than our entire empire has existed. And now he's part of my cultivation base. Yes. Ru Gung's expression shifted. He was not objecting to the fact of the absorption. He understood that this had been the Hollow Monarch's request, that it was the system's mechanism. That Wei Ba had done nothing that violated the man's own choice. What was visible in his face was something closer to processing. The righteous path cultivation he had chosen emphasized understanding consequences. Consequences, in his perspective, were not simply negative outcomes to be avoided. They were weights to be acknowledged and carried. Does that trouble you? Wei Ba looked at the empty bench. The stone was warm where the man had been sitting. His body heat had not yet dissipated. He thought, with the precision he tried to bring to questions worth answering honestly. No, it did not trouble him. The Hollow Monarch had requested this. The dissolution was completion, not loss. The man had existed in suspension for 3 centuries, specifically waiting for someone who could finish the process. He had gotten what he came for. The fact that finishing required dissolution was not a tragedy. It was the mechanism of the system they both inhabited. What he found, looking at the empty bench, was not trouble. It was a specific quality of weight he did not have a name for. Not grief. He was not experiencing the Hollow Monarch's absence as a personal cost. He had not known the man long enough for that. Not satisfaction. The outcome was correct, but not pleasing. The bench was empty. That was the primary fact. Everything else was interpretation. Something closer to the awareness that something real had happened here, that the bench had been full and was now different, that the Hollow Monarch's choice had been honored. That dissolution could be a completion and still matter. He called it consequence. Every action he had taken since the iron dust basin had consequences. This one was simply more visible than most. The bench held its shape from 300 years of sitting. The man had dissolved into Wei Ba's cultivation base and would never sit there again. Those two facts existed simultaneously. Ask the real question, he said. Ru Gung looked at him. Is there a version of this where you absorb me? Wei Ba held his gaze. The question was not truly about the system's mechanics. It was about whether Ru Gung was expendable in Wei Ba's calculus. Whether, if circumstances changed, Wei Ba would view him as a resource to be consumed like any other cultivator. If I absorbed you, you would already know. He stood. The system prevents absorption from people whose energy signature I've already touched. Distributed cultivation I've given you, reversed or otherwise, registers as prior contact. You're ineligible. That's not quite what I was asking. I know. Wei Ba looked at him directly. It is the accurate answer to the question you meant. I will not absorb you because the system prevents it. But even if the system permitted it, I would not. You are more valuable to the empire as you are than you would be as compressed technique residue in my cultivation base. Ru Gung took that in. Wei Ba had just drawn a distinction between what was mechanically forced and what was a deliberate choice. The choice was the thing that mattered. Wei Ba moved toward the courtyard exit. It is the accurate answer to the question you meant. He asked Chu Fenru, walking past her. Is this different? She did not ask him to clarify. She had been thinking about it since the absorption began. Yes, she said. It's different. Chapter 87. 3 days after the absorption completed, Wei Ba distributed. Not immediately. He spent the intervening days assessing which portions of the Hollow Monarch's vast cultivation base were suitable for distribution. The Tier 5 army capability allowed him to give absorbed energy to designated vassals. But the energy he gave needed to be compatible with the recipient's cultivation base, or the distribution would produce conflict rather than enhancement. Chu Fenru built the compatibility matrices. The work was meticulous. She cross-referenced the 14 deployable technique fragments against each of the 4 primary vassals' existing methods, calculating which energy signatures would harmonize and which would produce interference. She was looking not just for power transfer compatibility, but for technique resonance. the degree to which the distributed energy's internal structure would complement rather than conflict with the recipient's existing cultivation architecture. She spent 2 days on the matrices. Wei Ba observed her working, noting the precision of her notation, the way she would occasionally pause and step back from her calculations to verify them against reality, testing a small sample of the resonance patterns against actual cultivation signatures from her stored test samples, confirming that her theoretical models matched observable behavior. When she finished, she looked exhausted and satisfied in equal measure. The eligible distribution pool includes 23 of the 438 absorbed signatures, those whose cultivation methods most closely aligned with the 4 primary vassals' existing approaches, she reported. Beyond that, the resonance patterns degrade significantly. Distributing with signatures outside this range would create the exact conflict that caused the Hollow Monarch's original vulnerability. Yu Shun, Ru Geng, Deng Feihe, and Chu Fenru herself received the distribution over the course of a single morning. Each distribution was a smaller version of what the Hollow Monarch had described. Conquest energy flowing outward through Wei Ba's Tier 5 channel into another cultivator's meridian system, taking root there as an extension of his own dominion rather than a foreign element. Done correctly, the vassal's cultivation rose. Done incorrectly, the conquest imprint would conflict with the vassal's own energy and produce exactly the vulnerability the Hollow Monarch had warned about, a point of feedback where the vassal's body could become a weapon against Wei Ba's cultivation base. He did the 4 distributions himself rather than delegating. Each one took precise work, holding the channel open just long enough for the energy to flow and take root without overstaying and beginning to consolidate into permanent dependency. The balance was thin. Force it too hard, and the vassal's body rejected it as an attack. Hold it too lightly, and the distribution would reverse mid-process, returning to Wei Ba's base unpacked. Yu Shen advanced to Spirit Opening Stage 5. He stood straighter afterward, not from affectation, but because the cultivation advance had physical expression. Cultivators who climbed far enough found that their bodies restructured to carry the increased energy load. The bones denser, the meridians more capable, the entire physical form calibrated upward to support the cultivation's weight. He tested his sword form twice. The third time, the chi output was measurably different. The sword that had felt balanced before now felt light. Yu Shen spent an hour adjusting his practice patterns to account for the increased capacity, his movements becoming more efficient, his technique more refined. When he finished, he came to Wei Ba. "I can feel the difference throughout the network," he said. "The conquest energy you distributed, it's not foreign. It integrates as smoothly as my own cultivation." He paused. That shouldn't be possible with distributed power from an external source. But the technique residue. Designed for distribution, Wei Ba said. The Hollow Monarch absorbed cultivators carefully. The signatures in his base were already conditioned for multiple hosts. Deng Feihe accepted the distribution without ceremony. He reviewed his own advancement numbers with the systematic attention of a military commander assessing a supply increase, then filed a report on how the additional capacity would integrate with his formation command protocols. Wei Ba noted, Deng Feihe's relationship with power was fundamentally administrative. He received it, cataloged it, and determined its optimal deployment. This was not how Wei Ba had expected a grand marshal to process personal cultivation advancement. It was, he thought, possibly more useful. Deng Feihe would never be intoxicated by increased power. He would simply use it more effectively. Ru Geng advanced to Gold Core Stage 7. He said nothing for a long time afterward. When he finally spoke, his voice was different, carrying the weight of someone who had just gained a capability they were not sure they wanted. The righteous path cultivation taught that power received through constraint and obligation carried different weight than power earned through effort. Wei Ba had given him power without consultation, which meant Ru Geng now carried that obligation without having chosen it. He said, "You made me stronger." "Yes." Without asking. "You would have refused." Ru Geng looked at his hands. The cultivation channels in his meridians had restructured to accommodate the distributed energy. His entire cultivation base had shifted to a higher frequency. Maybe. He was quiet, testing the new cultivation channels in his meridians, feeling how the conquest energy distributed through his existing method, like water, finding new paths through earth. The integration was surprisingly smooth. The technique residue from the Hollow Monarch was compatible with Righteous Path methods, which suggested the Hollow Monarch had absorbed Righteous Path cultivators at some point in his history. "I don't know how to hold power that came from you. The same way you hold any other power," Wei Ba said. "Use it. Or don't." Chu Fenru was the last. Her distribution was the smallest. She was an alchemist, not a combat cultivator, and Wei Ba calibrated the energy for craft enhancement rather than fighting capacity. Her cultivation arrays, afterward, processed at 15% higher efficiency. The medicinal compounds she prepared took on a different resonance, their chi signatures more coherent, their effectiveness per dose measurably improved. Compounds that previously required 3 doses to achieve full medicinal effect now achieved the same result with 2 doses. Preparations that had a manufacturing margin of 98% efficiency were now reliably at 99%. She tested them twice and wrote down the numbers without comment, her expression clinical and precise. She was already calculating how the increased efficiency would translate to production capacity. If she could produce the same volume of medicinal resource with fewer material inputs, the dependency on supply routes decreased. The distributed conquest energy was not just making her stronger. It was making the entire alchemical support network more resilient. Then she set down her brush and looked at him directly. You gave me power without a discussion. Yes. Next time ask. He considered the instruction carefully. The constraint was not unreasonable. She had been useful because she had chosen to be useful. Removing the choice from the equation changed the nature of the collaboration. Accepted. She looked up briefly, and something shifted in her expression. Not surprise, assessment. That is the first time you have accepted a constraint from someone who didn't have leverage. He turned and left without answering. She watched him go with the expression of someone who had filed a significant data point about how Wei Ba's decision structure worked when challenged by someone he trusted but did not fear. Chapter 88. The crisis came on the 4th day after distribution. Ru Geng was conducting morning cultivation in his quarters, the standard practice of circulating the previous day's qi gains before the day's activity began, when the distributed energy conflicted. Xu Fenru, monitoring the distribution network stability from her alchemarray post, registered the feedback spike before Ru Geng did. She was already running when the shout came from his quarters. The Conquest imprint, aggressive, territorial, designed to operate as an extension of Wei Ba's will, had begun reading Ru Geng's harmonious cultivation method as resistance. The two energies were not fighting. That would have been manageable. They were doing something worse. The Conquest energy was attempting to subsume the harmonious cultivation base the way absorption worked on an opponent, treating Ru Geng's own cultivation as foreign material that needed to be integrated into the Conquest system's logic. Ru Geng was fighting his own power. The manifestation was catastrophic. The Conquest imprint was not just conflicting with Ru Geng's harmonious cultivation. It was actively trying to override it, to integrate it into itself the way absorption would have, treating living energy as though it were dead matter to be processed. Ru Geng's meridians were locked in a cascade of micro-rejections, each one creating feedback that triggered the Conquest energy to push harder, which triggered more rejections in response. The cycle was accelerating. Within minutes, the feedback would become self-reinforcing, locked into a loop that no external intervention could break. Xu Fenru's initial assessment, 2 hours before the conflict reached a critical stage where the harm became permanent. The meridian damage would become structural. The cultivation base would begin to fracture at the cellular level. She needed specific medicine formulations and Wei Ba present for manual intervention immediately. She sent both requests simultaneously and began stabilizing what she could from outside, injecting supplementary energy to buffer the feedback loop while she worked. It was a desperate measure, adding more energy to a system in cascade failure, but the stabilization would buy time for the more aggressive intervention Wei Ba would need to perform. Wei Ba arrived in 4 minutes. The situation read clearly to his Conquest sense. The distributed energy had Ru Geng's cultivation base in a partial lock. The harmonious method was being overwritten not from outside, but from inside. Ru Geng's own meridians carrying the aggressor as though his body had become the weapon used against him. Xu Fenru's supplementary energy was buying time, but not much. The Conquest imprint was more aggressive than Wei Ba had anticipated. It was not just defending against rejection. It was actively expanding, trying to establish dominion over Ru Geng's entire cultivation base. Standard procedure did not exist for this. The Tier 5 army capability was designed for outward distribution, energy flowing from Wei Ba to vassal. The reverse process, pulling distributed energy back, had no system description. The Conquest system did not include a withdrawal mechanism because the system's logic assumed dominion was unidirectional. You gave power. You did not take it back. Taking it back was not part of the mechanism's vocabulary. Wei Ba placed his hand on Ru Geng's chest. Hold still. I'm trying, Ru Geng said through his teeth. He was actively holding the conflict at bay through the specific technique the righteous cultivation path taught for dealing with energy intrusion, not resistance, but absorption and redirection. He was treating the Conquest energy as a river rather than fighting it as a wall. It was buying time. Not much. The redirected energy was still accumulating inside his meridians, creating pressure that his channels could not absorb forever. Weibo focused. The distributed energy was his. The signature was his. The Conquest imprint recognized its originating source. Whether the recognition extended to reversal, to a pull rather than a push, was the question the system had not answered. He tried. The energy resisted. Dominion energy was designed to expand territory, not retract it. It wanted to stay. It wanted to consolidate. It wanted to finish what it had started in the absorption process. He changed the approach. Not pulling, claiming. He projected his own dominion authority inward, along the feedback channel connecting his cultivation base to Ru Gung's through the distributed energy. The same authority that claimed territories and established nodes. He claimed the distributed energy as dominion territory, declared it his, and the Conquest System, which was designed to recognize and respond to dominion declarations, began treating the distributed energy as Weibo's territory rather than Ru Gung's resource. The energy moved, slowly, against its design, with the specific resistance of water moving uphill, which was possible only with sustained force. His meridians ached with the effort. Sweat ran down his face in patterns that Chu Fenru tracked with clinical precision, noting the symptoms, assessing whether he would maintain coherence or whether this reversal would kill him. He held it for 40 minutes. 40 minutes of sustained dominion authority projection against a system mechanism that was actively resisting. 40 minutes of forcing energy to move in a direction it had not been designed to move. His cultivation base began to show signs of fatigue. The reversal was not a mechanism the Conquest System had ever needed to perform. It was operating against its fundamental design logic. When the last of the distributed energy had returned to his cultivation base, Ru Gung's meridians were intact. His harmonious cultivation base was undamaged, and Weibo's hands were shaking, not from weakness, but from the specific exhaustion of forcing a system to operate against its design parameters for 40 consecutive minutes. His cultivation structure felt stretched in new ways, as though he had just discovered muscles in his energy body that were not supposed to be exercised. The distributed energy was back inside him, all of it, reintegrated into his cultivation base. Chu Fenru noted the shaking without commenting on it. She was running her post-crisis assessment on Ru Gung's meridians with clinical precision, tracking recovery patterns, checking for residual damage. "He's fine," she said. "No lasting damage." The Righteous Path method protected his cultivation base structure effectively. Without that, the conflict would have done permanent harm. Weibo withdrew his hand. Ru Gung sat up carefully. He looked at Weibo's still shaking hands. "You didn't know that would work," he said. "No, but you did it anyway. The alternative was your death." Weibo looked at him. That was not an acceptable outcome. Ru Gung was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, carefully, "I know." Chapter 89. The system registered the withdrawal within the hour. He was in Chu Fenru's workroom. She had insisted on monitoring his post-exertion recovery, which Weibo had accepted because arguing with her about medical necessity was not a productive use of time. When the notification arrived in his cultivation sense, it came not as words, but as a structural change in his awareness, a new entry appearing in the system's architecture the way a tool appears in a toolbox after being crafted. Asterisk recursive absorption confirmed. Non-standard mechanism. Dominion claim applied to distributed energy. New capability noted. Classification, Dominion recovery. Conditions, can only be applied to energy-bearing host's original Conquest imprint. Cannot be used for standard external absorption. Asterisk he read it twice. The process of reading it twice was not intellectual. It was physical. He pulled the notification deeper into his focus, examining it from different angles, feeling the way it had integrated into his cultivation base. The system had classified what he had done as a repeatable capability. The language was precise, recursive absorption, a term that did not appear in any of the tier descriptions. Dominion recovery. It had given the new mechanism a name, which meant it was real, which meant it could be used again. What struck him was not the capability itself, but the fact of its existence. He had not planned this. No tier description mentioned it. No prior host had, to Daorong's knowledge, recorded using such a thing. Yet the moment he had needed it, the moment he had applied his dominion authority to a problem that the system's normal mechanisms could not solve, the system had responded by classifying his solution as a capability. The system was not just a set of fixed tools. It was responsive. It observed what hosts did and integrated successful approaches into the broader architecture, which meant hosts could, through their actions, expand what the system was capable of. The implication was significant enough that Weibo spent several minutes simply sitting with it. What struck him next was the negation at the end. Cannot be used for standard external absorption. The system was constraining the capability even as it confirmed it. He could recover distributed energy. He could not use the same mechanism to absorb unconnected cultivators. The system had built guardrails into the capability before it even manifested, preventing the exact escalation path that might have emerged if such a powerful reversal technique could be applied freely. He had generated a new capability by combining existing mechanisms under unusual conditions. The Hollow Monarch's technique residue, the bone-tempering method's reinforcement, the Tier 5 army's outward distribution channel, and his own Dominion authority used in reverse. The system had taken those pieces and synthesized something new. Or had he? The question blurred. What was the difference between a host generating a capability and the system generating one through the host's actions? Maybe there was no difference. Maybe the system was what hosts created through their use of it. Every host who reached a new tier generated new techniques. Every host who survived a crisis discovered new methods. The accumulated knowledge of previous hosts was not just history. It was the system's own growing understanding of what was possible. This thought was different from what Chu Fenru had observed. It was not tenderness. It was something closer to recognition. The Hollow Monarch had told him that the system built empires and did not build judgment. But maybe that was not quite right. Maybe the system built whatever hosts needed, as long as the host was willing to discover it through crisis and action. He told Chu Fenru. She stopped what she was writing. You derived a new ability. The system derived it from what I did. Is there a difference? He thought about it. Practically, no. She looked at the notification he had reproduced in notation form, the careful structure of the system's language visible in his written translation. Her eyes scanned across it, taking in the architecture, the constraints, the implications. She set down her brush and leaned back in her chair. This changes the distribution risk calculus significantly, she said. Her voice had shifted into the analytical register she used for complex problems. If you can recover distributed energy in cases of conflict, the vulnerability the Hollow Monarch described is partially addressed. The torture through vassal approach would still work. An enemy who knew about the capability would deliberately inflict damage to force a recursive absorption, which would distract you from whatever else they were doing. But you'd have a response option rather than only a prevention option. Correct. But there's something else. She was thinking through it as she spoke. You didn't plan this. You created it in crisis. That means there might be other capabilities embedded in the system that no prior host has accessed, because they never faced the specific combination of conditions that would trigger them. The system is not static. It's responsive to what hosts encounter. Weiba considered this. The implications are significant. Yes. She looked at him directly. You should tell Yu Shun and Deng Feia. They received distributions. They need to know there's an exit protocol. If they're ever attacked through the connection you made, they need to understand that you can pull the energy back if you need to save them. That changes how they approach risk. It should change how they approach loyalty, actually. Knowing you have an exit option makes the distribution less of a trap and more of a partnership. He had already intended to inform them. The addition of Chu Fenru's analysis about partnership, that was useful framing. Loyalty maintained through risk was stronger than loyalty maintained through constraint. He stood. The shaking in his hands had mostly stopped. His cultivation base had integrated the 40 minutes of reversal stress, absorbing the knowledge of what was possible and adding it to its available repertoire. He had spent energy forcing a system to work backward. The cost was real, but the capability was also real, and it was repeatable, and it was his now. The Rugung conflict, will it recur? Not with the same energy signature withdrawn. But if you distribute again, I won't distribute to him again. She looked at him. The assessment was sudden, clinical, final. You said that quickly. His cultivation method is incompatible with conquest imprint energy at the current scale. That is a factual assessment, not a preference. He looked at the notification notation. He is more useful as he is. Chu Fenru watched him. Her expression shifted through several registers. Surprise, calculation, something that might have been amusement if Chu Fenru were the type to show amusement. That was almost tender, she said. For you. He left before she could observe his expression or ask what he meant by more useful. The distinction was not tender. It was practical. Rugung, with his existing cultivation and his righteous path methods, could do things the Conquest imprinted version could not. Strength was not always the metric. Sometimes precision was. Sometimes compatibility was. Sometimes the measure of a vassal's value was not in how much power you could give him. He did not think about the empty bench anymore, though he was aware that something had shifted in his approach to the people around him. The Hollow Monarch had warned about judgment. The Conquest System built empires. Judgment was something else. Maybe it was what let you keep the empire once you had built it. Chapter 90, he began activating the ancient Dominion nodes the following week. The 7 accessible nodes were distributed across territories he controlled, 3 inside city perimeters, 2 in mountain-adjacent cultivation zones, and 2 at coastal locations that had once been strategic harbor positions and were now administrative ports. He had identified the precise coordinates from Broken Fist Chin's spatial brand map and sent Yushun and Dao Rong to verify the sites before he moved. The verification took 3 days. All 7 sites matched the spatial brand encoding. The formation cores were dormant but intact, waiting for a Tier 3 or higher host to claim them. Activation required his physical presence. He stood at the first node, a location beneath the city of Scouring Gate, in the bedrock under the old administrative district, and pushed Conquest Authority downward through the stone. He had to dive deep, past the city's foundational layers, past the utility channels and merchant tunnels, into the solid geology that preceded human occupation. The rock deepened. The pressure increased. 300 meters down, he encountered resistance. Not physical, but formation signature resistance. An ancient lock on an ancient repository. The formation core was still there, pulsing with the slow rhythm of ancient dormancy. 800 years had done nothing to the crystal matrix architecture of an ancient Dominion node. The core was not just inert. It was waiting. The architecture recognized him the moment his Dominion authority made contact, not as an intruder, but as the correct key to a lock that had been shaped for his frequency. It recognized his authority with the same mechanical response a lock gives to the right key: resistance, then release. The moment the connection activated, he felt the difference. The formation core began drawing qi from the continental deep structure, the same way a tree draws water from soil. Wei Ba could sense the pathway it was using. Ancient channels carved through the planet's qi structure by an earlier host, 8 centuries ago, designed to tap the deep ambient cultivation fields that existed below normal geographic awareness. The channels opened. Energy began flowing. The ambient qi in a 300-meter radius above the node shifted immediately. Not dramatically. A practitioner without cultivation sense would have noticed nothing. But to his perception, the air around the activation point had a different texture. Denser. More available. The background qi saturation that normally required active circulations or material supplements became passive, the way atmosphere did. A cultivator inside the node's radius could maintain cultivation progress simply by standing still. The formation was not creating qi. It was making qi that already existed in the continent's substrate available to practitioners who could not normally access it. He registered the effect, held the connection open for another 20 minutes to ensure stable integration, then withdrew his Dominion authority. He noted the effect and moved to the next. 7 nodes took 11 days. Not because of the activation work itself. Each activation required 20 minutes of sustained Dominion projection and then the slow process of integration, the system assessing his authority against the ancient host's original specifications and confirming the transfer, but because of the travel distances and the care he took not to draw attention to what he was doing. The ancient node network was knowledge he intended to hold until the optimal moment for deployment, and optimal moments deteriorated when enemies knew what was coming. The second activation was easier. Wei Ba recognized the pattern the moment he reached the formation core. The lock was similar to the first, just with different geographic anchoring. By the third node, his Dominion authority could establish connection in 10 minutes instead of 20. By the fifth, the formation cores were recognizing him proactively, opening their resonance channels the moment his awareness approached. They had been waiting for the correct host for 800 years. They knew what he was the instant they felt him. Each node, once activated, created a localized cultivation-rich zone. Wei Ba began to track the effects. Practitioners in the first activated node's radius reported feeling less cultivation strain within 48 hours. Supplies that had previously been consumed quickly in maintaining cultivation advancement lasted longer. The alchemical compounds that Chu Fenru formulated began showing improved effectiveness, not because she had changed her methods, but because the ambient qi density was higher, and higher qi density meant less waste in the compression process. On the 7th activation, standing in the harbor city's administrative district with his hand against a formation anchor hidden beneath old stone, he felt something new. The first 6 nodes registered his presence as a network event, not individually, simultaneously. The moment his Dominion authority touched the 7th core, all 6 existing connections chimed in response, as though they had been waiting for the network to reach a critical threshold of activation. He felt it through his conquest sense. 11 lights in his awareness, 7 active and 4 dormant, arranged in the geographic pattern of the spatial brand map. When he attended to any individual node, he could sense its status, its ambient qi density, and, with Tier 4's territorial awareness active, the cultivation rank distribution of every practitioner within its radius. The formation cores hummed with a frequency that was almost communication, almost language, each one touching the others across the distances through channels he could not see but could somehow perceive. The resonance frequency was harmonic, not random. Each node carried a specific pitch, and the 7 active nodes were creating a chord that Wei Ba could feel humming through his cultivation base itself. The frequency was not in his ears. It was in his dantian. The network was speaking to him directly through the channels that the ancient host had carved into the continent's chi structure. The dormant 4 were visible as absences in the network, like missing teeth in a formation, like a sentence unfinished. The network was designed for 11 nodes. It wanted completion. It was creating a very subtle pressure toward activation that he could feel even through dormant cores, a sense of incompleteness, of a structure that recognized itself as partial and was pulling toward wholeness. He was standing above the 7th activated node when a memory fragment from the Hollow Monarch's absorption surfaced unexpectedly. Not a visual memory, but a technique impression, the echo of the 800-year-old Tier 6 host whose nodes these had been. The impression was operational, not personal. The host had used the network not just as territorial infrastructure, but as a communication relay, projecting cultivation sense data between nodes to coordinate distributed operations without messengers or spiritual communication tools. The host had not simply activated nodes. The host had made the network think. The implication was staggering. Wei Ba held the impression carefully, examining it from multiple angles. 7 nodes already felt the network's presence in his awareness. What would 11 feel like? What would a complete network allow? He stood in the harbor city's administrative district, feeling the pulse of 7 nodes in his awareness. Each one carried specific information. Node 1, Scouring Gate, reported the cultivation levels of 347 practitioners within its zone. Node 3, Mountain Region, reported resource saturation and ambient chi density fluctuation across the coastal approach. Node 5 showed him the distribution of his own military personnel across the northern territories, their locations visible to him with crystalline precision as long as he held his dominion sense open to the network. He could feel them all simultaneously while maintaining individual focus on any single node. Understanding the way they could talk to each other through formation channels older than the current civilization, Wei Ba recognized what he had glimpsed for the first time. Not just an empire, a nervous system. The nodes were not just infrastructure. They were sense organs. They could feel the chi distribution across 4 provinces simultaneously. They could communicate distress and resource need and strategic positioning without a single word of human speech. An empire built on nodes was not just more powerful than an empire built on messengers and papers. It was faster. It was responsive. It could react to crisis at continental scale with the same speed a cultivator's body reacted to pain. An empire built on nodes could know itself. That was the true capability. Not the power, though power mattered, but the knowledge, the awareness, the ability to sense problems before they became critical and respond before enemies even understood the threat existed. He compressed the implication into a single strategic note. The network was not complete. It was not fully functional. 7 nodes could coordinate. 11 nodes would be able to think strategically, to anticipate movement, to prepare responses to threats that had not yet materialized. But when all 11 nodes were activated, the empire that controlled it would be able to think. That was different from simply being strong. That was evolution. Chapter 91 Node 7 carried an echo, not residual ambient energy. The nodes all had that. This was different. A concentrated cultivation impression, still present after 8 centuries, because the ancient host had apparently stored something in the node deliberately rather than simply activating it as infrastructure. Wei Ba absorbed the echo. It was not energy in the conventional sense. It did not add to his cultivation base or require compression. It was experiential residue, the preserved consciousness impression of a practitioner who had, at some point in the ancient empire's history, stood in this node and recorded a specific understanding into the formation core for whoever came next. The impression resolved into 2 components. First, technical. The ancient host's Tier 6 capability, the edict, had not been used as a combat technique. It had been used to end a war. The host had projected a conquest edict of sufficient scale across an entire contested region, compelling all combatants within the edict's reach to cease hostilities. Not by defeating them. By issuing a command backed by Tier 6 spiritual force that overrode the cultivators will directly below a certain rank threshold, and that cultivators above the threshold could choose to resist, but chose not to, because the alternative was to be seen opposing an edict at a moment when every lesser cultivator present had already complied. The edict had worked once. Wei Ba stood in the node's resonance field and let the memory unfold further. The ancient host's recall was precise. The specific geometry of the edict's projection, the particular distribution of spiritual force required to maintain compulsion across a distance of 200 kilometers, the moment when the projecting cultivator felt the entire contested zones combined while pressing back against the projection. The edict had held. Every combatant, without exception, had ceased hostilities. The warfare that had been destroying a region for 3 years had stopped in a single moment. The second component of the impression was what happened afterward. The moment the edict expired, and Tier 6 capabilities were not sustained indefinitely, they burned through whatever temporal window the activating host's reserves could maintain. Every cultivator who had been compelled remembered the compulsion. The ancient host's stored memory showed Wei Ba this moment with perfect clarity. It was not a rational recognition. It was an experiential shock, the sudden return of autonomous will, the rediscovery that the cultivator's own choices had been suspended, overridden, subjected to another person's command. Whatever allegiances had existed before the edict, territorial loyalties, sect affiliations, personal honor codes, all of them collapsed under the weight of that shared grievance. They had not turned against each other. They had turned against the source of their compulsion. The ancient host had ended a war with the edict and started a different kind of war with its aftermath. This time, not military, but existential. A unified opposition to someone who had successfully demonstrated the capability to remove cultivators' autonomy. The ancient host had not survived that unified opposition. The impression ended there. The stored memory became abstract, fragmented sequences of the host trying to suppress an uprising, then trying to negotiate with it, then abandoning the city and dying of self-inflicted wounds in the wilderness rather than be taken alive by the people the edict had compelled. Wei Ba stood in the node's field for a long time. He had been told, by multiple sources, that the Tier 6 transition was dangerous. What he had been told was a mechanism, the edict compulsion feedback that killed previous hosts. What the echo in Node 7 had told him was something different, the human cost of using the edict correctly, without the fatal feedback, at maximum effective range. The trap was not in the deployment. It was in the aftermath. An edict used at full scale would create an opposition that no amount of power, no matter how advanced the tier, could overcome once the compulsion expired and the compelled cultivators rediscovered their autonomy. He filed both pieces of information in the part of his strategy architecture he reserved for capabilities that could not be used without irreversible consequence. Alongside Su Tian's realm boundary weapon, alongside the armature formation's full potential, alongside every mechanism in the system that created more problems than it solved. Then he went to find Dao Rong, because if Node 7 carried a tactical echo about the edict, the other nodes might carry similar information. And if they did, he needed to know what the ancient host had learned about Tier 5 and beyond before using that knowledge himself. Chapter 92. The Continental Alliance came back. Grand Marshal Deng Feihe had defected 8 months ago, and the Alliance had spent that time reorganizing under new command, building a structure that could operate without its previous commander's doctrine and without the weaknesses he had known and used. They had been quiet long enough that Wei Ba had assessed the silence as either strategic regrouping or internal collapse. It was strategic regrouping. The new commander was identified first by intelligence reports from Zhao Qingshan's network, a woman named High Marshal Su Tian, appointed from the Northern Coalition's military schools, with a record of siege engagement rather than open battle. She had never lost a siege campaign. She had won 3 that the historical record had called unwinnable. Her tactical philosophy, per Qingshan's informants, was, attrition favors the defense, and the defense with more resources always wins. She did not attack. She cut supply lines. Not all of them simultaneously. A full theater supply interdiction would have been too broad to sustain and too obvious to avoid. What she did was targeted, methodical, and designed to take months rather than weeks. Key trade routes, specific cultivation material convoys, the distribution channels for medicinal resources that Chu Fenru's alchemical network depended on for Dominion compression support. She was not trying to starve Wei Ba's territories of resources overnight. She was constructing a timeline where resources gradually became scarce, where the certainty of scarcity would increase daily, where cultivators would begin rationing cultivation materials because they had seen the supply curves trending downward for weeks before any actual shortage arrived. Wei Ba received Qingshan's intelligence assessment on a Wednesday morning and spent 2 hours reviewing it against his supply inventory before calling the Strategic Council. He mapped each identified interdiction point against his current cultivation material reserves, calculated depletion curves for each major city, ran through the cascade of failures that would follow if Chu Fenru's alchemical operations lost their supply chains. Deng Fei's tactical assessment was the most direct answer. She is betting on time, Deng Fei said, when the situation was laid out. He had no difficulty analyzing the approach. He had used versions of it himself. At current consumption rates, and with the interdictions active, your cultivation support operations lose viable supply in approximately 80 days. After that, practitioners in your cities can't perform Dominion compression recovery. Absorption becomes self-limiting. Your advancement stops. And hers continues, Yushin said. And hers continues. Deng Fei looked at the maps with the professional respect someone showed when analyzing an opponent's superior execution. She watched our tactics for 2 years. She knows direct engagement produces losses that favor us. She is removing the variable that gives us the engagement advantage. The supply shortage creates a requirement for her to only defend. We have to attack to survive the shortage, and attacking into a prepared defense costs resources faster than defending costs her anything. Ru Geng said, "Can we break the interdiction?" "Militarily, yes, on individual routes," Deng Fei has said. "She's not holding the routes. She's destroying them. Ambush and withdraw, burning caches, creating supply uncertainty rather than supply blockade. Every time we secure one route, she moves to another. The approach requires less force than defense and produces the same result. It's elegant work." Weiba had been looking at the maps since the briefing began. The interdiction pattern showed a deep understanding of Weiba's own supply network. Someone had analyzed not just his current distribution, but his capacity for adaptation. Su Tian had built her campaign around removing Weiba's most flexible resource, the ability to shift supply sources when one was disrupted. He said, "She does not know about the node network." The room was quiet. "The 7 active nodes," he said. "Within their radius, ambient qi regenerates from the formation's ambient draw rather than requiring material input. Practitioners in active node zones do not need conventional cultivation materials for standard practice. The interdiction model assumes conventional supply dependency." He looked at the council. "It assumes incorrectly. She built the 80-day calculation based on conventional cultivation support. If practitioners can draw ambient qi directly from the nodes, the timeline doesn't exist." Chapter 93: The 70-day supply crisis that Su Tian's model projected never materialized. Weiba accelerated the node network activation. The 4 remaining dormant nodes were inside contested or neutral territory. Acquiring them required movement and negotiation rather than simple deployment. He sent Yushun to negotiate provisional access agreements with 2 of the neutral zone territories, offering administrative partnership in exchange for cultivation zone access. The terms were straightforward. Weiba's empire managed the node sites as regional cultivation development infrastructure, and the territories received a share of the ambient qi regeneration benefit. He was not threatening them. He was offering them the same value they would get if they held the nodes themselves, with the added advantage of having Weiba's military guarantee behind the site. Both neutrals accepted within 11 days. The other 2 nodes were inside contested areas held by minor alliance affiliates. Those required force. Deng Fei coordinated a series of precision strikes, not city-taking operations, but specific node site seizures that lasted 18 hours each, minimized casualties, and established enough territorial presence to permit node activation before withdrawing to defensible positions. The objective was not conquest. It was 10 minutes of undisputed control at each node. Weiba activated all 4 personally, moving under military cover across 400 kilometers of contested territory in 9 days. The journey itself was an exercise in precision. Every route had to avoid major alliance concentrations. Every node activation had to happen in a fixed temporal window so that Deng Fei's cover forces could withdraw on schedule. Every cultivator involved had to understand the exact moment when the activation was complete and the retreat began. By day 32 of Su Tian's projected 80-day siege window, he had 11 active nodes. The effect on his empire's supply situation was immediate and measurable. The 7 city-adjacent nodes converted their surrounding districts into ambient qi zones where practitioners could maintain and advance cultivation without conventional material support. The difference appeared within days. Chu Fenru's alchemical operations shifted from crisis mode resource allocation to long-term capacity building. The pressure on supply lines that Su Tian had been applying became, not irrelevant, but substantially less decisive. Su Tian's mathematical model had been perfect for its assumptions. Its assumptions had been wrong. He sent Su Tian a single message. Not a threat. An update. Asterisk: the supply timeline your planning assumed has changed. I suggest revising the model. Asterisk: she did not respond for 4 days. Her response, when it came, was also brief. Asterisk noted. Revising. Asterisk: he understood. Reading this, that she had been monitoring the node activations through her intelligence network. She had not expected them. She was revising her assessment of the campaign's viable approach. She was, in other words, a serious opponent who could absorb information about a major shift in conditions and integrate it into a new plan without panic or defensiveness. That kind of methodical response was more dangerous than escalation. It meant she already had contingency models prepared. He told Deng Feihe. She sends acknowledgments rather than escalations. Map her response time pattern. She decides quickly but confirms slowly. She already has the escalation prepared before she sends the acknowledgement. What escalation? Deng Feihe said. I don't know yet. Something she's been holding in reserve for a threat she anticipated. He paused. She has been in this campaign for 3 months. She has not used everything she brought. Deng Feihe's scouts reported the answer 10 days later. Chapter 94. The spatial brand's full geometry revealed itself on the day Wei Ba was calculating the defensive formation capacity of 11 simultaneously active nodes. He had been reviewing what the ancient host's node Echo had told him, that the network had been used as a communications relay, and had been attempting to extrapolate whether the relay function scaled with the number of active nodes or whether it was a baseline capability. He pulled the spatial brand's structural schematic from his Dantian and examined the 11-node pattern against the geographical coordinates. The pattern was not a relay. He looked at it for a long time, running the geometric analysis 3 times to ensure he was reading the spatial relationships correctly. The formation's structure resolved into something that was simultaneously simpler and far more complex than a relay. Simpler in that it did not require active conscious orchestration. The nodes would communicate on their own once the formation was complete. More complex in that each node's position had been chosen with perfect precision. A single node position shifted by even a few kilometers would have broken the geometry entirely. It was a formation anchor set. Specifically, the 11 marked positions, when activated simultaneously and aligned in the correct sequence, formed the support points of a continental-scale defensive formation. Not a standard cultivation formation. Something older, something that predated the current cultivation realm's architectural conventions. The formation required precisely 11 anchors at precisely these locations, which was why the ancient host had chosen these 11 specific sites among dozens of possible node locations. There was no flexibility in the design. There was no possibility of substituting different locations or adding supplementary anchors. 11 nodes, 11 positions, 0 tolerance for variance. He sent for Dao Rong immediately. Dao Rong arrived and looked at the geometry with the intense focus of a scholar encountering a text he had been searching for without knowing it. His hands trembled slightly as he traced the line-of-sight relationships between the node positions. For minutes passed. The silence stretched. The armature formation, he said finally. You know it. I know of it. There are 3 references in the oldest texts, all describing it as theoretical, as a formation designed by a practitioner who understood the continental chi structure at a level that no one has since matched. The texts say it was never completed because the practitioner died before activating it. He looked at Wei Ba directly. Except they were wrong. The practitioner completed it. They built the node network as the physical anchors and the spatial brand as the activation key. He paused, his voice dropping. The formation absorbs incoming realm boundary weapons and redirects the energy back through the anchor network. What is a realm boundary weapon? Dao Rong met his gaze. His scholar's precision gave way to something heavier. A formation that collapses a cultivation zone's ambient chi field entirely. It was designed specifically to counter node networks like this one. The only power that makes using one strategically viable is a continental-level military coalition that can afford to damage the ambient chi environment of their own territory if it means destroying their enemies. He paused, choosing the next words carefully. It requires 30 years to complete and is effectively impossible to obtain without the resources of the largest sect alliances. Only 3 in recorded history have been built. Wei Ba was very still. Su Tian has one. I believe so, Dao Rong said. She has been in this campaign for 3 months. She has been patient and methodical and willing to absorb losses. She has something she is waiting to use. Something that would justify the 80-day timeline, justify accepting the loss of surprise, justify every methodical choice she has made. He looked at the node geometry again. And you have had the counter-weapon in your Dantian since Chapter 3. The spatial brand isn't just a marker. It's an activation key for a defensive system that was designed 8 centuries ago specifically to handle a weapon like the one she is preparing to deploy. Chapter 95. The realm boundary weapons deployment came on day 47. Deng Feihe's scouts had identified the weapon system's preparation stages 2 weeks earlier. The particular formation bearer deployment patterns required to position a realm boundary weapon were distinctive, and Deng Feihe had been watching for them with the precision of someone who understood what weapons at this scale looked like. He had the notification to Wei Ba within 6 hours of the deployment beginning, which gave them 11 days. Su Tian had staged the weapon outside 5 of Wei Ba's 11 active nodes, the perimeter nodes, the ones in contested territory that were hardest to defend. Her plan was straightforward. Fire the weapon through the perimeter nodes first, collapsing the ambient chi fields in the outer network, then advance on the disconnected node sites, while Wei Ba's empire adjusted to the loss of supply independence. 5 nodes down, 6 remaining, and a network that could no longer sustain the scale of operations he had been running. The remaining 6 nodes would be isolated from each other. The formation would break. The advantage would shift decisively. Wei Ba needed all 11 nodes active simultaneously when the weapon fired, which meant the 5 perimeter nodes needed to be in his hands at firing time, and they needed to be activated in the precise sequence that the armature formation's ancient design demanded. He moved in the second day after notification. He did not take the perimeter nodes with military occupation. There was not enough time, and the resources required would have depleted his operational capacity before the weapon fired. He took them with the specific mechanism he had spent 11 days practicing since discovering the armature formation's requirements. Sequential activation of the nodes in the ancient formation's alignment order, with each node's activation signal propagating through the network to the others. The first node activated would communicate with the second, creating a formation lock that would guide the third, and so on. The formation would build itself if the nodes were activated in the correct order. Deng Feihe's forces provided cover at each node site, holding defensive positions long enough for Wei Ba to complete each activation without interference. The fighting was tactical rather than decisive, enough force to prevent interference with the activation process, not enough to hold the sites permanently. Wei Ba activated each node and withdrew under cover, leaving the site at military risk, but with the activation complete and the formation connection established. The perimeter nodes fell back to Su Tian's advancing forces within hours of Wei Ba's withdrawal. The temporary occupation had served its purpose. On the 11th day, all 11 nodes were active and aligned. The formation was complete. The activation sequence had propagated through the entire network. Every node was in perfect geometric alignment with the others, waiting for the trigger that would transform them from dormant infrastructure into an active continental defense system. He was at node 11, the final anchor point, when Su Tian fired. The realm boundary weapon was a column of cultivated chi so dense and geometrically precise that it looked, at the edge of his perception, like a geometric shape rather than an energy discharge. It moved through the ambient chi field of his empire's outer territories at the speed of formation propagation, not slow, but not instantaneous, targeting the node network at the points of lowest formation integrity. The weapon's accuracy was perfect. The targeting was impeccable. Su Tian had been given all the time she needed to calculate the precise moment and method of deployment. He activated the armature formation through the spatial brand. The 11 nodes resonated simultaneously. What happened next was not visible from the outside. It was a formation event, not a physical one. The realm boundary weapon's energy hit the armature formation's outer membrane, and the formation took it, absorbed it the way a cultivator's meridians absorb chi, and distributed the absorbed energy through the 11 anchor points simultaneously. The formation was not a defense that deflected. It was a consumption system that took the incoming destruction and converted it into something else. The formation complete, the energy had to go somewhere. It went into his cultivation base. The realm boundary weapon's accumulated power, redirected through the armature formation's channels, poured into his meridians with the force of a cultivation breakthrough that had been waiting to happen. His void crossing stage 2 cultivation base cracked open under the influx. The advancement happened before he could even register that the weapon had hit. Chapter 96. He advanced to void crossing stage 3 before the formation's energy distribution finished. The realm boundary weapon had been designed as a 30-year cultivation project by the Alliance's best formation masters. It held enough ambient chi destruction capacity to collapse a city's cultivation zone for a decade. Redirected through the armature formation directly into his meridians, it was the largest single cultivation input he had ever experienced. The breakthrough happened almost instantaneously. His stage 2 cultivation base could not contain the influx, so it expanded. His understanding of the void crossing realm deepened under the pressure. New cultivation pathways opened. He spent 7 hours in post-advancement consolidation while Deng Feihe's forces held the 5 perimeter nodes against Su Tian's now weaponless advance. The consolidation itself was physically exhausting in a way that ordinary cultivation advancement was not. The breakthrough had been sudden. The integration was methodical. He sat inside a sealed chamber, and let his meridians recalibrate to the new void crossing Stage 3 baseline. The advance stalled. Su Tian had built her campaign around the realm boundary weapon. Without it, her tactical options reduced to standard military engagement, the category of engagement in which Wei Ba's empire held clear advantages. Deng Fei's forces were stronger. The node network was providing cultivation support. The continental formation was now proven to work. She did not continue the assault against the perimeter nodes. She withdrew her forward forces to defensible positions and began the reassessment that a methodical commander performs when a campaign's primary assumption has failed. The coalition read the withdrawal as retreat. 3 of the 12 alliance sect heads issued withdrawal notifications within the week. Their reasoning was practical rather than political. They had committed resources to a campaign that had been structured around the realm boundary weapon's decisive impact. Without the weapon, the campaign's timeline and outcome were different calculations than the ones they had accepted when joining. They did their own calculations and withdrew. Wei Ba sent no messengers to the withdrawing sections. He updated the territory acquisition notation on his maps instead. 3 marks became acquisition targets. Then he sat with Dao Rong and reviewed the entire node geometry, calculating how the completion of the armature formation's absorption event had changed his cultivation profile. The weapon had given him stage advancement and technical knowledge simultaneously. The formation had absorbed more than energy. It had transferred something of its ancient host's understanding into Wei Ba's cultivation base. He could feel it in the way his new meridians aligned with the formation anchors. The nodes were no longer infrastructure he was using. They were part of his cultivation base now. Zhao Qingshan, reviewing the notation list, said, "You're not going to celebrate." "There is nothing to celebrate. The territories are marked. The acquisition terms will be offered through Ru Geng's administrative channel. If they accept, they accept. If they refuse, the notation remains." Qingshan looked at him carefully. He had known Wei Ba long enough to recognize when the strategic mind had moved past the current moment. You realize most conquerors make a speech at this point. The weapon deployed against you has been destroyed. The coalition is fracturing. The territories are capitulating. This is the kind of moment that becomes a story people tell for centuries. I am aware of what conquerors do. Then you have a speech prepared. Wei Ba looked at the territory maps, tracing the power distribution lines that the armature formation had created. The nodes were not just defensive anchors anymore. They were cultivation infrastructure that could sustain indefinite advancement. The continental formation was not just a weapon. It was a power structure that he had inherited from 8 centuries ago, intact and waiting. The weapon that had been deployed against him had not destroyed him. It had accelerated his progression towards something the ancient host had set in motion before Wei Ba was even born. "Hold the nodes," he said quietly. "Begin administrative contact with the 3 withdrawing sections. Get me Su Tian's location." Qingshan made a note and went to work, leaving Wei Ba alone in the war room with the maps. "No speech," he said quietly to no one in particular. There was nothing to celebrate because the breakthrough itself was not an ending. It was an acceleration point. The real implications were still days away from manifesting. Chapter 97 Su Tian's location, per Qingshan's intelligence. A fortified cultivation outpost 50 kilometers behind her former front line, where she had moved her command after the withdrawal. The position was defensible, situated at high elevation with multiple escape routes. It was the position of a commander who was not yet finished with the engagement. She sent a message through the standard military communication channel before Wei Ba's scouts could establish contact. The message read, "I would like to speak." He was in his war room, reviewing the tactical situation with Deng Feihe when it arrived. Deng Feihe watched him read it, waiting for a response. Wei Ba set the message aside and continued the review. The tactical situation was straightforward. Su Tian had lost her advantage and her coalition support. Everything that remained was logistics and administrative acquisition. The interesting part of this engagement had ended. When the review was complete, he told Yushun to prepare a meeting site in neutral territory and sent a brief acceptance. The meeting was at dawn, 3 days later, at a border post between his territory and hers, equidistant, adequately defensible for both parties, with sufficient open ground that ambush would be visible before it was useful. Wei Ba did not expect betrayal. Su Tian was too methodical for sudden violence. But he expected preparation. He expected backup positions and contingency deployments. He came with Yushun and 2 guards. She came alone. She was younger than her operational record had suggested, early 40s, where a commander with her reputation usually read as older. She had the physical economy of movement that came from years in high-stakes environments. Nothing wasted, nothing unnecessary. Her shoulders were aligned for combat readiness, even at rest. She looked at him the way generals looked at things they had been fighting. with the specific assessment of someone who had spent months modeling an opponent and was now checking the model against the original. The assessment lasted several seconds. Weiba could see her recalibrating something in her mind. You had the armature formation, she said. Since when? Since the campaign began. She looked at him. And you waited until I used the realm boundary weapon to activate it. The armature formation required the realm boundary weapon's energy to function at full capacity. Without a sufficient energy input, it activates but doesn't advance my cultivation base. I needed you to fire first. Weiba was being precise. Su Tian deserved accuracy. The formation was designed as a reactive system. I could not advance without a trigger. You provided it. She absorbed this. Her face showed no visible reaction, but her hands tightened briefly at her sides. She had spent 3 years acquiring the weapon. She had integrated it into a continental military strategy. She had calculated the optimal deployment parameters. And all of that had served Wei Ba's cultivation advancement instead of her own strategic objectives. I spent 3 years acquiring that weapon. I know. A long silence. The dawn light was spreading across the neutral ground between them. I don't hate you for it, she said finally. It was better strategy than mine. She looked at the neutral ground between them. I came to offer terms. I came because continuing this engagement is mathematically impossible. My primary asset is destroyed or has been converted to your advantage, depending on how you choose to count it. My coalition is fractured. I have 9 sect heads who are watching the 3 withdrawals and recalculating the value of remaining in this conflict. She met his gaze. I came to find out what terms would produce an agreement that doesn't require a decision between submission and continued losses. He said, your empire's military arm joins mine. You continue as High Marshal under operational authority defined by Deng Feihe's current command structure. Your territories become administrative regions under my governance framework with existing local authority structures retained. That is acquisition. Yes. The alternative is the remaining 9 sects negotiating individually, which produces 9 different agreements, each of which takes longer and produces less consistent terms. The outcome is the same. The timeline is different. He looked at her. You have spent 3 years doing precise work. The work ends here. The question is whether you end with it or continue in a different capacity. She was quiet. The assessment she had done was continuing in her eyes. You didn't bring Deng Feihe to this meeting. He would have been a complication. He was my colleague for 11 years. I know. She looked at the dawn light, letting it move across her face. Weiba waited. This was the moment where a decision was being made, and it was not a simple choice between victory and defeat. It was a choice between ending a war and becoming something else within the context of that war's resolution. I'll need 30 days. 20. She held his gaze. The calculation happened quickly. Acceptable. I'll integrate my command with your administrative structure in 20 days. Chapter 98. Zhao Qingshan had been negotiating with Mountain Bone Sect for 3 weeks when Wei Ba reviewed the terms and made a decision Qingshan had not been authorized to make. The negotiation had been straightforward in structure. Mountain Bone Sect offered cultivation zone access for 60 days in exchange for a non-aggression clause. Qingshan had been instructed to accept only cultivation zone access for 60 days. Nothing more, nothing additional, no clauses that complicated the simple geographic goal. 2 of the 11 armature formation nodes were inside Mountain Bone Sect's territory. Wei Ba wanted access to activate them. That was the entire objective. Qingshan reported back on day 21. The sect had agreed. Full terms accepted. Wei Ba read the summary, then the full document. He read it a second time, slower. When did they agree? Day 3, Qingshan said. Wei Ba read it again, his eyes tracing the timeline that Qingshan had appended to the final contract. Mountain Bone Sect agreed to open their cultivation zones within 3 days of opening negotiations. Yes. Without counteroffer. They proposed minor adjustments that I declined, and they withdrew. Wei Ba set down the document. He understood what he was reading. The sect had not negotiated. They had not made counteroffers or extended discussions. They had accepted immediately, which meant they had not needed time to consider Wei Ba's proposal. They had already considered it. They had been waiting for it. They wanted us inside their territory. Qingshan's expression shifted. You delivered me to a trap. Qingshan stood very still. He had a specific response to this kind of recognition. He did not apologize. He did not minimize. He went immediately to usefulness. What do you need? Everything Dao Rong has on Mountain Bone Sect. Everything your network has on their current internal structure. I need to know who the relevant actor is and what they want. Wei Ba picked up the document again, reading the agreement language with new understanding. And I need to know why someone sophisticated enough to lay this trap agreed too fast. What does agreeing too fast tell you? It tells me they've been waiting longer than 3 days. They've been waiting for you to arrive, and they accepted the moment they had what they needed. Weibo traced the agreement timeline again. Day 1 through Day 3 were the entire negotiation window. But the negotiation had not been a negotiation at all. It had been a closing ceremony for a trap that had been set weeks or months before. The trap is already set, which means I have no reason not to walk into it, because the nodes are inside, and the nodes are worth whatever they've prepared. If I refuse the agreement, I don't get the nodes. If I accept, I get the nodes and whatever trap they're holding. He was already moving toward the archive chamber. The trap is a known variable now. You cannot avoid a trap once you understand it's there. You can only accept it as the cost of getting what you actually need. Chapter 99, he entered Mountain Bone Sect territory with Yushun and 30 elite cultivators. Full Dominion node network active, Conquest System running at maximum range. The zone was as described, a mountain cultivation region with rich ambient qi and well-maintained sect infrastructure. The cultivation paths were old but precise. The sect had been maintaining them for centuries. The air itself felt different inside the territory, thicker with qi, more responsive to cultivation technique. This was not simply a sect location. It was a cultivation ground where multiple generations of cultivators had reinforced the ambient field with deliberate precision. The nodes were where the armature formation map indicated, deep in the mountain range's core, accessible through a series of cultivation paths that required 2 days of mountain travel. Weibo could feel them pulling at the formation network in his dantian as he approached. The nodes were dormant but present. He could sense their resonance frequency. The first day of travel took him and his group through progressively denser cultivation zones. The mountain paths degraded from established roads to barely marked cultivation trails. The ambient qi became richer. Weibo's conquest sense was running at maximum range, scanning for practitioners, traps, formation nodes, anything that would indicate active hostility. He found nothing. The zone was inhabited. He could feel the presence of other cultivators in the deeper mountain areas, but they were not attacking. They were observing. He activated the first node on day 1. The activation process was now familiar. Align his personal cultivation base with the node's resonance frequency. Push a transmission pulse through the spatial brand in his dantian. Let the formation network recognize the activation and register it across all other active nodes. The first node accepted the activation. The formation network flickered and registered the confirmation, 1 of 2. The second node on day 2. The mountains were beautiful in a severe way. The cultivation zones carved through the rock seemed to have been designed by someone who understood both aesthetics and tactical positioning. The pathways curved in ways that maximized the ambient qi density while minimizing direct sight lines. The whole mountain seemed to have been laid out as a maze that cultivators could walk, but that would slow any military advance to a crawl. The armature formation network registered the completion, all 11 active, all aligned. The formation was complete. Every node in the ancient continental system was now energized and ready. Weibo's cultivation base felt the unified resonance of all 11 positions simultaneously, a sensation like standing at the center of a spiderweb and feeling every thread vibrate in harmony. He had what he came for. He was preparing the return route when Chu Fenru's spiritual communication reached him. The formation sealing the cultivation zone's exits had just activated. Not the mountain perimeter. Every exit from the inner cultivation zone simultaneously. The message was a simple statement of fact, not a warning or a desperate call. Fenru was reporting what had happened, leaving Weibo to decide what it meant. He turned. Behind him, the mountain caught fire. Not ordinary fire. Formation fire, cold light, geometric burn pattern, designed to constrain rather than destroy. It was the kind of fire that told practitioners were not to go rather than threatening them with the full force of immolation. The formation was aggressive but elegant. It showed its scale without overcommitting. It filled the valleys and canyons with light, but did not burn the living rock. It was the kind of fire that someone had spent decades learning to control. Shen Lihua walked out of the mountain. She was older than he had expected, or rather, she carried her years differently than most cultivators he had encountered at her apparent level. Most practitioners at nascent soul rank and above had the specific preserved quality of someone whose body had been reinforced by decades of cultivation, faces unmarked by time, hair held in eternal youth by the reinforcement of qi. She had that too, but she also had the specific weight of someone who had been carrying something for a very long time and had decided, at last, to set it down. The years were not in her physical form. They were in the way she moved, the deliberateness of each gesture, the precision of her attention. She had been at Tier 4 for 60 years without advancing. 60 years of suppressed advancement, of deliberate cultivation stasis, of watching cultivators stronger than she was, but knowing she had chosen to stop them from becoming stronger. She looked at him. 42 conquest hosts, she said. Her voice was precisely measured, a scholar's voice rather than a warrior's. All dead. Not one of them survived the Tier 6 transition. Chapter 100. She spoke for 11 hours. Not continuously. They were sitting on opposite sides of the path, with the formation fire burning steadily behind her, and Yu Shen's hand on his sword hilt and 30 cultivators doing their best to appear calm in the presence of someone who had just sealed them inside a mountain range. The gathering space was sealed at multiple points. There were 4 exits from the inner cultivation zone, and all 4 were now blocked by formation fire. The only passage out was the passage that Shun Lihua controlled. The sealing formation had 48 hours before it collapsed inward. She had said it herself. She explained this in the first hour, along with the mechanism she had built over 30 years to ensure that every cultivator inside Mountain Bone Sect was at a rank precisely above Wei Ba's safe absorption threshold. Not to destroy him. To ensure that the interior of this zone offered him no absorption targets, no resource extraction, no power gain, no cultivation materials from other cultivators, only conversation. She had removed everything he could take so that he would have nothing to do but listen. He listened. The first thing she told him, the Tier 6 transition was not simply dangerous. Every previous host had used the edict in a moment of desperation, an impossible situation, a wall that could not be overcome through any lower-tier capability, a moment where the system offered the edict as the solution. And every time a host used the edict in desperation, they triggered a feedback. The desperation itself was the activation mechanism. The Conquest System was reading the state of panic, the recognition of defeat, the moment when the cultivator believed they had exhausted all other options. And the system used that psychological state as the key to activate the edict. Once activated from a state of desperation, the edict created a self-consumption feedback loop in the cultivator's own cultivation base. The cultivator's panic became the mechanism that destroyed them. The trap was not the edict itself. The trap was the need for it. She explained how the system had identified desperation across multiple tiers, how the psychological state rather than the raw cultivation level was what triggered the self-consumption feedback. Desperation at Tier 6 activated the protocol that had killed 42 previous hosts. The system was specifically designed to identify cultivators under sufficient pressure that they would use the edict, and it was specifically designed to destroy cultivators at that moment of maximum desperation. The more necessary the edict became, the more certain the feedback would be. The second thing she told him, the Conquest System was not designed by a heaven sovereign for personal power. It was designed as a recruitment mechanism, a method for identifying practitioners with a specific psychological profile and advancing them precisely to the point where their accumulated power could be channeled into a larger structure. A throne, an infrastructure that had been maintaining a dead empire for 10,000 years. The 11 nodes were not cultivation infrastructure in the standard sense. They were anchor points for a celestial governance system that had existed before the current cultivation realm's recorded history. The ancient host who had designed the node network had not been building independent infrastructure. They had been building a throne for their successor. And the succession mechanism operated through the Conquest System, which identified cultivators with the precise psychological profile needed to manage a dead empire. The third thing she told him, she was not Mountain Bone Sect's supreme elder. She was host 41. He absorbed this. 41 was not a low number. 41 meant she had been preceded by 40 other hosts across however many centuries the system had been operating. 40 hosts who had activated the Conquest System and been transformed by it. 40 hosts who had been progressively advanced towards something that the ancient host had designed. Then he asked, "You stopped yourself at Tier 4? Yes. After I understood what I was being advanced toward. How long did that understanding take? 12 years of research after I reached Tier 4. She looked at the formation fire. I could not unstop myself. The deliberate suppression of the Tier 5 advancement mechanism had created a feedback in my own cultivation base that could not be resolved without external intervention. I have been at Tier 4 for 60 years. And you have been watching for the next activation. Yes. The system activates when there is a practitioner with the right combination of strategic capability and psychological profile. I was watching for someone who could reach Tier 5 without being driven into desperation. Someone who could be offered the system's power without immediately triggering the self-consumption mechanism. Why help me? She looked at him directly. Because when I watched the previous hosts, every one of them thought about the power they were building. You think about the things that power costs. That is not a character trait I have observed in any previous host. She paused. And because among the 42 archived hosts, 39 went eagerly into the trap. 2 fought it and died fighting. The Hollow Monarch stopped partway and preserved himself in suspension. I wanted to see what happened if a host understood the trap before arriving at it. And the mountain is on fire, he said. You've sealed all the exits. Yes. I've given us 48 hours before the formation collapses. That is long enough for you to hear the full explanation of what you are about to accept, and long enough for you to make a decision in full knowledge of the consequences. She met his gaze. I cannot prevent the Tier 6 transition. I cannot prevent the desperation that comes with that advancement. What I can do is ensure you understand what desperation is triggering before you reach that moment. You've been trying to save me. I've been trying to save everyone else, she said. If there is a version of you that survives Tier 7, everyone else benefits. If there isn't, I have at least ensured you have more information going in than any previous host. The system has been operating for 10,000 years. Maybe it's finally time for someone who understands the cost of the Empire to try managing it. He looked at the formation fire, at the 48-hour collapse timer she had built into the structure, at the 30 cultivators on his side who were all listening to this conversation with the kind of careful attention that would later appear in their written reports. He looked at xianxia, at the weight of 60 years of suppressed advancement, at the specific precision of someone who had made a decision decades ago and had been living with the consequences ever since. The Tier 6 transition, he said. Is there a version that doesn't trigger the self-consumption protocol? She looked at him. That, she said, is why I have been watching you for 17 years. The mountain burned around them, patient and cold, with the geometric precision of a formation built by someone who had had 60 years to get it right. The countdown ticked forward. The implications spiraled outward in directions that had no clear resolution. Chapter 101. The formation settled into a rhythm that Wei Ba recognized from the sealed meditation chambers of his early cultivation days. Not hostile, but complete. Every surface of the stone enclosure glowed with a pale luminescence generated by the formation itself, a slow pulse that matched xianxia's breathing. She had designed it with precision. Wei Ba felt the attention to detail in every element. She sat across from him on the cool stone. 30 cultivators remained at the outer perimeter of the sealed zone, their presence distant enough to feel like solitude. Wei Ba could still sense them through the formation, their cultivation bases like individual fires in darkness. Yu Xun was among them. Even through the barrier, Wei Ba felt his lieutenant's absolute stillness. Yu Xun had not moved his hand toward his sword hilt in 8 hours. That was significant information. The Tier 6 self-consumption trap, Wei Ba said. Not a question. A statement he wanted her to explain completely. You described it as desperation triggering the edict. What happens if there is no desperation? Xianxia considered this. She had been waiting for this question. Wei Ba understood this from the way she paused, not thinking of an answer, but deciding which answer was most useful. After 60 years of preparation, she had learned how to be precise with her words. Nothing happens immediately, she said. The edict waits. It can wait indefinitely. I have known hosts who reach Tier 5 and stop there. The system doesn't care. It has eternity. She shifted her weight. But desperation is just one configuration of psychological collapse. The edict is programmed to activate at multiple thresholds, not just desperation. Certainty also activates it. Or epiphany. Or simple inevitability. The mechanism is flexible. It adapts to different types of minds. Wei Ba did not respond immediately. He considered the structure of what she had said. The mechanism was not fixed. It was adaptive. This meant that resistance had to be adaptive as well. It meant that fighting it directly was likely futile. The system had 5,000 years of data about how hosts resisted. It had learned to work around direct opposition. You've reached the threshold, he asked. 7 times, xianxia said. Her voice remained measured. She had anticipated this question as well. Over 60 years. Each time I pulled back. Each time the pressure receded. I learned to recognize the pattern early and intervene before the compulsion solidified. Wei Ba waited for her to continue. She would provide more information if he let the silence persist. Interrupting her would truncate the explanation. The sensation comes first, she said after a moment. Not pain. A weight. A weight that feels like it's pressing from inside your own bones. It starts in the cultivation base and spreads upward through the meridians. You have perhaps an hour to acclimate before the discomfort becomes severe. What does the weight feel like? Wei Ba asked. Like the pressure from standing at the bottom of the ocean, xianxia said. But the pressure is not external. It's coming from inside your own body. It's your own power, concentrated to a density that your meridians were not designed to contain. The weight increases gradually. You have perhaps an hour to acclimate before the discomfort becomes severe. If you stay with the weight, if you don't resist it, it becomes almost manageable. She shifted position, crossing her legs. The formation responded, settling slightly. After the weight comes the voice. Not a voice you hear with your ears. A voice that sounds almost like thought, but it's structured. It has the weight of inevitability behind it. Not a suggestion, a statement of fact delivered inside your own consciousness. What does the voice say? Weiba asked. It says, advance. It says, this is what you are for. It says, completion requires progression. Different words each time, but the meaning is identical. The voice doesn't offer options. It states destiny. After the voice, the compulsion starts to solidify. You have a window, perhaps 2 hours. After that, the compulsion becomes harder to refuse. The refusal costs energy. The energy becomes pain. The pain becomes unbearable. Weiba noted this carefully. The mechanism had a sequential activation pattern. Sensation, then voice, then compulsion, then physiological damage. Each phase was a step deeper into commitment. Understanding the phases meant understanding when intervention had to occur. What is the progression of pain like? Sharp at first, Shenlihua said. She was describing something she had experienced multiple times and understood thoroughly. Like meridian rupture. Then it becomes dull and systemic. It affects the entire body. Your vision becomes blurred. Your hearing becomes distorted. You begin to lose proprioception. You don't know where your limbs are in space. That's when the compulsion becomes strongest. That's when most hosts activate the edict. Because the alternative is physical dissolution. Your consciousness simply becomes unable to maintain coherence. Weiba understood the trap now. The system didn't just create pressure. It created conditions where resistance required maintaining coherence while experiencing sensory dissolution. Most minds would break under that. How did you refuse 7 times? He asked. Reminded myself of the cost, Shenlihua said. Ran through the absorption sequence in my mind. I knew from reading the earliest text that the feedback loop at tier 7 would consume my consciousness. I would use the edict. The edict would expand my power. The power would expand my consciousness. But expansion and capacity are not the same thing. A consciousness expanded beyond its capacity to integrate experiences simply fragmentizes, shatters, dissolves into component pieces that are no longer coherent. She paused, looking at the formation around them. The glow had dimmed slightly, matching the passage of time. I let myself feel what that would be like, Shenlihua continued. Not in imagination. In memory. I would recall the feeling of consciousness fragmenting. I would remember how painful that dissolution was. Fear is simpler than despair for refusing a call. I chose fear as the trigger that would interrupt the compulsion. Weiba understood the logic. Fear could override desperation if the fear was more immediate, more visceral. It worked on the first 4 attempts. Yes, the fear became strong enough to create a psychological barrier the compulsion couldn't cross. The consciousness fragmenting memory was powerful enough that the system recognized it as genuine, as something the host was truly afraid of. The voice and the compulsion would recede. The weight would subside. The pressure would release. I would be free for another few years. But each time the refusal worked, the system learned my pattern. Weiba listened carefully. But the last 3 times? Fear wasn't sufficient, Shenlihua said. The mechanism had learned my response pattern. It had learned that I would generate the consciousness fragmenting memory and use it as a barrier. The system is sophisticated. It adapts. On the 7th attempt, when I reached the threshold, I generated the memory as I always did. The voice didn't recede when I generated it. The voice simply acknowledged it. Yes, it said. That will happen, but not yet. First, you advance. The compulsion became so strong that fear became irrelevant. Fear is only effective when you believe you can avoid what you're afraid of. But when the system tells you that fragmenting your consciousness is inevitable, fear becomes just another fact about the future. Weiba considered what this meant. Shenlihua had found the psychological trick that worked, and the system had countered it by attacking the mechanism of the trick itself. This was a pattern that would repeat for any defense. No psychological resistance was permanent. The system would learn and adapt. You had to escalate the response, Weiba said. Yes, Shenlihua said. I had to actually burn my own meridians. I created deliberate microfractures in my foundation. Not many. Just enough to trigger genuine physiological pain. Pain that was as powerful as the edict compulsion was pushing. Pain that would create equilibrium. I chose to damage myself to prove to the system that I would accept harm rather than accept advancement. She looked at him directly. The pain had to be absolute. Pain that was genuine, not imagined. Pain that would break the compulsion's hold on my consciousness. It worked. The mechanism recognized that I would indeed rather damage my own foundation than advance. It accepted that as a genuine statement about my preferences. The pressure released. Weiba felt the weight of this decision. She had been willing to cripple herself to refuse advancement. That was a level of commitment that most cultivators would never reach. This happened 3 times. Weiba asked. The 5th, 6th, and 7th times I reached the threshold, Lihua confirmed. And there was a risk. Each time you burn your own meridians, you reduce your capacity for future healing. Each time you create deliberate damage, you make yourself weaker. After the 7th refusal, I realized I could not escalate further. If the mechanism called again, I would have no additional damage to inflict on myself that wouldn't compromise my cultivation base permanently. The pressure around the formation changed slightly. Not deterioration. A recognition of boundaries. Lihua glanced at the seal. Weiba counted. 23 hours had passed. 25 remained. That's when I made a decision. Lihua continued. I would never reach Tier 6 on my own. But I could spend the next 60 years learning how to help someone else reach it. I could study every text. I could map every mechanism. And if I found someone who had the right psychological structure, I could prepare them. Someone who could think about power instead of just absorbing it reflexively. Someone who asked what things cost. You were preparing for me, Weiba said. Not specifically you, Lihua said, but someone like you. Someone who thought about power instead of just taking it. I spent 20 years searching before I even found a potential candidate. Then I found you. In the iron dust basin, Weiba said. Yes, Lihua confirmed. You sat on that bench for 3 hours. Most cultivators would celebrate. You sat. You thought about what had changed. That told me everything I needed to know. Chapter 102 at hour 38. Weiba had asked approximately 50 questions. Some were theoretical. Some were practical. Some were directed at understanding the edges of the mechanism's design. Lihua answered each one with the same precision she had used for the first. The formation around them had begun to show the subtle signs of approaching its dissolution point. Weiba could feel it in the way the light cycled, in the pressure of the chi field around them. 12 hours remained. Maybe 13. Lihua was answering a question about the armature formation that Weiba had only begun to consciously formulate. The formation you described in the mountains, the one that separates consciousness from power, she said, responding to a line of inquiry Weiba had only gestured toward minutes earlier. I never encountered the technique in any sect archive. The modern cultivation schools have lost the knowledge. It predates the current classification system by thousands of years. Weiba leaned forward slightly. This was new information, delivered at a precise moment. She had been waiting for him to reach this question before providing it. But if a host were to stabilize it before reaching Tier 7, Lihua continued, they would theoretically be able to distribute power to subordinates without diminishing their own capacity. The system would register the power as still belonging to the host, but the subordinates could use it independently. They would become stronger without becoming dependent. Weiba listened carefully. This was not information he had requested. This was information she had prepared for him specifically. This was why she had spent the last hour answering questions about cultivation-based theory and the structure of meridian systems. She was building toward this. That is one application of the formation, Lihua said. Another is that the distributed power becomes part of the subordinates' own foundation. They advance faster naturally. They become genuine immortals, not dependent powers. Not cultivators who are stronger because they are near a more powerful source. They become autonomous beings with their own authentic advancement path. A host who distributed correctly could create an entire realm of cultivators who would reach Tier 5 naturally, who would sustain themselves, who would continue the structure without the host's presence even if the host transcended completely. Weiba understood the implication immediately. A network that doesn't require my presence to maintain. Yes, Lihua said. If you designed the distribution correctly, the network would continue to function even if you advanced to Tier 7 and were integrated into the mechanism. The structure would persist. Your people would survive. They would not collapse into chaos when you transcended. Weiba processed this carefully. This was the solution path she had been hinting at from the beginning. Not escape from the mechanism. Transcendence while preserving the structure. Why hasn't a host implemented this before? Because advancing to Tier 6 without the edict is extremely difficult, Lihua said. The edict is the system's default path to advancement. It provides a clear compulsion, a clear direction, a clear promise. Most hosts follow the path because it is presented to them as inevitable. They don't have time to think through alternative approaches. The average host reaches Tier 6 in 8 to 12 years. I have had 60 years. The average host doesn't have that luxury. By the time they realize that alternative paths might exist, they are already too deep into the edict compulsion to escape. But you're suggesting there is an alternative path, Weiba said. Not an alternative path, Lihua corrected carefully. An alternative approach to the same transition. The edict is one way to unlock Tier 6. But it's the system's way, not the only way. I have spent 60 years looking for evidence that other methods exist. The armature formation is one such method. Distributed power is another. Using the network itself as the mechanism of advancement. rather than the individual cultivation base. Weiba considered the implications carefully. You're describing a process where the advancement comes from external power rather than internal expansion. Exactly, Shenlihua said. She seemed pleased that he had arrived at this understanding independently. The system registers both as valid advancement. But one comes with the edict compulsion automatically. The other doesn't. One activates the self-consumption trap. The other bypasses it entirely by removing the density that triggers the trap. Weiba understood what she was not saying directly. She was describing a method that had never been attempted before. A method that carried unknown risks. A method that could fail completely or could open an entirely new trajectory. The formation showed signs of degradation on the eastern flank. Not serious. Controlled. Shenlihua glanced at it without alarm. The boundary held. Weiba counted again. 12 hours remained. Why did you refuse the obvious path? Weiba asked. If you had used the edict in your youth, you would already be at Tier 7. You would already understand what lies beyond Tier 6. Because I asked a simple question in my 17th year as host 41, Shenlihua said. What if the mechanism is not inevitable? What if it only appears inevitable because every previous host has accepted the inevitability? What if the mechanism needs me to believe it is inevitable in order to work correctly? The mechanism is designed by intelligence. It must have assumptions built into it. What are those assumptions? She paused. The question had the weight of decades behind it. Weiba felt the significance of it. She had not asked whether she could resist. She had asked whether the resistance itself was part of the mechanism's design. She had questioned whether the system might have been built with a deliberate failsafe. And then I realized I was asking the wrong version of the question, she continued. The better question was, what if the mechanism is inevitable, but the nature of the inevitability is different than I assume? What if I'm not inevitably advancing to Tier 7 and being consumed? What if I'm inevitably becoming something different from what the mechanism expects? Weiba considered this carefully. You're suggesting the trap is psychological, not mechanical. The trap is both, Shenlihua said. The mechanism is real. The self-consumption feedback loop is real. It will kill the host. But it only activates when the host's mental state reaches a specific configuration. Desperation is the most efficient trigger because most cultivators reach desperation when facing the weight of power accumulation. But there are other triggers. The mechanism is designed to leverage whatever weakness exists. Some hosts broke under philosophical despair. Some under fear of their own power. Some under the weight of what they had absorbed. The edict is flexible. It adapts to different personality types. She shifted position slightly. The light pulsed more intensely. Weiba felt the formation's time running down more clearly. I realized I had spent 60 years being extremely careful not to reach any of those psychological states. I was careful. Therefore, I was surviving. It was not a strategy in the conscious sense. It was an unconscious alignment with survival. But alignment sustained long enough becomes a strategy. That's not a strategic approach, Weiba said. That's accident sustained through obsessive control. Yes, Shenlihua agreed without hesitation. But 60 years of accident is enough to recognize a pattern. The moment you became aware that a pattern existed, I became aware that you might exist. Someone who could think about what power costs. Most hosts feel. They emote. They spiral or exult or break under the weight of accumulation. But you think. And you think about the cost before you take the power. That is uncommon. Weiba said nothing. The formation shifted again. The glow softened. 10 hours remained. When did you first observe me? He asked. In the iron dust basin, Shenlihua said. You had just absorbed the first core. The core expanded your capacity by approximately 40%. Most cultivators would be euphoric at that increase. They would begin planning the next acquisition. They would rush forward immediately. But you didn't. You sat for 3 hours on a bench and did not move. I watched from the ridge overlooking the basin. You didn't ask what was next. You didn't plan. You asked what had already changed. I watched your face while you thought that through. And I knew. This one is different. This one is not running toward more power. This one is examining what the previous power had cost. She paused. The memory was clear in her expression. Weiba could see the weight of 17 years of observation in her face. So I kept watching, she continued. For 17 years. I watched you make mistakes. I watched you make corrective adjustments. I watched you rebuild after failures. I watched you build something that looked like it might be a path forward instead of a trajectory toward collapse. And with each decision you made, I became more certain that you might be the one who could reach Tier 7 without being consumed by it. You could have approached earlier, Weiba said. Yes, but I was not sure until now. It was possible that you would eventually fall into the pattern, that you would eventually feel the desperation, that all the caution would eventually break, that the accumulation of power would become too much and you would embrace the edict as the only way to manage it. She looked at him directly. You still might. This conversation doesn't guarantee anything, but I wanted to have it while I still could, while I still believed it mattered. The pressure around the formation changed fundamentally, not deterioration, a recognition of boundaries reaching their limit. The time was ending. Shen Lihua glanced at the seal and stood with deliberate slowness. We've reached the end of what this space can hold. The formation is designed to release at exactly 48 hours regardless of what happens inside. Chapter 103. The formation collapsed gradually, dissolving boundary by boundary. The stone enclosure remained, but the qi barriers that had sealed Wei Ba and Shen Lihua inside dissolved into ordinary mountain stone. The light returned to normal daylight. The pressure released. The air became ordinary again. Outside, 17 cultivators stood in a loose semicircle. They wore Mountain Bone's sect colors. Their hands hovered near their cultivation bases. Their eyes tracked Wei Ba as he stepped through the boundary. Behind them, another 5 cultivators held positioning weapons, devices designed to slow cultivation advancement temporarily. None of them were aimed yet, but the cultivators maintained grips on them. Shen Lihua emerged a moment later. The cultivators at the front relaxed slightly. Not completely, but enough to indicate that the situation had not become hostile. Their sect master was emerging voluntarily. That changed the calculus of the situation. Wei Ba looked at Shen Lihua. He did not ask for permission or explanation. He did not need to understand the dynamics of the sect's relationship with her. He simply said, "Come with me." It was not a question. It was not a threat. It was a statement so straightforward that the 17 cultivators did not have an adequate response. Shen Lihua looked at him. Then she nodded once. A gesture so small that only someone watching carefully would notice it. The two of them walked past the formation cultivators. Wei Ba's 30 cultivators emerged from the boundary behind them, moving into standard advancement formation. No weapons drawn. No dominion pressure projected. No aggressive displays. Simply walking. The Mountain Bone sect cultivators watched them go. One of them raised a hand to speak or signal. The others waited. The hand came back down. No pursuit occurred. The journey from the mountain to the main camp took 6 hours. Shen Lihua walked at Wei Ba's pace, neither hurrying nor hesitating. The mountain path was difficult. Narrow passages, steep elevation changes, areas where loose stone made footing uncertain. Wei Ba moved through the difficulty without comment. His body had been trained since childhood to manage physical demands. They spoke intermittently during the journey. Most of the conversation involved Shen Lihua, asking him questions about how he had built the node network. She asked him to describe the process of identifying potential nodes. She asked him about the selection criteria he had used. She asked him about the distribution of armature formation anchors. He answered factually, precisely. He did not embellish or explain the reasoning behind his choices. She already understood the reasoning. She was testing whether he understood it. By the time they reached Yushin's command post, the sun was descending toward the horizon. The camp had grown significantly. The coalition forces had established siege positions. Supply lines stretched across the landscape. Wei Ba's own forces had consolidated into defensive formations. But the atmosphere within Wei Ba's position was calm. This was significant information. Yushin looked up from a tactical map when Wei Ba approached. He assessed the situation in a single glance. Wei Ba had entered a sealed formation with one of the most powerful cultivators in the realm. He had emerged with her. Neither was injured. No cultivation bases had been drawn. No violence had occurred. Report, Wei Ba said. The city is stable, Yushin said. He did not ask about the formation or the conversation. That was not his role. The coalition made no advances while you were sealed. They've taken position 5 kilometers out. Deng Fei's forces haven't moved. No new information on their timeline. Wei Ba nodded. The information was clear and complete. Shen Lihua is joining our command structure. She will require cultivation space and access to the formation archives. Assign her a cultivation zone adjacent to mine. Full authority in technical matters. Yushin did not question this. He simply marked a location on the map and turned to begin the logistical adjustments. Wei Ba felt the stability of it. Yushin would not ask why. He would not question the decision. He would simply implement it with mechanical precision. This was why Yushin was valuable. Reliability without commentary. Competence without ego. I'll need access to the archived texts about the formation techniques you're using, Shen Lihua said to Wei Ba. The distribution system especially. I'll need to study it in detail. There are modifications I want to implement before we face the suppression mechanism. Chu Fenru manages that archive, Wei Ba said. She will provide whatever you require. Shen Lihua nodded. She understood that Wei Ba had just placed her into a position of significant authority in the organizational structure. She would have access to technical knowledge about the armature formation. She would be integrated into the command structure. She was no longer external to his operations. She had been brought inside. Chapter 104. The crisis came while Wei Ba was still reorganizing the camp perimeter to accommodate another Tier 5 cultivator in the command structure. A messenger from the western node arrived at speed, bursting through the camp boundary without waiting for formal clearance. The man was exhausted. His cultivation base was burning with the strain of forced advancement across 200 kilometers of terrain. His flight robes were torn. Blood had crusted along his collar, where sustained flight had ruptured capillaries. He had pushed his body past the point of rational advancement. This meant the situation was serious enough to warrant that cost. He saluted without waiting for formal gesture. His respect was genuine. He had burned days of his cultivation foundation to deliver a single message. The coalition made a move while you were at Mountain Bone, the messenger said. His breathing was labored. Each word was an effort. Ru Gung received the initial reports 3 hours ago. They've concentrated every available cultivator on the city node. The inner walls are holding, but they're being tested. Yushin's garrison was originally split across 3 sector defense positions. He consolidated them to the wall perimeter approximately 2 hours before the main assault. The outer districts have fallen. Coalition forces control the eastern commercial sector and are consolidating around the western docks. They've brought siege equipment, catapults, tower structures. Wei Ba felt the information move through his awareness like a formation activating. The city node was not merely strategic. It represented the foundation of his legal territory claim. He had established it in Arc 3 by purchasing the original property from 3 separate merchant families. He had paid in gold and cultivation resources. No conquest, no forced transfer. Legitimate transaction recorded in the provincial magistrate's records. He had expanded it through cultivation-based acquisition over 6 months and absorbed it into his Dominion network through the armature formation. It was the first node he had claimed not through direct conquest or violent acquisition, but through systematic presence and legitimate transaction. 13 other nodes were synchronized to it. The synchronization was not incidental. The city was the hub node. The network had been designed with this one as its anchor point. The formation that bound all 13 nodes together was rooted in the city's primary cultivation node. If the city fell, if the coalition's forces breached the inner wall and disabled the node's formation array, the entire network fragmented. The armature formation would collapse. The interconnected system of power distribution that he had spent months building, that he had spent his life building, would dissolve into isolated, disconnected territories. 13 independent zones would lose their territorial synchronization. Wei Ba's distributed authority would evaporate. His dominion pressure would become local rather than network-wide. His advantage would compress from empire scale to merely local control. Distance to the city from our current position? Wei Ba asked. His voice was level. The question was asked the way one asks about weather. 410 kilometers as the direct line runs, Yushin said. He had moved immediately to the tactical map without being asked. He had already begun calculating advance routes, factoring in terrain, coalition positions, supply lines, marching speed, atmospheric cultivation density. We can mobilize within 2 hours. No support wagons. No supply trains. Direct advancement without reserves. We arrive in approximately 18 hours if there is no resistance on the route. 14 hours if we push at accelerated pace, but that compounds fatigue and increases the risk of falling into coalition ambush positions. Wei Ba did not need to ask the next question. Yushin would give the answer directly. The coalition has siege equipment positioned at 3 cardinal points around the city walls, Yushin continued. His analysis was methodical. Ru Gung's estimate was 5 days for the inner wall garrison to hold if we don't intervene. But the coalition brought catapult arrays and siege towers. 2 days at most if they breach the outer wall. Once the outer wall is compromised, the coalition forces can consolidate and begin systematic assaults on the inner structure. The garrison has approximately 90 cultivators. The coalition is bringing somewhere in the range of 300. The mathematics don't favor prolonged defense. Wei Ba closed his eyes. Not in distress. Not in fatigue. In calculation. The formation of possibilities opened in his mind like a tactical diagram. Different timelines. Different outcomes. Different decisions. Each one with different costs. Each one with different probabilities of success. He processed them systematically, layer by layer, like reading a formation text. The cost of the 18-hour march, fatigue, resource expenditure, the risk that the coalition would use the time to establish secondary defensive positions to intercept his force. The benefit, the city held. The network intact. The cost of not moving. Network collapse. 37 partner cultivators suddenly operating as isolated territories. The entire carefully structured power distribution rendered useless. The cost-benefit ratio was asymmetrical. The decision was clear. He opened his eyes. We move immediately. Full force projection. You shun, organize the march. I need optimal speed without sacrificing coherence. Shenlihua, I need you at the primary command structure during advancement. I want constant intelligence feed on coalition positioning. Shufenru manages the supply line. Compress it, but don't break it. We move. The camp transitioned into mobilization with mechanical efficiency. The command structure responded without hesitation. For the first time in the story, Weiba did not debate the decision internally, did not enumerate remaining options, did not consider alternative paths. The information was clear. The path was clear. The cost was calculable. He moved. Shenlihua appeared at his side within minutes. She had been waiting for this, or something like this. They timed the attack during your Mountain Bone Summit. The coalition knows where you are. They assumed you would spend at least 2 more days consolidating the Shenlihua integration. They assumed you would respond to a node collapse more slowly. They miscalculated the speed of your receipt of the information. They should have. I established intelligence redundancy specifically for this, Weiba said. He was already reviewing terrain maps as he moved. Did they make other assumptions they'll regret? They assumed you would use the edict, Shenlihua said. This situation matches the desperation criterion. The edict would activate instantly. You would receive a compulsion to act. The system would amplify your power to superhuman levels for a short duration. They're prepared for that. They've positioned coalition members throughout the city. Some of them are Tier 5. If you trigger the edict, the compulsion might drive you to overextend. Weiba absorbed this. She was right. The coalition had structured their deployment specifically to punish edict activation. Then I don't activate it. No, Shenlihua agreed. You use the network effect instead. You make them fight you at reduced capacity. That's the smarter play. The camp mobilization continued. 43 cultivators were organized into forward movement. Supply was consolidated into the fastest-moving configuration possible. The march formation was established. By the time the sun was setting, Weiba's entire mobile force was moving at speed toward the city. 410 kilometers. 18 hours. The coalition had miscalculated. Rugung sent another report 8 hours later via Dominion Link. The coalition had begun launching siege weapons at the inner wall. The outer wall had been breached in 2 locations. Deng Feihe's forces were still 3 days away from commitment. The city garrison was holding the inner perimeter, but they were losing the outer districts gradually. Supply was becoming an issue. Casualties were mounting. 8 cultivators dead, 43 wounded. The garrison could hold for 3 days perhaps, but not longer if the coalition maintained siege intensity. Weiba received this information without changing pace. The advancement continued. His cultivators maintained formation. His supply chain adapted to accelerated movement. Shenlihua remained at his side, offering observations about the coalition's strategic positioning. Some of her observations were tactical. The coalition had positioned their siege towers to funnel defenders into kill zones. Others were psychological. Deng Feihe was cautious by nature, would wait for commitment orders rather than advancing on his own initiative. Others were structural. The 3-day timeline meant Deng Feihe was betting on the inner wall falling before Weiba's arrival. If the wall held for 4 days, Deng Feihe would arrive to find the siege already in stalemate. That would change coalition decision-making. Weiba listened to her analysis. He did not respond extensively. They moved through the night. The cultivators maintained formation. The supply chain kept pace. By the time the sun was beginning to rise on the 18th hour, Weiba could feel the city node's cultivation signature through the network. Close. Very close. The garrison was still holding. The inner wall was stressed, but intact. Chapter 105. Weiba arrived at the city node at dawn on the 18th hour, exactly on schedule. He did not dismount from his cultivation platform. He did not wait for formal command recognition. He did not pause to assess the situation firsthand before acting or issue preliminary orders. He instead did something that changed the fundamental structure of the conflict in an instant. He projected his dominion authority across the entire network simultaneously. All 13 synchronized nodes received the pressure at once. It flooded outward like a pressure wave expanding from a single point of origin, spreading across hundreds of kilometers of synchronized territory. The sensation was immediate, physical, overwhelming. Every cultivator fighting for the coalition within any Dominion node suddenly found themselves fighting at 60% capacity. Their advancement speed halved. Their reaction time degraded. Their perception sharpened, but their physical response times lagged behind. They could see incoming strikes clearly, but couldn't move fast enough to dodge them. The effect was not targeted. It was territorial. It was absolute. The pressure descended on them like atmospheric weight, like being pushed deeper and deeper underwater. The effect was not something they could overcome through cultivation. It was something they had to endure or flee. The coalition forces outside the city broke formation. The siege weapons ceased firing. The cultivators manning the catapults and towers suddenly experienced the weight of Dominion authority pressing down on them. They were not prepared for this. They had not trained for it. The sensation was alien, not pain, not pressure, but a profound reduction in their own agency. They stopped moving. They stopped coordinating. Some of them fell to their knees from sheer disorientation. Deng Feihe's cultivators, who were approaching from the south 3 days away, felt the pressure and halted their advancement immediately. They had not signed any territorial recognition agreement. They were not prepared for this level of dominion suppression. They could feel the pressure descending on them now, a weight that would get heavier the closer they approached. The pressure would destroy them if they continued advancing into its zone of effect. They halted. They took defensive positions. They waited. Weiba rode toward the inner wall at standard pace. No acceleration. No dramatic arrival. No visible exertion. Behind him, his 30 cultivators maintained formation. The city gates were sealed, but recognition signals were exchanged through the Dominion network. The gates opened. Weiba rode through as if riding into his own administrative center on a routine day. Yu Shun was at his right side, giving casualty reports with professional detachment. 12 dead in the western sector. 43 wounded, 30 of them capable of returning to duty within hours. The inner wall structural integrity is at 80%. Stress fractures in the eastern section, but they're not propagating. The east gate is barricaded but holding. Supply stores are at 60% capacity. The garrison has been on reduced rations for the last 6 hours. Yu Shun delivered this with the tone of someone giving a routine status report about minor administrative details. His eyes had not closed in approximately 36 hours. His pupils were slightly dilated from fatigue stimulants. He showed no signs of discomfort. His cultivation base was stable. His presence was absolute. He had done exactly what he was supposed to do. He had held. That was what Wei Ba had asked for. That was what Yu Shun had delivered. The coalition outer force has withdrawn to the siege perimeter approximately 2 kilometers out, Yu Shun continued. They attempted to advance closer when you arrived. Your Dominion pressure turned them back without direct combat. They are not advancing further. Your Dominion pressure is holding them at 60% capacity. If you maintain the projection, the network can hold indefinitely. They cannot advance while the pressure is sustained. They cannot breach the walls. They cannot consolidate for assault. They are in stalemate. Weiba passed through the east gate. The wall behind him sealed with mechanical precision. The garrison recognized him immediately. The pressure inside the perimeter eased, not because Wei Ba released it, but because the garrison's psychological state changed. They were no longer facing siege alone. The pressure was no longer borne entirely by them. They could breathe. Their cultivators' breathing became less labored. The sense of being under constant assault diminished. Deng Feihe's forces, still approaching from the south, received a secondary message through the Dominion field. The city was stabilized. The garrison was reinforced. The coalition's siege equipment was insufficient to breach the wall now that Wei Ba had arrived. Any further approach would be met with active suppression. Any further commitment would result in destruction. They halted at the boundary of Dominion effect and established a holding position. They had made their decision. They would wait. They would negotiate. They would not assault a position protected by a Tier 5 network effect that covered hundreds of kilometers of synchronized territory. Wei Ba walked through the inner city with Ru Geng and Yu Shun, assessing damage. The merchant quarter had been damaged significantly. Structures that had been intact when Wei Ba left Mountain Bone were now collapsed or burning. The merchants had abandoned their goods. The cultivation district was intact. They had defended it with coordinated force. The administrative center was occupied by the garrison, but undamaged. Chufenru's supply management had been effective. The storage silos were still operational. Rations could be re-established within hours. The barracks were functional. The garrison had set up secondary command positions. The city was wounded but contained. How long can you hold if I release the Dominion pressure? Wei Ba asked Ru Geng. 12 hours. Maybe, Ru Geng said. His analysis was methodical. The coalition will press in again immediately. The siege weapons are functional. They've sustained some damage, but they can be repaired within a day. We would lose the outer wall and probably the secondary district before we could consolidate. The garrison is strong. I wouldn't hesitate to trust them in any other circumstance. But not strong enough to hold against sustained assault without the Dominion effect. Not against 300 coordinated cultivators plus siege equipment. The mathematics don't work. Then I don't release the pressure, Wei Ba said. Deng Feihe needs to make a decision. Either he commits to breaking the Dominion field, or he commits to negotiation. He cannot sit in the middle ground indefinitely. Indecision costs resources. Eventually, indecision becomes a bad decision. Rugung nodded. This logic was simple and clear. Deng Fei's forces were substantial. He was a Tier 5 cultivator. His military command was sophisticated, but not sufficient to break a projection of Dominion authority across 13 synchronized nodes. The advantage was entirely in Wei Ba's hands. Deng Feihe would eventually understand this. Wei Ba climbed to the wall and looked out at the coalition forces. They were far enough away that he could see their camp structure clearly from this vantage point. Deng Feihe was present. Wei Ba could feel him through the distributed Dominion pressure. A Tier 5 cultivator. Experienced. Not stupid enough to fight against a network effect he could not overcome. The man would make the rational choice. He would withdraw or he would negotiate. The siege was over. The pressure held. The formation continued. The city remained in Wei Ba's hands. The network remained intact. 13 nodes were still synchronized. The empire had survived its first true test. Chapter 106. After the network pressure was released from its state of constant projection and returned to baseline maintenance level, Wei Ba advanced to Void Crossing Stage 5. The advancement was not gradual. It was not a slow accumulation of cultivation-base energy until the boundary was crossed. It came as a sudden compression of cultivation-base energy, without warning or preparation. The projection of Dominion authority across 13 nodes simultaneously required a level of internal capacity that Void Crossing Stage 4 could not maintain indefinitely. His meridians expanded in response. His core compressed. The entire cycle completed in the space of an hour. His body became too small for the amount of power it was trying to contain. The cost was severe. Meridian microtears ran through his foundation in patterns that suggested the damage was not random, but structural. The advancement had not come through the normal cultivation progression. It had come as a forced consequence of the network projection. His body had adapted to demands that exceeded its design specifications. Now it was paying the price. The pain was significant enough that it interrupted his concentration. It pulled him out of the cultivation state he would normally use for meditation. His breathing became irregular. His perception of the ambient chi field became distorted. He reached out through the Dominion network for Chu Fenru. She arrived within minutes, having been closer than he realized, as if she had been anticipating this moment. She recognized the situation the moment she sensed his cultivation base. She said nothing. She simply retrieved her preparation kit. Her expression did not change. Her hands were steady. She had been preparing for this eventuality. Some problem, some cost, some necessary repair that would arrive inevitably when someone operated a power system beyond its original parameters. She spent 3 days repairing what she could. The major meridians she sealed with alchemical paste. She worked with meticulous precision, applying the mixture directly to the microtears. The paste would support the meridians while they naturally knitted themselves back together. The minor tears she left alone. She explained her reasoning as she worked, not because Wei Ba had asked, but because she understood that he needed to understand the mechanism. They'll heal with time, she said. Her tone was clinical, precise, detached. Attempting to repair them now would create secondary damage. The alchemical compound can speed the process slightly, but only the meridians can truly knit themselves. I can support them. I cannot accelerate the fundamental biological process beyond a certain threshold. The process of repair became its own form of meditation. Chu Fenru would apply the paste, cycle it through the meridians using her own cultivation base as a guide, and leave it to work. Then she would move to the next location. Between applications, she monitored his vital signs, measured the progression of the microtears, assessed whether the treatment was effective or if secondary complications were developing. Keep your cultivation base cycling at reduced intensity, she said on the final day. Don't attempt any advancement. Don't engage in sustained network projection. Don't push the meridians. Let them heal. You've pushed them past their current capacity. They need rest before they can safely handle stress again. Wei Ba absorbed this information without comment. He did not ask for acceleration. Chu Fenru would not be able to provide it. She was already operating at her maximum capability. She had spent 3 days in continuous work. Her own cultivation base showed signs of strain from the sustained effort. She needed rest as much as he did. He simply accepted the timeline and spent the 3 days in recovery, managing the Dominion pressure from a stationary position while his meridians knitted themselves together. He moved minimally. He ate the meals Chu Fenru provided without comment. He monitored the network to ensure no secondary crisis developed. The coalition remained in holding position. Deng Fei's forces had formally requested negotiation terms. The system was stable. During the recovery, lying in a cultivation chamber while his meridians healed, he thought through what Shen Lihua had told him. He considered the edict. He considered the self-consumption trap in exhaustive detail. She had explained the mechanism over those sealed 48 hours at Mountain Bone. The Conquest System, at Tier 7, would complete its integration with his consciousness. He would become the system. The system would become him. The distinction would collapse completely. Absorption would become so total that there would be no separation between his will and the system's compulsions. And that was when the trap would activate. At the moment of maximum integration, the system would create a sense of desperation powerful enough to override his judgment. It would push him toward consumption, toward converting all the territory and cultivators he had accumulated into raw power. It would drive him towards self-aggrandizement at the cost of everything else. And it would do this because the original Emperor's mechanism required that each host reach a state of maximum density, maximum power, maximum accumulation. Density was the key. Density was what the original Emperor's mechanism could target. At that moment of maximum density, the original Emperor could reach through the system and claim the throne. Desperation was the tool. Density was the goal. Desperation would push him to maximum density. Then the trap would close. He thought about desperation. He thought about inevitability. He thought about the coalition making their move exactly while he was sealed at Mountain Bone. He thought about the timing. He thought about whether the coalition had been forced to move, and whether Shenlihua had known the coalition would be forced to move, and whether he had been herded into a situation where he would have to extend himself across the network in exactly the way that created this meridian damage, this forced advancement, this increase in density. The possibility was disturbing, not because it meant he had been manipulated. He had long since accepted that manipulation was a constant factor in high-level cultivation, but because it meant the trap might be more sophisticated than he had realized. The trap might not be waiting for Tier 7. The trap might be actively pushing him toward Tier 7, using circumstances and crises to force him down a specific path. He thought about what the alternative might be. Distribute the power. If he distributed enough of his accumulated power into designated subordinates, the system would not have enough density left to trap him at Tier 7 using the desperation mechanism. A Tier 7 host operating from dispersed density rather than consolidated density might be invisible to the original Emperor's mechanism. The mechanism was designed to target maximum density. It was designed to find the point where a host had accumulated the most power. If that power was distributed across multiple cultivators instead of concentrated in Wei Ba, then the mechanism's targeting process would fail. This required trust that the distributed power would not be used against him. It required faith that his subordinates would not turn on him once they had been given enough power to do so. He had 30 cultivators in his immediate command structure, but he needed more than loyalty. He needed cultivators who had a genuine reason to maintain the structure, who had something to lose if the system collapsed, who would defend the network not because Wei Ba was powerful, but because the network itself had become essential to their survival and advancement. By the third day of recovery, his meridians were beginning to knit. The pain was subsiding from acute to chronic discomfort. His cultivation base was stable. His network was functioning at baseline capacity. And he had the outline of a plan that the Conquest System would not anticipate. A plan that distributed power instead of accumulating it. A plan that weakened his individual density while strengthening the system as a whole. It was not a move that made sense from the perspective of cultivation advancement. It was a move that made sense from the perspective of survival. Chapter 107 Wei Ba began implementing the distribution plan exactly 4 days after the city was stabilized. It was not presented as a sudden decision made in a moment of desperation. It was presented as a structural modification, a rational adjustment to the empire's architecture. The plan was too large for a single announcement. It required individual conversations. It required each cultivator to understand what was being offered and why. He called in the 8 senior cultivators first: Yu Shun, Ru Gong, Chu Fenru, Deng Feihe, Dao Rong, Zhao Qingshan, Sect Master Qian, and Li Tian. He met with them in the command center, standing before a map that showed the entire network of 13 nodes and the additional territories being absorbed. The map was three-dimensional, a cultivation formation that displayed the network structure in real time. The 13 synchronized nodes glowed with dominion pressure. The territories being integrated appeared as expanding zones around each node. I'm restructuring the force distribution, Wei Ba said. His voice was level. 37 cultivators will be elevated to equivalent partnership status. You will receive distributed conquest energy. This is not a rank. It is a structural choice. The network cannot remain a pyramid. The network needs to become a web. The statement hung in the room. Pyramid to web. Dependency to autonomy. The 8 cultivators understood immediately that this was more than a tactical adjustment. Yu Shun asked the practical question first. The question that revealed his mind was working through logistics rather than emotion. How much power are you distributing? Enough that each of the 37 will advance one cultivation stage after absorption, Wei Ba said. Enough that each of you will maintain independent operational capacity without my presence to authorize it. You will not be dependent powers. You will be autonomous cultivators with enhanced cultivation bases. The conquest energy becomes part of your foundation. You keep it after I'm gone. The implication hung in the air like a visible formation. You keep it after I'm gone. Not if I'm gone. After. Everyone in the room understood that Wei Ba was preparing for something that might not include his continued presence. Ru Geng asked the structural question, the question that revealed he was thinking about what this meant for the organization as a whole. What's the coordination mechanism if we're independent? Rules, Wei Ba said. I will establish a set of guidelines for how the nodes function, how they coordinate, how they respond to threats, how they maintain the network in optimal configuration. The rules will be encoded into the formation itself. Once the rules are established, they persist without my presence. They become part of the structure. You will be bound to maintain them, not because I'm forcing you, but because they're the structure that keeps all of you alive. A network without rules is a collection of isolated territories. Isolated territories cannot resist the coalition. So you will maintain the rules because the rules are what preserve you. Deng Feihe was already running military calculations. This also increases the network's redundancy. If a node is lost, the surrounding nodes can supplement its function. If I'm operating at autonomous capacity, the network doesn't collapse if you're occupied elsewhere. Correct, Wei Ba said. Each independent node becomes a backup for the others. The system becomes resilient to targeted assault. Chu Fenru asked nothing. She simply nodded and began calculating the logistics in her head. Who would need what type of advancement, what the distribution would do to Wei Ba's total capacity, how the network would restructure, what supply chains would need to adapt, how the alchemical network would integrate with distributed conquest energy. The distribution began immediately. Wei Ba worked with each cultivator individually. The conversations were different for each one, because each cultivator was different. Yushin came first. Wei Ba presented the offer as a practical matter. The city defense required the entire network's projection. That showed me the network's structural weakness. If the network relies entirely on my projection, losing me loses everything. You need independent capacity. Yushin accepted immediately and practically. This makes the network stronger. You're right. This makes the structure more resilient. He accepted the conquest energy without hesitation. The advancement manifested as a sudden surge of power through his cultivation base. His stage advanced to tier 5 middle grade. His perception expanded. He could feel the network differently now, not as external pressure, but as part of his own operational capacity. When he looked at the map again, he could see it from multiple angles simultaneously. Ru Geng came next. Wei Ba presented the decision not as an order, but as a question. I'm distributing 35% of my accumulated power. I need people I trust to carry that power. Will you? Ru Geng held the offer for an entire day before accepting. When he did accept, he asked, does this mean something about your plans for Tier 7? Are you preparing for something? Wei Ba did not answer the question directly. He simply said, I'm preparing for the possibility that Tier 7 might cost more than I anticipated. Ru Geng understood this was an answer in itself. Ru Geng advanced to Void Crossing Stage 9. The advancement was smoother than Yushun's had been. Ru Geng's cultivation base accepted the conquest energy as a natural extension of his own advancement. He did not ask again. Deng Feihe came next. He approached it administratively. This distributes command authority across the network. Each of us becomes a regional administrator. We can operate independently if necessary. This is logistically sound from a military perspective. It also removes the risk of command collapse if the central position is compromised. He accepted without hesitation and advanced to Void Crossing Stage 7. The advancement was fast and clean. Deng Feihe's cultivation base was military precision. It integrated the conquest energy in the most efficient way possible. Chu Fenru came last among the senior cultivators. Before Wei Ba could present the offer, she asked, are you offering me this because you respect my judgment? Or because you needed to offer it to someone and I was available? Wei Ba did not deflect. Because I respect your judgment. Chu Fenru nodded. She accepted the conquest energy, but she asked for it to be applied differently. Don't advance my combat capacity, she said. Enhance my alchemical integration. I can manage the network better if I can manipulate resources at a deeper level. Wei Ba agreed. Chu Fenru remained at Void Crossing Stage 8 in terms of direct combat power, but her alchemical capacity increased significantly. The conquest energy enhanced her ability to manipulate cultivation resources at a fundamental level, to reshape the network's supply distribution, to optimize resource allocation, and on down through the others. Dao Rong accepted with scholarly curiosity about how the distributed formation would function. Zhao Qingshan accepted with tactical questions about how to coordinate 37 autonomous cultivators. Sect Master Qian accepted with the pragmatism of someone who understood that autonomous cultivators were more valuable than dependent ones. Li Tian accepted with gratitude. Each conversation was specific to who the cultivator was. Each acceptance was genuine. The distribution process was neither quick nor painless. Each transfer of conquest energy required Wei Ba to channel power through his meridians, still healing from the previous forced advancement. Each transfer weakened him slightly. After the first 5, he could feel the accumulated strain. After the 10th, his vision was blurring. After the 23rd, Chu Fenru insisted he rest and did not allow him to continue until 4 hours had passed. The network did not collapse. It restructured. The nodes became more self-sustaining. When a node lost contact with Wei Ba's central authority, it could still operate at 90% capacity rather than falling apart entirely. The tension in the network shifted. The formation transformed, less dependent on Wei Ba's constant presence, more distributed across multiple powerful nodes operating in coordination rather than subordination. When the distribution was complete, Wei Ba felt the change in his own cultivation base. He had reduced his accumulated power by approximately 35%. It was a significant reduction. His individual strength had diminished. But his dominion pressure, when distributed across the network, was now supplemented by the individual power of 37 Tier 5 cultivators. The network was more resilient. It could function without him. It could sustain damage. It could lose nodes and continue operating. It was beginning to resemble less a pyramid with Wei Ba at the apex and more a web where every major cultivator was a node and the structure held itself together through interconnection rather than through a single point of failure. The formation's pattern was no longer centered. It was distributed. It was mesh-like. It was beautiful in its own way. For the first time since he had begun accumulating power, Wei Ba had genuinely given something away without a tactical calculation underneath it. He had distributed power that he could have kept for himself. He had made the network stronger at the cost of his own density. This was the move that Shen Lihua had suggested. This was the move that might bypass the trap. And he had done it not because it was strategically optimal, but because it was the only way to make the empire survive his own advancement. Chapter 108 Wei Ba met the 3 abstaining sect heads within a week of completing the distribution. He did not offer alliances. Alliances were reciprocal. They implied mutual benefit and mutual obligation. He offered acquisition instead. The distinction was subtle but important. The meeting took place in the administrative center's outer chamber. It was designed as a space of power. The walls were inscribed with formation arrays. The floor was marked with territory markers. The room had been constructed specifically to remind visitors that Wei Ba's authority was not personal charisma, but systemic enforcement. A neutral space would have been a negotiation room. This was an acquisition room. The 3 sect heads understood this. They understood the geography of power. They had been watching Wei Ba's network expand for months. They had been waiting to see if they would be offered acquisition or conquest. Sect Master Lan was the oldest, nearly 70 years old, with a cultivation base that had plateaued at Void Crossing Stage 7 decades ago. He had advanced as far as his talent would allow. He would not reach Stage 8. He had made peace with this limitation. He had shifted his focus to administration and preservation. His sect was built on his personal reputation. It would not survive his death unless he established succession systems. Wei Ba's acquisition offered a way to preserve his life's work beyond his own mortality. Sect Master Qian was the youngest, perhaps 35, still advancing steadily, operating at Void Crossing Stage 8 with good potential for further advancement. He was ambitious but pragmatic. He had been watching Wei Ba's tactics. He understood that pragmatism was often rewarded. Sect Master Yu was the middle ground, neither particularly ambitious nor particularly defensive. He managed a smaller sect focused on herbal cultivation and alchemical resource production. He had been neutral in the coalition conflicts because neutrality had worked. His sect was valuable enough that no one wanted to destroy it. Wei Ba's acquisition offered security in an unstable environment. Wei Ba stood before them without gestures or courtesy. His posture was neutral. His expression was neutral. He treated this as simple business, as if calculating the cost of new supplies. Your sects become territories under my empire, Wei Ba said. His voice carried the weight of the formation arrays surrounding them. Your head elders become regional administrators with real authority. You manage your territories. You report through the regional administrative structure. Your resources stay within the region. You maintain your cultivation curriculum. You maintain your internal structure. You maintain your identity as distinct sects within the empire. You become part of a larger framework that protects you from the coalition. Your cultivators join the network, but they remain in your sects, operating under your command. They report to your command structure, which reports to the regional administrator, which reports to the broader empire structure. You gain the protection of dominion authority without losing the internal cohesion of your sect. The offer was precise. It was structured. It left no ambiguity about what would be preserved and what would change. Sect Master Lon, the oldest, asked the obvious question, "And if we refuse?" "Then I take your sects anyway," Wei Ba said. His voice did not change. He did not sound threatening. He sounded like someone stating a fact that was already decided. Your cultivators join the network regardless of your preference. Your resources are absorbed. Your internal structure is dissolved or restructured according to my administrator's assessment of optimal efficiency. Your sect identity becomes subsumed into regional administrative zones. You become regional administrators without any of the autonomy of the current offer. I take your cultivation foundation either way. This option preserves your sect. This option lets your people keep what they've built. This option is better than the alternative. It was not a threat. A threat would have implied uncertainty. A threat would have implied that Wei Ba was trying to convince them of something that was not inevitable. This was a fact. This was what was going to happen. The only variable was whether the sect's internal structure would survive the process intact. Sect Master Yu began calculating immediately. "How long do we have to decide?" 3 days, Wei Ba said. "After 3 days, I begin the acquisition without negotiation. If you have not agreed by then, I will assume you have chosen the second option, and the transition will proceed accordingly. There will be no extended timeline. There will be no extensions. 3 days is the deadline." Sect Master Lon looked at the others. They had been watching this happen for months. They had been watching Wei Ba's network consolidate. They had been watching the coalition fragment. They knew the mathematics. They had been watching Wei Ba's network expand for months. They knew the coalition was weakening. They knew Wei Ba was the winning side. They knew that even if they threw their support behind the coalition would eventually lose. The coalition was dying. The only question was whether they would be preserved in the transition or dissolved. Sect Master Qian, the youngest and most pragmatic, understood something more than simple mathematics. He understood that Wei Ba's offer was better than conquest because Wei Ba respected structure. Wei Ba respected what these sects had built. Wei Ba was offering to preserve the sects themselves rather than simply grinding them into powder and rebuilding from scratch. This was an unusual kind of acquisition. This was acquisition that left value intact. The question was whether Wei Ba would honor the offer. The answer appeared to be yes. Wei Ba had already integrated 24 smaller sects and organizations. The pattern was consistent. Wei Ba preserved structure when it was useful. Wei Ba dissolved structure when it was inefficient. The 3 sect heads were betting that their sects would be useful enough to preserve. By the following day, before the 3-day deadline, all 3 sects had agreed to the acquisition. They had sent formal documentation. They had begun the process of transferring their cultivators into the network. They understood Wei Ba would follow through on his timeline. They understood the offer was genuine. The sects would be preserved. The cultivators would be protected. The transition would be administered rather than violent. Wei Ba received their acceptance without comment. He simply assigned regional administrators to each sect and began the formal integration of their cultivators into the network structure. The process was methodical. Nothing was rushed. Nothing was forced. But nothing was reversed. The 3 sects were now part of the empire. The transition was permanent. The 3 sect heads had made the pragmatic choice, and the pragmatic choice had preserved what they had built. Chapter 109 Wei Ba gave Sect Master Qian an answer 3 days later. He did not summon Qian to a formal meeting. He did not prepare a speech. He did not give Qian advance warning. He simply approached during a coordination meeting in the administrative center and spoke quietly, as if finishing a previous conversation that had been running in his mind for days. The other administrators were present. The conversation was not private, but it was quiet enough that only Qian heard it with full clarity. "I'm building this for Chu Fenru." Qian looked at him without understanding immediately. He was processing the statement, trying to determine if Wei Ba meant this literally or if there was some deeper implication. If Wei Ba was being poetic. If Wei Ba was being practical. If this was a decision or an admission. "She manages what exists," Wei Ba said. His statement was precise, factual, clinical, because she understands that power is not the goal. The system that power serves as the goal. "I've been accumulating power without asking what the power is for. But Chu Fenru is the one thinking about what the power is supposed to do. She's the one who understands that a system that consumes itself is not a system worth maintaining. A system that only produces more power produces nothing at all. A system that serves something larger than itself produces structure. That's what I'm building this for. That's what the empire is for. Not for me to control. For her to manage." Sect Master Qian considered this carefully. The pieces connected like a formation activating. Wei Ba had distributed power to 37 cultivators, reducing his own density. Wei Ba had offered the 3 sects preservation rather than conquest, leaving them independent. Wei Ba had been building something that did not need him, and now Wei Ba was naming someone to be the steward of that system. The reason Wei Ba had been building a system that didn't need him was because Wei Ba intended to eventually leave. Not death, departure, withdrawal, or something worse that Wei Ba was preparing for. Sect Master Qian understood. Wei Ba was not building an empire to be conquered someday by someone else. Wei Ba was building an empire to be managed by Chu Fenru, to be maintained by her. Wei Ba was building something that could exist without him, and that would be better for it. Wei Ba had decided in advance who would be the steward of that system because Wei Ba trusted Chu Fenru's judgment in a way he did not trust anyone else's, even himself. Sect Master Qian simply bowed and asked, "Where should I report for the administrative transition?" Wei Ba pointed him toward the administrative center. Qian left the conversation without needing anything else explained. The answer had been complete. 3 days later, Wei Ba found Chu Fenru in the supply management center. It was a large room, nearly 100 meters long, with calculation boards lining the walls and storage ledgers stacked in organized piles. The room was warm from sustained use. The air was thick with chalk dust from calculation boards. Chu Fenru was in the middle of calculating resource distribution for the 4 newly acquired sect territories. She was standing at a central board, moving counting blocks across the surface as she worked out integration scenarios. She was surrounded by ledgers and counting boards. The work was complex. The territories had different resource profiles, different supply chains, different cultivation focuses. The integration would require restructuring some of the existing networks. She was working as if nothing had changed, as if she had not been named as the future administrator of the empire in front of a room full of people. As if the statement, "I'm building this for Chu Fenru," was simply a fact she was already aware of, already accepting as her responsibility before Wei Ba had even named it. "The 4 sect sites will need integration," Wei Ba said. His tone was matter of fact, as if reporting on a minor administrative detail that Chu Fenru probably already knew about, already anticipated, already planned around. Sect Master Qian is managing the structural integration. The cultivators will be transferred according to his timeline. I need you to absorb the 4 cultivation zones into your alchemical network. They have resources that our current network is deficient in. They have supply chains we can integrate. They have storage facilities we can repurpose. Chu Fenru nodded without looking up from her calculations. Her hands continued moving counting blocks, adjusting the scenarios, recalculating totals. She was already thinking about how the 4 zones would fit into her network. She was already planning the integration. She was already calculating what resources would be available, what new supply chains could be established, what inefficiencies could be eliminated. The herbal cultivation territory, that's Sect Master use, has a surplus of secondary stage medicinal components, Chu Fenru said. Her voice did not change. She was thinking out loud, working through the logistics while she continued calculating. I can integrate that into the secondary stage advancement network. It will reduce our dependence on external suppliers for basic cultivation support. The alchemical territory has partial overlap with what we're already producing, but their refining methods are more efficient. We should consolidate their processes into the primary network. Wei Ba listened without interrupting. This was Chu Fenru's domain. This was where she worked best. Not in combat, not in territory control, not in ideology or vision, but in optimization, in making systems work better, in taking raw power and transforming it into structure that serve people. I'll need to restructure the supply logistics for the 3rd quarter. Chu Fenru continued. Her counting blocks moved faster now, adjusting multiple scenarios simultaneously. But the acquisition of the 4 zones should reduce our supply costs by approximately 12% once the integration is complete. The timeline? 6 months, Wei Ba said. No rush. Integrate it at whatever pace maintains current network efficiency. Don't sacrifice stability for speed. Chu Fenru nodded and returned to her calculations. Her focus was absolute. She did not comment on being named as the Empire's future administrator. She did not ask for clarification about what that meant. She did not ask what would happen if Wei Ba did not return from whatever he was preparing for. She simply accepted the 4 zones as a practical matter and continued working on the supply calculations. Wei Ba left the room. Chu Fenru did not need anything else from him. She had what she needed. She would handle the rest. She would manage what existed. She would take the power and structure Wei Ba had built and transform it into something that served the people living inside it rather than serving Wei Ba's personal advancement. Chapter 110 The Boundary Watcher escalation came with a formal notification delivered exactly 14 days after the city was stabilized. Two representatives arrived at the edge of the western node. They did not announce themselves. They did not follow any conventional request procedures. They simply appeared at the cultivation barrier and waited with mechanical patience. Weiba's sentries recognized something was wrong immediately. These were not cultivators. Or if they were, they did not project cultivation-based pressure. They were something else. Their forms were humanoid, but not quite human. Their movements were precise, synchronized, purposeful. Their skin had a quality like stone or crystal, hard, reflective, unchanging. Their eyes did not blink. They did not breathe. They moved with mechanical precision, as if their physical forms were puppets animated by something else. They were constructs. They were agents of whatever mechanism stood above the Conquest System. Weiba received them in the administrative center. He did not stand. He did not greet them formally. He sat in his cultivation chair and gestured them to present their business. The message was clear. Whatever they were not his equal. He would not extend courtesy that was not reciprocated by recognizable humanity. The formal ritual of the notification was rigid, precise. They had clearly delivered this message before, or something close to it. The first representative spoke. The second remained silent until the first completed the initial statement. Then the second would provide supplementary information. They were divided into statement and supplementary commentary. Neither would deviate from their designated role. Your empire has crossed the structural threshold, the first representative said. Its voice was not mechanical but close, emotionless, perfectly paced, without vocal inflection. The point at which a conquest system hosts territorial claims begin affecting realm boundary integrity. The accumulation of dominion nodes reaches critical density. 13 synchronized nodes operating at advanced dominion pressure creates a distortion in the realm's ambient chi field. The realm's foundational chi responds to this threshold by activating a suppression mechanism that protects the realm's integrity. Weiba listened without comment. He was calculating. The threshold was dominion pressure itself, the presence of his network, the size of the territory he had accumulated. They were telling him that his success had triggered a defense mechanism in the realm itself. You have 60 days before the mechanism reaches full operational capacity, the second representative continued. Its voice was identical to the first, emotionless, precise. The activation will be a formation that affects your entire network simultaneously. It will suppress the dominion enhancement that you provide to each node. The suppression rate is progressive. Every day the mechanism operates, it suppresses dominion effectiveness by approximately 2%. Complete network collapse occurs between 5 and 9 days after activation, depending on the efficiency of your network distribution. A well-coordinated network might sustain for 9 days. A fragmented network would collapse within 5. Wei Ba heard the implication. Chu Fenru's network restructuring had bought time. The distribution of power to 37 cultivators had made the system more resilient. Even facing realm-scale suppression, they might have 9 days before total collapse instead of 5. Wei Ba asked one question. What happens after 60 days? The two boundary watchers looked at each other. They did not communicate verbally. No sound, no visible gesture. But Wei Ba could feel the exchange, a contact through the ambient chi field, a transfer of information through mechanisms he could not directly perceive. They were conferring. They were determining how much information they were authorized to provide. We don't know, one of them said. Its voice was neutral, not uncertain, but genuinely empty of information, not deflecting, not lying, but actually without knowledge. No host has ever reached this point. Every previous host has either died before 60 days through coalition conflict, been destroyed by the mechanism itself, or ceased advancement before triggering the threshold. You are the first host to cross this boundary and continue existing. You are unprecedented. We cannot predict what happens at 60-day completion because it has never occurred. Weiba absorbed this. It meant the suppression mechanism was not necessarily the end. The mechanism was a filter, a test, a barrier. But what came after, what activated after the suppression mechanism completed its cycle, was genuinely unknown, even to whatever entities the boundary watchers served. Weiba nodded slowly. He did not ask additional questions, though his mind was running through them simultaneously. What happens if I reach the 60-day mark? Does the mechanism activate fully and destroy my network? Does something else happen? Does the realm itself become destabilized? How would that affect the coalition? How would it affect all the cultivators in the empire? Who built this mechanism? Who is it protecting the realm from? Is it protecting the realm from me? Or is it protecting something inside the realm? Continue monitoring, Wei Ba said. If the threshold mechanics change, inform me immediately. We will, the representative said. And Wei Ba? Consider whether the costs of continuing are acceptable. This is the final courtesy I will provide. After this notification, the boundary watchers will not contact you again unless the mechanism's operation changes. You are on your own schedule now. Wei Ba received this information with the same attention he gave any intelligence report. He processed it. He filed it. He understood what it meant. In 60 days, something would happen. Something he could not prepare for because no previous host had experienced it. Something unprecedented. Something that might end the empire. Something that might kill him. Something that might transform the realm itself. Or something entirely different that Wei Ba had no framework to predict. He had 60 days. That was the final courtesy. After that, he moved into uncharted territory. The boundary watchers turned and left, moving through the administrative center's walls as if the barriers did not exist. They were gone in seconds. Wei Ba remained in the administrative center. Shen Lihua appeared in the doorway moments afterward. She had been waiting outside. She had expected Wei Ba to call for her. She had known what the notification would be about. 60 days, she said. It was not a question. It was acknowledgement. She had been counting down to this for 17 years. This was the moment she had been preparing for. 60 days, Wei Ba confirmed. And they don't know what happens at the end. They know, Shen Lihua said quietly. Her voice was certain. Not angry. Not afraid. But certain. They're lying. Or they're forbidden from telling you. But they know. The mechanism wasn't designed by accident. It was designed with a specific endpoint. And what happens at that endpoint is exactly what the original emperor intended. The mechanism is not a prison. It's a gateway. And you've just been notified that you're going to reach it. Chapter 111. Wei Ba called a summit 4 days after the Boundary Watcher notification. Everyone he trusted was present. Yu Shun, Ru Geng, Chu Fenru, Deng Feihe, Dao Rong, Shen Lihua, Zhao Qingshan, Sect Master Qian. He chose the location carefully, the summit chamber with windows overlooking all 13 synchronized nodes. The cultivators could feel the network pressure extending outward through the formation. The territory they had built was visible as a physical presence. Pressure fields overlapping, dominion authority radiating outward, power distributed across hundreds of kilometers of synchronized territory. The physical positioning revealed relationship dynamics more clearly than any spoken statement could. Yushin stood closest to Wei Ba, at his left hand, as if ready for immediate orders. Ru Geng stood to Wei Ba's right, slightly further away, as if ready to question orders before executing them. Chu Fenru was nearest the entrance. She had come late from supply work, arriving at the last possible moment, her priorities elsewhere. Deng Feihe was positioned to observe the map rather than the people, his attention on tactical geography rather than social positioning. Dao Rong was at the window, looking out at the territory, already lost in analytical thought about the mechanism's patterns. Shen Lihua stood at the back, watching rather than participating, her 17 years of preparation culminating in this moment. Zhao Qingshan was near the tactical maps, already organizing information visually. Sect Master Qian was positioned between the administrative group and the military group, still ambiguous about which structure he truly belonged to. Wei Ba presented the Boundary Watcher's timeline without editorializing. He did not add interpretation. He did not add prediction or analysis. He simply presented the facts. 60 days until activation. Unknown mechanism triggers after activation. Previous hosts have not survived long enough to provide data. Network collapse in 5 to 9 days after mechanism activation, depending on network architecture efficiency. Then he asked, "What would you do?" Yushin spoke first, his answer automatic and practical. Prepare for war. Fortify before the mechanism activates. Make sure every node is defensible independently. Make sure we can hold against the coalition even if the Dominion pressure fails. If the coalition presses when the mechanism is active, we need to be able to defend ourselves without network support. Deng Feihe, his military mind running calculations, accelerate advancement to Tier 7 before the mechanism fully activates. If the mechanism is triggered at Tier 6, we remain vulnerable. If we reach Tier 7 before activation, perhaps the mechanism's interaction changes. Perhaps higher tier cultivation provides resistance. Perhaps we have more power to resist or circumvent. Dao Rong, his scholar's mind seeking patterns. Investigate. The mechanism's pattern might reveal how to survive it. If it's been designed, and it clearly has been, then its design includes loopholes. All designs include them. We need to find them. We need to understand what the mechanism is actually doing beneath its surface function. Chu Fenru, her administrative mind focused on continuity. Prepare for transition. The network needs to function without Wei Ba. This is not preparation for your survival. This is preparation for the Empire's survival without you. Train the regional administrators. Distribute more power if you haven't already. Make the system independent enough that it doesn't collapse if you do. Build redundancy. Make every node capable of operating as a standalone territory. Sect Master Qian, his negotiator's mind seeking alternatives. Negotiate. Find who controls the boundary watchers. Find the mechanism's architect. Find anyone who can modify the timeline. Find anyone who has authority over the boundary watchers. We don't have to accept these terms. Zhao Qingshan, his integrator's mind seeking systemic understanding. Integrate what we know. The mechanism is a system with rules. Systems can be understood. Systems can be circumvented. We need comprehensive information. We need to know everything about how the Conquest System functions, how it interacts with the realm, how it relates to the original Emperor's mechanism. We need to understand the complete architecture. Shen Lihua said nothing. She stood at the back and watched Wei Ba process the answers. Her expression was neutral. She had known what these people would suggest. She had lived with this timeline for 17 years. She was waiting for the question that mattered. Wei Ba continued. Ru Geng, what would you do? Ru Geng held silence for a long moment. Longer than comfortable. The room waited. The network pressure outside extended across 13 nodes, unbroken, absolute. Then Ru Geng asked, what did you build this for? The question hung in the air like a formation suspended at critical density. No one else had asked it. They had asked what Wei Ba should do, what the Empire should do, what the mechanism might do. But no one had asked the foundational question. What is the Empire for? Why does it exist? What purpose does it serve beyond Wei Ba's continued advancement? Wei Ba looked at Ru Geng. He took a moment to answer. His eyes moved around the room, looking at each person. Yu Shun, steady and practical. Chu Fenru, focused on systems. Deng Feihe, calculating. Dao Rong, analyzing. Zhao Qingshan, integrating. Shen Lihua, waiting. Sect Master Qian, hoping. I don't know, Wei Ba said. He said this clearly. Not with uncertainty or hesitation. With clarity. With precision. With the quality of someone stating a fact that he had come to understand deeply. I built it to be unconquered. I did not build it to be anything else. I have no grand vision. No civilization goal. No mission beyond the original one. Power for the sake of power. Territory for the sake of territory. Advancement for the sake of advancement. That's all I had. He paused. The room absorbed this. That absence is a problem, Wei Ba continued. If I don't know what the Empire is for, I cannot decide whether the cost of Tier 7 is acceptable. I cannot decide whether preparing for the mechanism's activation is worth the resource expenditure. I cannot decide anything except to keep moving forward. And moving forward without knowing where I'm going is not strategy. It's just momentum. It's the trap closing. He stopped speaking. Shen Lihua, in the room, said quietly, that's Tier 6. Not the technique. The acknowledgement. Everyone turned to look at her. Her voice had carried the weight of someone speaking from deep knowledge. The Tier 6 capability isn't a technique like army or absorption, Shen Lihua continued. It's not a combat enhancement or a power distribution system. It's a recognition. A recognition that he has built something larger than himself that doesn't depend on his ongoing presence. It's the recognition that the system is real. It's separate from him. It will survive him. That recognition is Tier 6. Not the building of the system. Not the accumulation of power. Not even the distribution of power. The moment you admit that you don't know what the Empire is for, that moment is Tier 6. That's what you just did, Wei Ba. You admitted you don't know what the Empire is for. You admitted you're not controlling it anymore. You admitted it exists as a structure independent of your vision. That's the acknowledgement. That's the cultivation stage. The room was silent. The significance of the statement filled the space. Chapter 112 Wei Ba spent 2 days formulating an answer to Ru Geng's question. He did not meditate in isolation. He did not withdraw from administration to think or lock himself away in a cultivation chamber to contemplate. He continued working. He continued managing the network. He continued planning the structural transitions. He continued approving supply changes and meeting with regional administrators and reviewing the tactical maps. But underneath the work, while his hands were moving counting blocks or his eyes were scanning reports, the answer was surfacing. Surfacing not from meditation or isolation, but from engagement with the system itself. The realization came without drama. It came as a series of small recognitions that accumulated into understanding. He had learned power from the Iron Dust Overseer. Raw power. The capacity to break things. The understanding that power could reshape reality. That dominance was possible if one was willing to pay the cost. He had learned responsibility from Yushun. The understanding that power was not about what one wanted, but about what needed to be maintained. That holding something meant accepting the cost of holding it. Accepting that other people depended on your decisions. He had learned administration from Chu Fenru. The understanding that systems existed for a purpose beyond themselves. That management was not about controlling others, but about enabling them to function at their highest capacity. That the best system was one where the leader was least needed. He had learned the trap from Shunlihua, the understanding that the system was designed to consume him, that if he was not careful, his own power would turn into a cage, that the conquest system's hunger was insatiable and would drive him toward maximum density regardless of what his conscious will wanted. But no one had taught him the purpose. No one had taught him what the power was supposed to be for. He had accumulated power in the absence of a goal, filling the vacuum with advancement and territory acquisition because there was nothing else to fill it with. And now the system was asking him to define that goal or face the consequences. Now the mechanism was counting down to a moment when the question would become irrelevant because the answer would be erased. Wei Ba sat with this absence for an entire day. He did not fight it. He did not try to manufacture a goal. He simply sat with the fact that he did not have one. He observed himself working without knowing why. He observed the network functioning without understanding its purpose. He observed the empire expanding without comprehending what it was expanding toward. On the second day, the answer began to form. Not from external sources. Not from Chu Fenru or Yushun or any other person. But from the simple act of watching Chu Fenru work. From the simple observation that when Chu Fenru managed a system, the system served the people in it. That was the difference. That was what Wei Ba had been missing. On the second day, he called Ru Gung into his private cultivation space. It was a small room, barely 10 meters across, with minimal decoration. A cultivation chamber rather than an administrative space. It was a space where they could speak without being overheard, without the weight of the formation pressing down on them. I have an answer to your question, Wei Ba said. His voice was steady. The answer is, I built it for Chu Fenru. Not for her glory, not for her advancement, but for her to manage. Ru Gung listened without interrupting. He understood that Wei Ba had spent 2 days thinking about this, and the answer was not casual. Because she manages what exists, Wei Ba continued. Because she understands that power is not the goal. The system that power serves is the goal. She's the one who can take this empire and make it serve something larger than itself. Not larger than her. Larger than power. Larger than advancement. Larger than territory. Wei Ba stood and walked to the window. He could see part of the network from here, one of the nodes glowing with dominion pressure, its territory stretching outward. The empire exists so that Chu Fenru doesn't have to manage chaos, Wei Ba said. It exists so that she can organize systems, which is what she does well. It exists so that she can take power and distribute it in ways that make people stronger rather than more dependent. It exists so that the cultivators in it can advance not because they're serving Wei Ba's ambition, but because they're serving a structure that serves them. That's what the empire is for. Not conquest. Not dominance. Not my advancement. Administration. Structure. System. That's Chu Fenru's domain. Ru Gung stood silent for a long moment. He was processing this. He was understanding what Wei Ba was saying. He was understanding what this meant. That's not what the conquest system wanted you to say, Ru Gung said finally. No, Wei Ba agreed. The system wanted me to say I was building an empire to reach maximum density. It wanted me to say I was preparing for Tier 7 to achieve supreme power. It wanted me to say the empire was a means to my own advancement. It wanted desperation pushing me toward consolidation. But that's not the truth. Wei Ba turned away from the window. The truth is that I built an empire, and then I discovered that the empire had become something larger than what I could control, Wei Ba said. The truth is that when I stopped trying to control it and started watching what actually makes it function, I saw Chu Fenru. And I understood. Chu Fenru is better at managing it than I ever could be. She doesn't need to be at the center of the empire. She needs the empire to function optimally. Those are different goals. Ru Gung nodded slowly. He understood completely. Wei Ba had made a choice that the conquest system had not anticipated. Wei Ba had built an empire and then elected to step out of the way and let someone else lead it. This was not a move that increased density. This was a move that decreased it. This was a move that sacrificed power for structure. It was the opposite of what the conquest system would drive him toward. That's going to change what Tier 7 means, Ru Gung said. Yes, Wei Ba said. If I reach Tier 7 operating from that position, if I reach it with the understanding that the empire is not mine to control, but Chu Fenru's to manage, then Tier 7 might not activate the trap. Because I won't be at maximum density. I'll be at maximum distribution. I'll be dispersed. The mechanism looks for density. It looks for a point of maximum concentration. If I've distributed myself across the network, not just my power but my purpose, my investment, my identity, then there's no single point for the mechanism to target. Wei Ba left the cultivation space and returned to the administrative center. He did not announce his decision to anyone else. He did not declare that he had reached understanding or achieved clarity. He simply continued working. The empire continued operating. The 60-day countdown continued running in the background. But somewhere in the formation, something had shifted fundamentally. Weiba had given an answer to the question that the Conquest System had been asking him all along. What are you building this for? What is the density for? What do you want this power to achieve? And the answer was not the one the system expected. The answer was not about Weiba at all. Chapter 113 Tier 6 activation did not come through the edict. Weiba had spent years feeling the system's pressure, a constant, low-frequency vibration at the edge of his awareness pushing him toward completion. The edict had been waiting, patient, a tool ready to be used if desperation came. But he had built something that made desperation unnecessary. The Tier 5 army capability had been integrated into the armature formation, and through it he could distribute power to subordinates without the central bottleneck that previous hosts had accepted. 37 cultivators now carried pieces of the Conquest System's energy, distributed across the node network. The mechanism was functioning at full efficiency. Weiba sat at the center of the formation, in the deepest chamber of the northern fortress. Around him, the ambient chi of the 37 node zones pulsed in synchronization, not controlled like a puppet on strings, but reinforced like a structure where each pillar bears its own weight. He had mapped the pattern carefully. Each node zone needed not a ruler, but a framework, documented principles embedded into the chi field itself, rules that existed independent of his presence, rights that would persist after his next advancement. He opened his consciousness outward through the network. What Weiba did now was not an act of force or will. It was projection of structure, a set of principles moving outward from his center simultaneously to every node zone. Not, obey Weiba, but these territories protect their practitioners. Cultivators within these zones are governed by documented rules rather than the arbitrary decision of a single authority. Rights, once granted, persist after the governing host advances. The law outlasts the lawmaker. The principles embedded into the chi field itself, like script carved into stone. The sensation was unlike any previous cultivation breakthrough. There was no explosion of power, no violent expansion of his spirit. Instead, there was a feeling of something crystallizing, as if the network that had been fluid and dependent now solidified into a persistent structure. The foundation was shifting from Weiba holds this to this structure holds itself, and Weiba was the hand that built it. The Conquest System registered the shift. Weiba felt it before he heard it. A recognition in his consciousness, not pressure but acknowledgement. A shift in how the system perceived him. Then the internal voice, the voice that had accompanied him since Chapter 1, that had whispered encouragement and danger in equal measure for years, produced a notification, Dominion achieved. Tier 6 confirmed. Edict available. The words appeared in his mind with perfect clarity. But it was not the edict's compulsion that he felt. It was something quieter. The edict was now a tool he could choose to use or set aside. The pressure that had been pushing him forward, urging him toward completion, that constant ambient noise that had become almost invisible from its familiarity, went silent. For 17 years, Weiba had felt that pressure like a stone on his chest. It was present in every decision, every calculation, every moment of stillness. It had become the baseline of his existence. Then it was gone. The absence was louder than the presence had ever been. Weiba opened his eyes. He was alone in the chamber. The formation pulsed around him in steady synchronization. The network held. The principles had taken root. The system's notification faded into memory, but the silence remained. Deng Feihe was looking at him from across the chamber. The military commander had been waiting, watching the formation's behavior, monitoring the node zones for any sign of instability. His hand rested on a communication crystal. He had been prepared to redirect the entire network's resources if something went wrong. What happened? Deng Feihe asked. I reached Tier 6, Weiba said. His voice was unchanged. His hands were steady. The silence inside him was so profound that he could see his words as if from a distance, simple statements of fact, nothing more. The nodes are holding, Deng Feihe said. No cascade failures. The network stabilized the moment you advanced. Then we continue fortification, Weiba said. He simply continued discussing node security protocols. Deng Feihe accepted this and turned back to his monitoring crystal. The commander understood the nature of the moment. Something significant had occurred, but the work continued regardless. There was no moment for reflection. There was only the next thing that needed to be done. But Weiba felt it. The silence. The absence of the pressure. It was like discovering that a phantom pain that had haunted him for years had simply evaporated. He did not know if this meant the trap had been bypassed, or if the trap had simply shifted into a phase he could not yet perceive. Either way, he would walk forward. Chapter 114 Shen Lihua confirmed what she was seeing 2 hours later, but only after conducting a thorough examination that made it clear how seriously she took the result. She arrived in the chamber with 3 worn leather journals and a meditation crystal that glowed a pale blue. These were not tools she brought lightly. The crystal had been part of her cultivation practice for more than 60 years, and the journals contained notes from every host she had studied since before Weiba was born. She did not speak immediately. Instead, she moved to the center of the formation and closed her eyes. Her hands moved in precise patterns, a technique older than the sect's, something she had developed during her 17 years of preparation. The meditation crystal pulsed, and Weiba felt her awareness extending outward through the network, reading the cultivation field the way a scholar reads a document. When she opened her eyes, she looked directly at Weiba. There was something in her expression that might have been hope or might have been fear. He could not distinguish between the two. "You've unlocked Tier 6 without triggering the edict compulsion," she said slowly. "The constant pressure that has been with you since Chapter 1. It's gone." "Yes," Weiba said. Shen Lihua sat down without permission, which told Weiba how much this moment mattered to her. The older cultivator was not prone to informality. "That either means the trap has been bypassed," she said carefully, "or it means something worse. The trap has moved ahead. It's preparing for Tier 7 directly. The suppression mechanism doesn't activate until 60 days after Tier 6, according to everything I've studied. But it might activate sooner if the system believes you're ready." She paused and opened one of her journals. The pages were filled with notation, some in modern script, some in older forms, some in symbols that predated the current cultivation traditions by centuries. She had been collecting this information since before the Boundary Watchers had delivered their warning about the Origin Emperor's mechanism. All 42 previous hosts felt the system pushing them toward the edict once they reached Tier 6. All 42 of them used it in a state of desperation when the mechanism activated. All 42 of them died when the edict's consumption turned inward, Shen Lihua said. "The trap is in the act of using the tool, not in the tool itself." "And now?" Weiba asked. "Now I cannot tell which possibility is true," Shen Lihua admitted. Her voice carried the weight of 60 years of research suddenly made uncertain. The silence could mean you found a way around the trap entirely. Or the silence could mean the trap has evolved. It could mean it's not relying on the edict anymore. It could mean it's waiting for you to reach Tier 7 directly, where the rules change again. They both stood silent. The formation pulsed around them in its steady rhythm. The nodes held steady. The network, every node lost territorial enhancement simultaneously. The loss was measurable, consistent, and devastating. 20% of each node's enhancement capacity per day. What that meant in practical terms became immediately clear. Cultivators within the nodes began experiencing weakened cultivation progress. Formations that had been stable became sluggish. Defensive structures that had been reliable became brittle. The entire network's capacity to support continued growth, the foundation of Weiba's expansion strategy, began crumbling. At that rate, the entire network would collapse in 5 days. After 5 days, the nodes would no longer be able to support the cultivators who had accepted Weiba's power distribution. The territories would fragment. The cultivators would begin competing for the remaining resources. The entire structure would fold inward, and the suppression mechanism would continue reaching until it found him at the center. Weiba projected outward immediately to the 37 partner cultivators, his message moving through the network with the force of command. Consolidate network resources. Distribute the suppression pressure across all nodes equally. Do not attempt to maintain the enhancement. Let it collapse gradually. The goal is survival, not preservation. We are transitioning from growth to entrenchment. Assume the worst. The partners responded within minutes. Each response was identical in intent, but varied in approach, because each cultivator had been trained to solve problems within their own domain of expertise. Deng Feihe began redirecting military resources to shore up node stability. He pulled garrisons from the outer territories and repositioned them to the vulnerable nodes. He established supply lines for materials that could temporarily reinforce chi fields. He calculated how long military discipline could hold back the cascade of collapse. Chu Fenru started consolidating the cultivation supply networks, pulling advanced materials from nodes that were more vulnerable to reinforce nodes that could better withstand the drain. She was cutting losses strategically, allowing some nodes to collapse slowly while preserving the critical nodes that formed the network's backbone. She understood resource scarcity better than any of them. Yu Shun, the sword cultivator, began moving through the nodes physically, using her technique to stabilize the chi fields at their edges. Where others projected power from a distance, Yu Shun walked the perimeter of each vulnerable node and used her sword cultivation to create temporary barriers. It was not a permanent solution, but it bought time. This was the Origin Emperor's mechanism. not waiting for 60 days as the boundary. The suppression mechanism is draining the network at 20% daily. We have 5 days before total collapse. That is enough time for exactly one action. Only one. Everything else must be sacrificed to achieve that single action. This means we will lose some nodes. It means we will lose some territories. It means we will lose some of the cultivators who have committed to our network. But we will do all of that if it means we can reach the source of the suppression and shut it down. The room was silent as they absorbed the implications. 5 days. One action. Then either the mechanism stopped or the network died. Those were the only two outcomes left. Shenlihua was the first to speak, her voice steady. 60 years of research suggests we don't have the time to plan a conventional military assault on the mechanism. Whatever location it's operating from, it's protected in ways we can't anticipate. Dao Rong was the next to speak. The scholar-historian had been quiet for much of the last 17 chapters, contributing research where he could, analyzing historical records, preserving knowledge that others had forgotten. But he had been preparing something. Now he stepped forward with a document he had been carrying all along, even though Wei Ba had never asked him to do so. The location is called the Realm Navel, Dao Rong said. His voice carried the weight of years of study. It exists in the ancient texts. Not with that name exactly. The term appears in fragments of records predating the formation of all current sections. Different eras called it different things. The texts call it the origin still point, or the throne's foundation, depending on translation. But the location is consistent across all the sources. It is where the origin emperor's mechanism originates. It is where the suppression is being directed from. It is the heart of the system. Dao Rong spread his documents across the chamber table. The translations were meticulous, the cross-references thorough. The historical analysis was precise. He had clearly been researching this for longer than Wei Ba had realized, perhaps since the moment the Boundary Watchers had delivered their warning. If the suppression is originating from the Realm Navel, and if you can reach it, you might have the ability to deactivate it, Dao Rong said carefully. There are no guarantees. The text suggests that the Realm Navel is protected in ways that go beyond conventional cultivation techniques. The protection is not defensive, it is architectural. It is woven into the structure of the place itself. But it is possible. It is the only possibility that would stop the drain. Everything else we do will only delay the collapse. Only reaching the source can reverse it. Chapter 116. The Realm Navel was not on any conventional map, and Dao Rong's research made clear why. It was accessible only through a chain of at least 9 Dominion nodes aligned simultaneously in a specific geometric configuration. The alignment was not about physical distance or direction. It was about the resonance patterns within the network's chi field. 9 nodes positioned in a particular relationship to each other, their cultivators projecting in synchronization, would create a corridor that extended beyond the normal realm into the location where the suppression mechanism operated. Without the perfect alignment, the corridor would not open. With it, they would have a pathway to reach what no previous host had ever reached while still living. Wei Ba had 11 active nodes. When Dao Rong presented the geometric requirements and showed him the diagrams, ancient drawings of node positions, calculations of alignment angles, formulas for calculating the distance, and angular relationships, Wei Ba ran the calculation immediately in his mind. 9 of the 11 nodes were arranged in something approaching the required geometry. They were not perfectly positioned. The network had grown organically, following the needs of conquest and expansion rather than the abstract geometric patterns of ancient alignment formations. But they were close enough that the difference could be corrected through careful projection of dominion power. The realization came to Wei Ba as he examined the diagrams. He already had the corridor. His network had grown in such a way that the 9-node alignment was naturally present. Not perfectly, but present. It was possible that this was coincidence, or it was possible that the expansion of his network had been guided unconsciously toward this configuration. Either way, the path existed. Dao Rong presented his findings with the meticulous care of a scholar who had spent decades preparing for a moment he never expected to arrive. He brought ancient texts, some so old that their script was barely legible, some in languages that predated the modern dialect of cultivation, some translated and retranslated so many times that the original meaning was uncertain. But all of them pointed to the same conclusion. He showed the etymology of the name. The term Realm Navel appeared in texts from 7 different eras, each using different characters, but all referring to the same concept. He presented the different interpretations from different periods, showing how understanding of the Realm Navel had shifted as cultivation theory evolved, but the core description remained consistent across hundreds of years of fragmented records. He demonstrated through careful textual analysis that the location was real, that it had been visited before, though the records of who visited it and what happened were sparse, and that the path to reach it required the alignment of multiple nodes. The suppression mechanism is operating from the realm navel, Dao Rong said. His voice was steady, but Wei Ba could see his hands were trembling slightly. This was the moment of his entire life's work, the moment when research became action, when centuries of scholarship became relevant to the immediate crisis. If you can reach it, you might be able to deactivate it from its source rather than attempting to resist its effect at the nodes. All the historical references suggest that direct engagement with the source is more effective than distributed resistance. But the texts also warn that direct engagement is dangerous. The source is not simply a tool. It is something that was left behind by power older than any current sect. How long will alignment take? Wei Ba asked. Yu Shun had been studying the geometric requirements while Dao Rong spoke, her cultivator's mind translating the abstract mathematics into spatial reality. The sword cultivator had a natural sense for spatial relationships. Her technique relied on understanding the geometry of movement through combat, the angle of approach, the distance of separation between points in space. She examined the node positions, calculated the resonance patterns, and spoke with confidence. For hours. We can coordinate all 9 nodes simultaneously if we begin now. The alignment is complex, but not beyond our current capacity. The node cultivators have been with you for years. They understand how to project in synchronization. We can do this. The network is collapsing at 20% daily, Chu Fenru said. The alchemist's practical mind had already run the calculations, survival analysis, resource depletion curves, cascade failure patterns. 4 hours of sustained alignment leaves us 4 days to deal with whatever happens after the corridor opens. But the alignment itself will create significant chi disturbances throughout the network. Synchronizing 9 nodes will draw power from the central core. It might trigger a secondary response from the mechanism. It probably will, Wei Ba said. The realm navel is not unguarded. The ancient texts would not emphasize protection if there were no protections to describe. The Origin Emperor maintained this mechanism for 10,000 years. It would not survive that long if it were vulnerable to simple approaches. He turned to face the full command structure. Deng Feihe at the military station, prepared to coordinate the defense. Chu Fenru with her resource calculations, ready to consolidate what remained. Yu Shun with her spatial understanding, ready to hold what needed to be held. Dao Rong with his centuries of research, finally relevant to immediate crisis. And Shun Lihua, watching from the corner with the expression of someone who had prepared for this moment across a lifetime and was terrified it might still not be enough. Align the nodes. Prepare for whatever response comes. This is not a blind action. Dao Rong's research gives us a framework. We proceed anyway. Chu Fenru, consolidate the most critical resources at the 3 perimeter nodes. They're the most exposed positions during alignment. If the mechanism responds, if something attacks the network, it will target them first. We need to be ready to hold them at any cost. Chapter 117, the first sign of secondary response came during alignment hour 2. The 3 perimeter nodes suddenly experienced amplified suppression. Instead of losing 20% of their territorial enhancement daily, they began losing 50% per hour. The drain was catastrophic. At that rate, they would collapse in less than 2 hours. Wei Ba felt the threat the moment it activated. It was not subtle. The mechanism was not attempting to hide or deceive. It was simply eliminating the nodes that mattered most. If the 3 perimeter nodes collapsed, the alignment chain broke. The 9 nodes could not maintain their geometric configuration without the anchoring positions at the edges. The corridor to the realm navel would seal forever. The message was clear. The mechanism did not want to be reached. Wei Ba did not hesitate. He did not convene the command structure or discuss options. There was no time for discussion, and there was only one possible response. He projected his own power directly into the 3 perimeter nodes simultaneously. Yu Shun held the eastern node, that cold water position where the morning sun reached first. The sword cultivator was experienced in sustained projection. Her technique involved drawing power from multiple reservoirs rather than depleting a single wellspring. She could hold steady even as the drain intensified. Deng Feihe held the southern node, commanding his forces simultaneously from a military outpost positioned at the center of the node zone. The military commander's approach to power was fundamentally administrative. He held territory not through personal strength, but through the coordinated effort of his network. He projected authority, not pure cultivation force, and authority was more difficult to drain. Wei Ba held the western node personally while maintaining the alignment chain through the other 6 nodes. It meant fragmenting his consciousness across 8 simultaneous tasks, 8 different projection streams, 8 different cultivation techniques operating at full intensity. The cost was immediate. His body temperature dropped. His hands became cold. His vision slightly blurred from the intensity of the consciousness division. His heart rate spiked, and he could feel his cultivation base burning faster than any previous sustained effort. If this continued for more than a few hours, the depletion would become dangerous. If it continued for more than half a day, he would reach the point where his cultivation foundation itself was at risk. All three cultivators locked into continuous dominion projection. Hour 4 was when Wei Ba noticed the first signs that the nodes were stabilizing. The drain from the mechanism did not stop, but their resistance to it became more effective. The perimeter nodes held at 22% loss per hour instead of the initial 50%. They were no longer losing ground. They were simply sustaining under pressure. Hour 6 was when Deng Feihe reported that his forces had established a secondary supply line. The military commander had anticipated the drain and prepared resource stores in advance. Now those stores were being deployed, reinforcing the node's capacity to sustain the suppression while remaining aligned. Hour 8 was when Wei Ba realized they were going to succeed. The pain in his body was profound. The fragmentation of his consciousness was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. But the alignment was holding. The 9 nodes remained in their geometric configuration. The corridor was forming in the void between the normal realm and the suppression mechanism's source. Hour 10 was the moment when Yushin reported that the eastern node's chi field was achieving perfect resonance. The sword cultivator's technique had evolved beyond simple holding into active synchronization. She was no longer resisting the drain but harmonizing with it, turning the mechanism's own pressure into stability. Hour 12 came at dawn. The alignment reached completion. Wei Ba felt it before the notification arrived from the command structure. The 9 nodes had locked into their final configuration. The chi field between them rippled and shifted, and then solidified. A corridor had opened in the void, not a visible opening like a door or archway, but a change in the structure of space itself. A pathway had appeared that led to a place that existed only when the 9 nodes resonated together at this precise frequency. Wei Ba could feel the destination through that corridor. He could sense the realm navel waiting at the other end. Ancient, patient, still draining the network at 20% daily. He released the 3 perimeter nodes from continuous projection. All 3 cultivators collapsed from exhaustion immediately, the moment they released their full attention from the drain. Yushin fell to her knees. Deng Feihe caught himself against a table. Wei Ba simply closed his eyes and took a measured breath, centering his cultivation base before the depletion could cascade further. But the nodes held. The alignment remained stable. The corridor remained open. The entry point was at the Armature Formation Center, where Wei Ba had conducted the Tier 6 activation 12 days earlier. He would walk into the formation, and the formation would guide him through the corridor into the realm navel itself. Chapter 118 Shenlihua was waiting at the entrance to the realm navel corridor when Wei Ba arrived at the formation. The older cultivator stood at the precise center point where the corridor's frequency was strongest. Her robes were unchanged, her expression was steady, and she was holding a stack of 3 journals. The same journal she had brought during her examination of his Tier 6 advancement. She had clearly been waiting for hours, possibly since the alignment had begun. "I've been scouting this path for 60 years, Shenlihua said. Every scrap of information I could gather about the realm navel, I've traced. Every historical reference, every translation of ancient texts, every fragmentary description. But my cultivation base stops at the threshold of the corridor. I can guide you to the entrance. No further than that." Wei Ba looked at her. She was older than she appeared, the cultivation of someone who had spent decades focusing on the maintenance of her own consciousness rather than the pursuit of advancement. Her robes carried the marks of travel, and her hands showed the wear of someone who had been writing for hours every day for years. "You could have attempted Tier 6 on your own," Wei Ba said quietly. It was not a question, and Shenlihua did not treat it as one. "No," she said. "I refused it 7 times. Each time the Conquest System offered, I refused. After the 7th refusal, the mechanism stopped offering. The window closed. Tier 6 became unavailable to me permanently. I chose the role of observer. I chose the role of support. I chose to preserve my ability to understand the system rather than become part of it." She paused, and in that pause Wei Ba saw something he had not expected: doubt. For someone who had spent 60 years preparing for this moment, there was an uncertainty in her expression that suggested she had not been entirely confident that her preparations would matter. "But I have been preparing for this moment. For the last 17 years I watched for someone who might reach this point. Someone who reached Tier 6 without triggering the edict compulsion. Someone who might have a chance to do what none of the previous 42 hosts could accomplish. I'm ready to be useful here, even if I can't advance further." Wei Ba said, "Come with me." "I will," she said, "but only to the threshold. You enter the realm navel alone." They walked toward the corridor entrance together. It was not a visible opening in any conventional sense. It was a change in the density of the chi field, a thinning of the barrier between the normal realm and the location where the suppression mechanism operated. As Wei Ba approached it, the space became more and more transparent. He could see through into the void beyond. Not clearly, not with full definition, but he could sense it. The empty plane, the absolute pressure, the formation carved into bedrock chi. Shen Lihua moved forward as he did, but slower, more carefully. She had been here many times, had scouted this exact location, studied the threshold, prepared for this moment. But each time she had stopped just before crossing. This time would be no different. She would guide him to the entrance and then step back. Before he entered, Wei Ba spoke. You said you've been watching for 17 years. Why me specifically? Shen Lihua answered without hesitation. It was clear she had prepared this answer, had thought about when and how she would say it. Because you were the first host I ever watched who collected a list of the people he hurt. Every host I studied, I learned about their conquests, their advances, their cultivation achievements. But you were the first one who bothered to record the cost, to keep a list of the people harmed by your growth. The rest of them forgot their victims the moment they moved forward. You never forgot. I watched that, and I thought, maybe this one is different. Maybe this one has a chance. Wei Ba had no answer for this. The statement was accurate in every detail. He did maintain the list. He had maintained it since the early stages of his network's expansion, writing down names and circumstances, tracking the human cost of his ascent. He had never shared the list, never discussed it, but he had maintained it. I'm ready, Wei Ba said. I know you are, Shen Lihua said. That's why I'm only worried instead of hopeless. They entered the corridor together. The space became lighter, more transparent, less bound by the rules of normal cultivation. Wei Ba progressed deeper, moving toward the void that waited at the other end. Shen Lihua remained at the threshold, watching the corridor seal behind him, step by step. She could not follow. The window had closed permanently years ago, when she refused Tier 6 for the 7th time. She stood at the threshold until Wei Ba's form became transparent, then vanished entirely into the void. Then she turned back to the armature formation and waited. She had spent 60 years preparing for this moment. Now she could only wait to see if that preparation had mattered. Chapter 119. The realm navel was not a place. It was a void. An empty plain with no sky and no ground, existing in a space that violated every rule of normal cultivation geography. Wei Ba could see distance stretching infinitely in all directions, but when he tried to measure it, the distance changed. The horizon receded. The ground, when he looked down, seemed both present and absent simultaneously. There was no cardinal direction. There was only outward, toward the infinite, and inward, toward what waited at the center. There was no sky. There was no ceiling to the void. Only pressure from above, pressing down like the weight of an ocean that existed in all dimensions at once. Wei Ba breathed, and the pressure entered his lungs. He moved, and the pressure moved through him, pressing inward from every direction. He was not suffocating. The void had its own rules for respiration, but he was not comfortable either. This was not a place designed for comfort. This was not a place designed for human consciousness to inhabit. The fact that he could think at all seemed remarkable. The pressure was not aggressive or attacking. It was simply the pressure of existence itself, the weight of a formation so large that it created its own gravitational effect within the void, so old that its age had become a physical force, so fundamental that it was indistinguishable from the basic nature of reality in this space. Wei Ba's consciousness recoiled from the sensation for a moment of panic, a moment of doubt, and then adjusted. He had absorbed fragments of 42 previous hosts. Their panic had passed. Their doubt had been resolved or buried. He could learn from their experience. This was the heart of the mechanism. This was where the suppression was originating from. This was where the Origin Emperor's power still flowed, even after 10,000 years, even after civilizations had risen and fallen around it. And there, at the center of the void, was the suppression mechanism itself. It looked like a formation carved into the realm's bedrock chi. Not the material chi of normal cultivation, not the flexible, responsive chi that flowed through the cultivation network, but something older and more fundamental. The formation itself was vast beyond comprehension. Wei Ba could not see the entire shape of it. Only the section closest to him filled his entire field of perception, and that section alone was large enough to contain multiple mountains, multiple cultivation sects, multiple armies standing side by side. The true scale of the formation was unknowable from within its presence. Billions of characters were written in a script that predated every sect, every school of cultivation, every organized system of power in the modern era. The script was luminescent, glowing with a faint blue-white light that came from the characters themselves. The light was not bright. It was steady, unchanging, eternal. It had been glowing for 10,000 years, and it would continue glowing for 10,000 more. Weiba approached it. Each step through the void cost him cultivation force. The pressure pressing in from all directions was like pushing through water made of pure resistance. But worse, because water at least had boundaries. This pressure existed everywhere at once. It came from above and below and all sides simultaneously. But he moved forward anyway. He had no choice. The path to Tier 7 led only forward, through the formation, through understanding, through whatever lay beyond. He had absorbed fragments of 42 previous hosts through the Hollow Monarch, shattered pieces of consciousness, scattered knowledge, fractured understanding of what they had experienced when confronted with the mechanism. The Hollow Monarch had consumed them, had extracted their essence, had left behind only fragments. But those fragments contained something. The memory of reading the formation, the memory of understanding it, the memory of the moment when each of them realized what the throne truly was. Combined with Shun Lihua's 60 years of research, combined with Dao Rong's decades of translating ancient texts, combined with his own cultivation understanding, he had enough context to begin reading. It would not be easy. It would not be complete. But it was possible. The script came into focus gradually, slowly, line by line, word by word. The meaning emerged not as translation, but as direct understanding. It was as if the formation itself was teaching him its language, opening his consciousness to recognize patterns he had never encountered before. The words were ancient, but they existed in a form that transcended language. They conveyed meaning through pure conceptual transmission, not sound, not written script, but direct mind-to-consciousness communication. He read the formation. Not all of it. The formation was too large, too complex, too old for even his fragmented collection of host experiences to fully comprehend in the time available. But he read enough. Enough to understand the basic structure. Enough to grasp the core truth beneath the billions of characters. It was not a weapon. It was not a prison. It was an address. A record of where the throne is and who holds the keys. Each host was a key. Each key was cut to fit a specific lock through the unique nature of their consciousness and cultivation path. The lock was not metaphorical. It was real, structural, part of the mechanism itself. At Tier 7, when the key turned, the lock would open. But opening it meant becoming part of it. Becoming integrated with the mechanism. Becoming bound to it. Weiba understood this gradually, as he moved deeper into the formation's field. The suppression mechanism was not trying to kill him. It was not trying to prevent him from reaching Tier 7. It was herding him toward it. Every obstacle had been a guide. Every pressure had been leading him here, to this moment, to this realization. The coalition that forced him to consolidate his network, it had taught him how to structure power. The Boundary Watcher's warning, it had created urgency. The suppression itself, it had herded him toward the only solution. He stood in the center of the realm navel, reading the words of something that had been dead for 10,000 years and yet still functioned perfectly. The words were carved in patterns that made it clear they had been renewed, reinforced, rewritten countless times over the millennia. But the core message never changed. The core truth never shifted. Each of the 42 previous hosts had read these same words, had understood these same truths, had reached the same realization, that they were not free agents advancing through the system, but keys being inserted into a lock that had been waiting for them since before their civilization existed, before their nations rose, before the first sect was founded, before the first cultivator achieved enlightenment. The formation pulsed with a slow rhythm that matched his heartbeat, as if it were alive, as if it had been waiting, as if it knew him, as if it had always known him. Chapter 1:20 The suppression mechanism turned off. Not because Weiba destroyed it. It was never an enemy to be destroyed. It simply stopped functioning because it had accomplished what it was designed to accomplish. It had brought him here. It had made him read the words. It had shown him the truth of what the throne was. Because it was never against him. Every obstacle in the last 20 chapters had been a guide, not a barrier. The coalition that forced him to consolidate his network, that had been teaching him how to build something that could survive his own advancement. The Boundary Watcher notification creating urgency with the false timeline of 60 days that had been necessary to make him move faster, to reach Tier 6 ahead of schedule, to activate the suppression mechanism before the expected moment. The suppression mechanism itself, draining the network at 20% daily, that had been the herding. The pressure that drove him toward the only possible solution, reaching the realm navel. Weiba understood this as he stood in the void. The Conquest System had never been trying to trap him. It had been trying to use him. The entire progression had been orchestrated, not by any conscious entity, but by the mechanism itself, designed 10,000 years ago by the Origin Emperor, designed to identify hosts who could advance and to guide those hosts toward the specific moment when they would become useful to something larger. He looked at the formation, the address written in the ancient script, the record of who held the keys. He understood what was being asked. The mechanism wanted him to advance to Tier 7. It wanted him to complete the transformation. It wanted him to become the next key in the lock and to let the throne acknowledge him. The question was whether that acknowledgement was a promotion or a capture. 60 years, Shenlihua said quietly from the threshold where she could no longer quite see him. Her voice carried through the void, reaching him even at the center of the formation. I thought I was saving you. Weiba looked back toward the threshold, though he could no longer see her clearly. Maybe you were. Maybe we're walking into something that kills me. But I've been walking into something since Chapter 1. At least now I know what direction I'm walking. The path to Tier 7 opened in front of him. Not a corridor like the one that had brought him here. Not a formation or a gateway. An inevitability. A transformation that was already in progress, already beginning at the edges of his consciousness. The final stage of the mechanism's design. Weiba looked at it. He considered the cost. 12 hours of continuous dominion projection had left his cultivation base depleted. The void's pressure was pressing against his consciousness from every direction. The truth he had read in the formation's ancient script was still settling into his mind. And beyond all of that, there was the simple practical reality of what advancing to Tier 7 meant. The throne was not a position of power, it was an infrastructure. He would become part of it. He would become bound to it. He considered the structure. The Conquest System network was more than 37 nodes now. Word of his advancement had spread, and cultivators were accepting his power distribution daily. The network was growing. Once he reached Tier 7, once he became part of the throne's lock, what would happen to that network? Would it stabilize without him? Would it fragment? Would his absence cause it to collapse the way Shenlihua had warned? He considered the list of people he had hurt, the names and circumstances recorded in his chambers, the individuals displaced by his growth, the families disrupted by his territorial expansion, the cultivators he had faced in combat and defeated. The cost was substantial. The list was long, and advancing to Tier 7 would not change that cost. It would not unmake the harm. It would not bring back what had been lost. He considered Chu Fenru managing the network without him. The alchemist had spent years building the cultivation supply structures, the medical networks, the resource distribution that kept the territories stable. Chu Fenru was competent enough to continue that work. But would she want to? Would she choose to remain loyal to a host who had become part of an ancient throne's mechanism? He considered the cultivators who had accepted his power. The 37 cultivators who now carried pieces of the Conquest System's energy. They had made the choice consciously, with understanding of what that choice meant. If Wei Ba advanced to Tier 7, they would still carry that energy. They would still be bound to him through the system. Would they resent the binding once they understood its true nature? He considered the empire he had built. It was not as large as the territories of the great sections. It was not as old or as established, but it was real. It existed. It had laws and structures and individuals who lived within it. Advancing to Tier 7 would either elevate that empire or destroy it. He did not yet know which. And then he moved forward. There was no moment of decision. There was no internal debate that resulted in a final choice. He simply moved toward the path that the mechanism had opened. One step into the transformation. One moment of acceptance. The Tier 7 advancement began. Let's see, he said quietly to the void, to the formation, to the mechanism that had been hurting him for 17 chapters. And Arc 6 ended. Chapter 121. The realm navel was not a place. It was a cavity. A space at the center of the world where something had been carved away 10,000 years ago and never refilled. Wei Ba stepped into it with Shenlihua behind him, and the suppression mechanism that had hung over the entire cultivation world simply ceased. The release of pressure was so absolute that he could feel it in his bones, not as relief, but as a change in the substrate of reality. The air itself became lighter. The weight that had accumulated in his cultivation base over weeks of exposure to the suppression formation lifted, not instantly, but gradually, like waking from a long submersion. The cavity opened downward. Vast. The walls were smooth, carved by intention rather than erosion, and they glowed with a faint phosphorescence that came from the grooves of a formation so large that Wei Ba could only see fragments of it at a time. He extended his dominion sense, the 6 layers that he had aligned in the corridor outside, and found that the formation receded below him into depths that his sense could not penetrate. It was not that his dominion sense had a limit. It was that the formation actively obscured what lay beneath, creating zones of intentional blindness. But he could see the top, and what he saw made him stop walking. The throne occupied the center of the cavity. It was made of bone. Specifically, It was made of 42 thrones that had been fused together into a single structure, each one arranged like ribs in a cage, the backrest towering 50 men high. The bone was white, crystallized with conquest energy so thoroughly that it no longer looked like organic material. It looked like stone. It looked like a monument carved to commemorate something that had been lost. It looked like a tomb. It looked like both. The individual thrones at the base of the structure were still distinguishable. Wei Ba could trace the outline of where one ended and another began by following the faint seams where they had been merged together. But the higher sections had fused completely, the crystalline structure flowing together as if the bone had become a substance that could be poured and shaped rather than built. Wei Ba could feel the age in it, not through touch, but through dominion sense. The bone radiated a signature that was ancient beyond mortal understanding. 10,000 years was not a measurement of time the way normal cultivators use time. It was a geological epoch. It was the time required for mountains to wear down into plains, for civilizations to rise and collapse and be forgotten, for the basic substance of the world to shift and realign. And the throne carried all of that pressure inside its crystalline structure, compressed and preserved. The consciousness was the thing that made Wei Ba stop walking. He felt it before he understood it. 42 minds in the crystalline matrix, each one awake, each one aware, not archived as data, the way information could be stored in a cultivation base, not preserved in memory or consciousness fragment, imprisoned as matter. They had been imprisoned here for centuries or millennia, or perhaps longer than that. There was no way to measure time in a space where time had been sculpted into irrelevance. The realm navel existed outside the normal progression of moment-to-moment existence. A second here could be a year there. A decade could pass in the space between heartbeats. Wei Ba could not determine how long the 42 had been conscious inside the throne. He could only feel that each of them was aware of the totality of their imprisonment. Wei Ba approached the throne. Xianxia stayed 3 paces behind. Her posture shifted to observation. She had been here before, in thought, in her 60 years of accumulated research. She had read the accounts. She had studied the formation diagrams. She had spent 6 decades preparing for this moment. But seeing the actual thing in person seemed to change nothing in her expression. Her eyes tracked the structure with the precision of a scholar checking observed reality against theoretical expectation, finding the match, and noting it as confirmation. "They're alive," Wei Ba said. "Yes," Xianxia said. He extended his hand and touched the crystalline bone. The contact was instantaneous and total. Information flooded through the connection in a way that was not language and not quite thought, but something that existed in the space between the two. The throne was a self-sustaining empire. It ran without a living emperor. The 42 consciousness matrices were the power structure. They were the mechanism. They were the fuel. The formation around them was not a cage. It was a system that converted their accumulated conquest energy into a standing governance structure that maintained the Heaven Sovereign's territorial claim on the entire realm. The circulation pattern was elegant in the way that Wei Ba appreciated elegance. Every component served multiple functions. Nothing was wasted. Everything connected to everything else in a hierarchy that required no external oversight. The Heaven Sovereign had been dead for 10,000 years. The empire continued anyway. Wei Ba withdrew his hand. His meridians felt strange, as if they had been touched by something ancient and cold. The Conquest System feeds into this. Every host who succeeds at building an empire, Xianxia said, contributes their conquest energy to the throne. The system is designed to extract that energy automatically at Tier 7. Every host becomes part of this. What you see is the accumulated dominion of 42 previous hosts, crystallized and bound into a permanent formation. Unless they destroy it first, Wei Ba said. None of the 42 destroyed it, and there is no record of any host before them who did. She paused. That record would be difficult to keep. It would not be kept. Wei Ba studied the formation again. He was reading it the way he read supply chains and logistics, not as a monument, but as a functional mechanism. The throne was not beautiful. It was too vast, too geometrically precise, too clearly designed for a purpose that transcended aesthetics. But there was something in the structure that reminded him of the way Yushun organized the administrative centers in his empire, the way every piece fit into every other piece, creating redundancy without waste, function without ornament. The flow of conquest energy through the formation was visible to his dominion sense as patterns of movement and pressure, a constant circulation that maintained the structure's coherence. The 42 had been very good at building empires. That was why they were here. The system did not recruit failures. It selected for strength. The hosts who had failed to build sufficient dominion were already gone, absorbed into the ambient chi field, forgotten. These 42 were the ones who had succeeded. They were the ones who had understood how to create structures that sustained themselves. And because they had succeeded, they had been chosen for perpetual service in the throne. Weiba thought about the logistics of the mechanism. How many Tier 7 cultivators had there been? The recorded history showed maybe one every 200 years. Some periods had longer gaps. The oldest host had been imprisoned 4,000 years ago, which meant the throne had been sustained for that long with a discontinuous supply of new hosts. The system was designed to function without constant input. That spoke to a level of structural sophistication that Wei Ba had not fully appreciated until this moment. Can you absorb it? Shen Lihua asked. Wei Ba considered. His dominion sense was still extended into the crystalline bone, still reading the formation's architecture. Technically, yes. The throne is crystallized conquest energy. My system is designed to absorb conquest energy. The mechanism for it exists. How long would it take? 3 breaths. Maybe 4. While projecting into 42 consciousness matrices simultaneously. Yes. Shen Lihua nodded slowly. Have you done anything like that before? No. What would happen if the absorption failed? Wei Ba looked at the throne again. He looked at the places where the crystalline bone of dead emperors became the structural support for something vast and impersonal. He looked at the architecture of the throne and thought about what would happen if that structure tried to funnel all 42 consciousness matrices into his cultivation base at once. He thought about the feedback loop that would create. He thought about the way his meridians would rupture under that pressure. It would probably kill me, he said. The dominion compression would exceed what a single consciousness could survive. There is a theoretical maximum for the amount of foreign consciousness matter that can be integrated into a single mind before the mind collapses. The throne contains 42 distinct consciousness structures. That is beyond the theoretical maximum. Then you'd fit right in, Shen Lihua said, with the faintest suggestion of something that might have been dry humor if 60 years of suppression had not taught her how to make darkness sound like observation. The comment was delivered in the same flat tone she used for everything else, but it was unmistakably a joke. Wei Ba recognized it the way he recognized the pawn in her statement. Fit right in, because the 42 were imprisoned here, because he would be added to the throne, because the throne could make space for one more body in its endless crystalline structure. Wei Ba made no response. He was already working through the problem. His mind was calculating trajectories and pressure distributions. His consciousness was analyzing the formation architecture, identifying the pathways through which conquest energy flowed, mapping out the probable sequence of absorptions. The throne would not fight him during the absorption. The 42 consciousness matrices inside it were conscious enough to make decisions. They would cooperate if they understood that the alternative was continued imprisonment. They would resist if they understood that he was simply going to absorb them and add their weight to his own dominion. It was, therefore, a problem of persuasion. And persuasion was something that Wei Ba had become very good at. He extended his dominion sense outward, measuring the space. The cavity was larger than he had first realized. The walls receded back further than his sense could follow. It was a perfectly constructed space for the throne, giving it isolation, giving it protection, giving it the kind of separation from the cultivation world that was required to maintain a 10,000-year-old empire. Wei Ba began to consider what he would need to build to survive this. Not a weapon, a framework, a structure inside his own cultivation base that could accept 42 simultaneous streams of foreign consciousness and integrate them without destroying him. The realm navel was silent around him. There was no wind in a space outside normal atmospheric existence. There were no external sounds at all. The only noise was the subtle hum of the formation, the sound of 10,000 years of accumulated power circulating through the throne's crystalline structure. It was a sound that was almost subliminal, almost not a sound at all, just the vibration of something ancient and immense. Chapter 122. The throne was not a person. This was the critical understanding. Wei Ba had spent his advancement believing in a structure of beings, from the vassal at the bottom to the heaven sovereign at some unreachable peak. But the throne revealed something different. The heaven sovereign was not a person. It was a system, a mechanism. A heaven sovereign built 10,000 years ago had created a structure specifically designed to maintain their territorial claim on this realm after their death. They had succeeded so thoroughly that the empire ran without them. The circulation of power continued. The formation maintained its coherence. The consciousness matrices imprisoned inside provided the necessary fuel. The system perpetuated itself. Shen Lihua had understood this for 60 years. She had lived with the knowledge. She had used it. She had built her research on the acceptance that this mechanism existed and could not be easily removed. Watching her stand in the presence of the actual throne, Wei Ba could see the moment when her theoretical knowledge became concrete. It did not change her expression, but something in her posture shifted. The weight she had been carrying for 6 decades became slightly less abstract. It became a thing that could be touched, pointed at, addressed directly. How long have they been here? Weiba asked. He was walking around the throne, examining the formation from different angles. He was mapping out the pathways, the pressure points, the places where the consciousness matrices were most directly accessible to external contact. Each angle revealed something different about the structure. From one side, the throne appeared monolithic. From another, Wei Ba could see the individual thrones that had been fused together, each one retaining some vestigial structure, some ghost of its original architecture. The earliest of the 42 is approximately 4,000 years old, Shenlihua said. The system records them in order of absorption. When a host reaches Tier 7, the system automatically extracts their consciousness at the moment of breakthrough and deposits it into the throne. The most recent is 600 years. That would be Empress Yun. She ruled for 53 years before the system claimed her. Weiba stopped. Her consciousness is aware it was claimed? Yes, I have read her account. She described the moment of absorption as a narrowing. Everything that was her outside the conquest energy was removed. Then she was placed here. She called it the theft of agency. She wrote it on the throne itself. Weiba looked more carefully at the surface of the crystalline bone. There were marks, not carvings. The crystalline structure was too hard to be carved without extraordinary effort. But impressions, places where consciousness had pressed against the matter from the inside and left a pattern. Words, some of them. Equations. Diagrams. The 42 had been imprisoned for years or centuries each, and they had used that time to leave records. They had written on the inside of their prison with the pressure of their own minds. The oldest marks were nearly worn smooth by time and the ambient formation energy. They had been pressed into the crystal tens of thousands of times over 4 millennia, the pressure diminishing with each repetition, the marks becoming less distinct. The newest marks, Empress Yun's accounts, were still sharp. Weiba could trace them with his eyes. He could almost feel them when he extended his dominion sense toward them. What did she say? Weiba asked. Shenlihua approached the throne. She had memorized the accounts, Weiba realized. She did not need to consult written records. Her 60 years of research had turned her into a living archive of the 42 hosts. She pointed to a section of the crystalline surface with the precision of someone who had touched this exact location many times before, at least in thought. Here, I built a kingdom. I made choices. I conquered and established and ruled. And in the moment of my greatest strength, I became property. And then, further on. The worst part is that I understand now why. I am necessary. The mechanism cannot run without the consciousness matrices. I chose to build, and in choosing, I became indispensable. There is no escape from a system that rewards you for your own capture. Weiba read Empress Yun's words 3 times. They were pressed into the crystal with enough force that they had endured for 600 years. He understood what she had done. She had used her consciousness to burn her account into the throne itself, creating a permanent record of her experience. The words were not beautiful. They were precise and bitter and absolutely honest. He moved on, examining the rest of the throne, until he found the oldest marks. They were in a language that had evolved into something else over 4,000 years, but the sentiment remained readable. The oldest host had written, "When I reach immortal ascent, I will be whole." But I am not reaching it. I am reaching the place where wholeness stops being possible. And then, below that, as if the host had returned to the same location multiple times to add to the account, they told me the system would free me at Tier 7. They lied. Tier 7 is where the system claims everything. There is no further ascent. There is only this. They knew, Weiba said. They reached Tier 7 and understood what it was. Yes, Shenlihua said. And they entered anyway. Because the Conquest System is designed so that by the time you understand what it is, you are already inside it, and the only way to proceed is forward. Weiba considered this. It was not unlike his own experience with the system. He had not chosen it. The system had chosen him, arriving in his body like an unwanted parasite. He had built his empire because the system made building empires the only visible path to advancement. It presented the climb to higher tiers as inevitable. It presented the accumulation of dominion as necessary. And at every stage, the system had been honest about what it was. It simply had not told him the full destination until he was too far in to turn back. Except he was about to do exactly that. He was going to turn back. No worse. He was going to turn sideways. He was going to absorb the throne and dissolve the system's completion mechanism. He was going to do something that no previous host had managed in the system's entire existence. Show me the formation, Weiba said. All of it. Every component. I need to understand how it works in detail. Shenlihua opened a scroll that she had been carrying since the realm naval's entrance. It was not a large scroll, but Wei Ba understood, as soon as he began to read it, that she had somehow compressed 60 years of accumulated research into this single document. The paper was old, the ink faded in places, the margins filled with supplementary notes written in a smaller hand. The diagram of the throne's formation was so detailed that reading it took 2 hours. Wei Ba read it standing up, his eyes tracking across the intricate patterns, the mathematical notations, the flow diagrams that showed how conquest energy circulated through the 42 consciousness matrices. When Wei Ba finished, he understood that Shun Lihua had given him her entire life's work in exchange for a single moment of clarity. The throne was made to be absorbed, not in the sense that it was weak, but in the sense that its structure anticipated absorption. Every consciousness matrix was prepared for extraction. The crystalline bone had specific pathways through which an absorbing consciousness could access and draw out the imprisoned minds. Every line of force was ready to be channeled through a host's meridians. The system had been patient. The system had been waiting for someone who could absorb not one consciousness, but 42 simultaneously. The system had been waiting for someone with the strength and the will to do what no previous host had ever attempted. The system had been waiting for him. They are ready to be freed, Shun Lihua said quietly. Her voice carried something that Wei Ba had not heard from her before. Not hope exactly, but something adjacent to it. The recognition that a problem she had spent 6 decades carrying might finally have a solution. Wei Ba nodded. And then, because he had spent the entire story learning not to make decisions in isolation, he said something that was, for him, remarkably difficult. I will need help building the framework to survive this. Shun Lihua's eyes widened slightly. This was the first time in the story that Wei Ba had explicitly asked for assistance. It was not a request for information. It was not a question designed to extract knowledge that he would then use independently. It was a request for partnership. It was an acknowledgement that her expertise was necessary, that his success depended on her contribution, that he could not achieve this alone. Show me what you need, she said. And the flatness of her voice was gone, replaced by something sharper, something focused, something that sounded like purpose. Chapter 123 Wei Ba's preparation took 5 days. He could not rush it. The framework for surviving 42 simultaneous dominion compressions did not exist in any known technique or historical record. The closest analog was the bone-tempering method that he had extracted from the Hollow Monarch, a technique designed to compress consciousness through sequential stages of increasing force. The original creator had built it as a way to harden consciousness, to burn away impurity, to create a cultivation structure that could withstand pressure. But that technique had been designed for a single consciousness operating in a single moment. Wei Ba was going to need to run 42 compressions in parallel while maintaining the integrity of each simultaneous stream. Shun Lihua brought her research into the process immediately. She had been planning this for 60 years. She had maps. She had analyzed every known dominion compression from every accessible historical source. She had studied the progression of methods from the earliest recorded cultivation systems through to modern techniques. She had theories. The theories were dense enough to fill 3 scrolls and intricate enough to require constant reference notes. Together, they began to build the framework. Wei Ba would lie at the center of a formation specifically designed to distribute the compression force equally through all 42 meridian pathways. The formation itself would be powered by the throne's own energy, a recursive loop that used the compressed host's power to support the compression of the compressed hosts. It was elegant in a way that reminded Wei Ba of a system that could bootstrap itself. The more energy the throne released, the more support the framework could provide to the ongoing compression process. Shun Lihua identified 3 critical flaws in Wei Ba's initial design. She worked through them methodically, pointing out each problem with the precision of someone who had spent 60 years analyzing this exact mechanism. The first flaw, Wei Ba's distribution pattern was asymmetrical. He had placed heavier compression weight on the first 6 consciousness matrices, assuming they would be strongest, assuming that the oldest hosts would have the most consolidated consciousness structures. Shun Lihua pointed out with a kind of ruthless clarity that the oldest hosts had been imprisoned the longest, and their consciousness structures had calcified. They had become brittle and crystallized. They needed less force, not more. Applying maximum compression to the oldest matrices would not integrate them smoothly. It would shatter them. Wei Ba revised his calculations and redistributed the force according to her specifications. The second flaw, Wei Ba was planning to run the 42 compressions in sequential order. He would absorb the oldest first, then the second oldest, moving through the sequence one at a time. Shun Lihua showed him through a series of diagrams that if he ran them in parallel instead, distributed across 3 simultaneous cycles, the shock would be less severe and the energy absorption would be more complete. It would take the same 3 breaths to absorb all 42, but the load would be distributed across multiple pathways instead of concentrated in a single stream. The difference was like the difference between a single flood and a constant rain. One destroys. One merely tests the foundation. The third flaw, Wei Ba had not accounted for the threshold moment at which a consciousness, once compressed and integrated, would fight back if it sensed additional compression incoming. The consciousness matrices inside the throne had been imprisoned for centuries. They would recognize the pressure of compression. They would naturally resist, trying to protect themselves from what they would interpret as a continuation of their imprisonment. Xianxia had a solution to this problem. A psychological architecture, a way to present the compression to the consciousness matrices as a liberation rather than an imprisonment. The consciousness matrices would not resist if they understood that the absorption was the first step of their release. They would cooperate. They would surrender. They would become part of Wei Ba's structure willingly rather than being forced. Wei Ba listened to all of it. He made notes. He refined his calculations. He tested Xianxia's suggestions against his own understanding of the Conquest System's mechanics. Each test validated what she had said. Her 60 years of research had given her insights that he could not have gained in a month of isolated study. And when Xianxia finished her final correction, when she set down the third scroll and looked at Wei Ba with an expression of pure exhaustion, he said, "Thank you." It was such a simple thing. 2 words. Perfectly ordinary in every context except this one. But it meant that for the first time in the story, Wei Ba had acknowledged that someone else's thinking had improved his plan. For the first time, he had expressed gratitude not as a vassal receiving orders or a leader receiving service from a subordinate. It was gratitude for genuine help from another person. It was recognition of her contribution as necessary. It was partnership. Xianxia said nothing for a moment. She was still holding the third scroll, her hands perfectly steady despite the exhaustion in her eyes. Then she said, "You're the first host who ever said that." The implication hung in the silence. 41 other hosts had received this same information from Xianxia. 41 other Origins emperors had drawn on her knowledge, used her research, benefited from her 60 years of accumulated understanding. And not one of them had ever said thank you. Not one had ever acknowledged that her contribution mattered. Not one had treated her as anything other than a resource to be extracted. Wei Ba did not respond. He did not need to. The fact existed now. It was part of the structure they were building together. They spent the next 3 days refining the framework. Wei Ba tested it against simulations, running small Dominion compressions in his own meridians to check the pathways. He would form a minor compression cycle, push a small amount of foreign consciousness energy through one of the 42 pathways, and monitor what happened. Each test was agonizing. The pain was not severe. The compressions were only at 5% of the final power, but it was a warning of what was to come. Each test burned through his meridians like acid. By the time he had verified all 42 pathways, he had burned through 42 controlled compression cycles, each one at 5% of the final power. His meridians felt scraped. His bones felt brittle. He had hemorrhaged from his nose and eyes multiple times. But the framework held. Every pathway remained stable. The recursive loop that Xianxia had designed continued to provide support. The integration was smooth and controlled. On the 5th day, it was ready. Wei Ba had reinforced his dantian with cultivation cycles that would support the initial shock of absorption. Xianxia had positioned herself at the periphery of the planned formation, had rehearsed the specific hand positions and meditation states that would allow her to reinforce Wei Ba's structural integrity if the compression became too severe. The throne glowed with a steady light that had become more visible as the day of absorption approached. The 42 consciousness matrices waited. Wei Ba stood before the throne and said, "I am ready." Xianxia nodded. Her posture had shifted to a kind of complete stillness. She was no longer a scholar. She was no longer simply an observer. She had become an active participant in whatever was about to happen. Her hands were positioned precisely. Her cultivation was held at full awareness, not activated, but ready. Her eyes were locked on Wei Ba with an intensity that had nothing to do with observation and everything to do with determination. "Then we will begin," she said. Chapter 124. Before Wei Ba began the absorption, he did something that no previous host had ever done. He activated his Tier 6 edict, not to command, not to enforce, not to establish a standing law across his territory. He activated it to communicate. He centered himself in the middle of the formation that he and Xianxia had constructed. He felt the threshold of the edict before he moved into it. Xianxia had warned him about the mechanism. The Tier 6 edict operated on a principle of absolute projection of will. To activate it from a position of weakness would trigger a cascade of self-consumption. Desperation would cause the edict to burn through its own foundations trying to achieve the impossible. But to activate it from a position of complete calm, from a state of absolute certainty about the structure and design of what you were projecting, that was how you used the edict safely. Wei Ba approached the threshold of the edict from stillness. He did not push. He did not force. He allowed the threshold to recognize his presence and open. The experience of the edict was nothing like he had expected. Shenlihua had described it as standing at the bottom of the ocean, the weight pressing down from all directions, the pressure absolute and inescapable. She had been accurate, but the description had not prepared him for the sensation of it. The edict was not a tool. It was a state. It was stepping into a moment where your consciousness was so clearly aligned with your intention that the two became one. There was no separation between what you wanted and what you were projecting. Wei Ba did not feel the pressure of the ocean. He felt the weight of absolute clarity. He felt his own consciousness expanding outward from his dantian in a pattern that matched exactly the architecture of the Tier 6 standing law. He felt his intention to communicate reflected back at him from the throne itself. He projected a conquest edict through the throne's formation, not as an order, not as enforcement, not as a standing law across his territory. He projected it as an announcement, a statement of presence, a declaration that meant, I am here. I am not kneeling. I am not submitting to your mechanism. I am not being recruited by your system. I am coming by choice. The 42 consciousness matrices responded. They did not respond with power. They did not attempt to overwhelm him or resist him or defend the integrity of the throne. They responded with recognition. Recognition of someone who understood exactly what they were and had chosen to engage with them anyway. It was the first moment in the story where Wei Ba was speaking to 42 people who had experienced exactly what he had experienced. The slow recognition that the path leads to a cage. The gradual understanding that the system's promises of freedom were lies built into the architecture. I will absorb you, Wei Ba said through the edict. His voice was not audible. It was projection of pure consciousness. Not as triumph. Not as conquest. As liberation. The oldest host, for 1,000 years imprisoned, projected a response. Wei Ba felt it as information, as memory, as a sensation that was almost like language but predated language. The response did not form words in Wei Ba's mind, but the meaning was clear. The oldest host had been waiting for this, had hoped for this, had understood that liberation would come in the form of being absorbed by someone who saw it as freedom rather than capture. The second oldest host sent a different message. This one was shaped like a question. It meant, how are you still yourself? How have you walked this far through the system without being absorbed by it? How have you retained your sense of choice when the system is designed to remove choice? Wei Ba considered the question carefully. He had to think about his actual path, the choices that had preserved his autonomy. I had someone who made me question every choice before I made it, he said. An overseer named Yu Shun in the Iron Dust Basin who taught me to collect information before action, to understand the costs before I committed. I had people around me who were good at things I was not good at. I had soldiers who understood warfare. I had administrators who understood structure. I had scholars who understood the long history of cultivation. I had someone who looked at what I was building and asked me what it was for. The third host sent a response that was shaped like agreement. It meant recognition of his path, acknowledgement that this was a valid approach. The fourth host sent a similar response, and the fifth, and then all 42 at once began to communicate, their consciousness matrices creating a resonance inside the throne that made the crystalline bones sing with a frequency that had not existed for centuries. The sound was not made of air. It was made of pure consciousness vibrating in alignment. It was 42 minds recognizing one mind. It was the acknowledgement of kindred experience. It was preparation for what was about to happen. They understood. And more than that, they were ready. They had been ready for thousands of years. They had been waiting for this exact moment, for this exact person, for the first host in the system's entire existence to approach their prison with the intention to free them rather than to perpetuate their imprisonment. Wei Ba turned to Shenlihua. She was watching with her full attention. Her cultivation was not flowing yet. That would come later, when the pressure became too severe to bear alone. But she was positioned perfectly. Her hands were positioned to channel her energy into him at the precise moment when he would need it. She was present in a way that Wei Ba had not experienced before. Not intrusive, not commanding, but absolutely present. Supporting. The first time in the story that he was not alone in the moment of decision. The first time that he would face the immediate challenge with someone else committed to seeing him through it. Now, he said. Chapter 125. The absorption of the throne began with a sensation like being unmade. Wei Ba projected his consciousness forward through the center of the formation, reaching into the crystalline matrix where the 42 consciousness structures waited. The moment his consciousness touched them, they released their accumulated power in a coordinated rush that was nothing like a battle and everything like a surrender. The first compression was manageable. Wei Ba's meridians expanded to accommodate the force, drawing the consciousness energy from the oldest host into the framework that he and Xin Lihua had constructed. The energy was ancient. It carried the weight of someone who had built an empire 4,000 years ago, a consciousness that had been forced to watch their civilization collapse into history from a prison made of their own triumph. The oldest host's signature was slow and deep, the consciousness patterns moving with deliberation. This was not an aggressive force. This was the surrender of someone who had lost the will to fight 4 millennia ago. The second compression came immediately, then the third and the fourth. The framework distributed them across 3 simultaneous cycles as Xin Lihua had designed. Pathways A and B and C carried the consciousness energy in parallel streams that fed into Wei Ba's dantian from different angles. By the time the 6th compression began, Wei Ba understood that this was going to hurt in ways that his body had never been hurt before. This was not the pain of cultivation. This was not the burning of meridians during advancement. This was the pain of his consciousness being remapped, restructured, integrated with foreign consciousness structures that carried 42 different ways of thinking about power. The 7th compression made him gasp. His breath locked in his chest. The 8th brought blood to the corners of his eyes. The 9th made his vision blur. By the 12th compression, he was bleeding from every meridian. The pain was not localized. It was a distributed burning that had started in his dantian and spread outward through his chest, his limbs, his head. It was as if his veins had been filled with acid, and the acid was moving through his body in synchronized waves. Each consciousness matrix released its power in sequence. 42 separate punches delivered to the same target, and Wei Ba had to absorb each one without flinching, without breaking the framework, without letting the pressure destroy his own consciousness structure before the absorption was complete. He was bleeding from his nose. The blood dripped down his chin and fell to the stone beneath his feet, each drop creating a small sound that Wei Ba registered as if it came from very far away. His ears were bleeding. His eyes were bleeding. Somewhere around the 10th compression, his meridians had begun to rupture in minor ways. Not catastrophic, but enough to cause hemorrhaging. The bone tempering technique was holding them together. The method that he had extracted from the hollow monarch's absorbed knowledge, now doing exactly what it had been built for thousands of years ago, providing structural integrity under crushing pressure. He could feel his bones beginning to crack, not from the force of the compressions themselves, but from the way the energy was restructuring his cultivation base. He was absorbing not just power, but the cultivation methods of 42 different hosts, 42 different approaches to empire building, 42 different ways of thinking about dominion and force, and the subtle art of making people follow you. The contradictions between them created a grinding pressure that was like holding 2 mountains together by hand and refusing to let either one fall. One host had built through direct military force. Another had built through administrative precision. A third had built through the careful cultivation of personal loyalty. They were all valid methods. They were also fundamentally incompatible, their principles conflicting with each other at the fundamental level. By the 20th compression, his body was failing in ways that were no longer theoretical. His legs had stopped responding correctly. His right arm was numb from shoulder to fingertips. His vision was beginning to fragment, consciousness splintering across multiple different perspectives as the foreign consciousness matrices began to integrate into his structure. By the 20th compression, Xin Lihua moved. She stepped into the formation beside him, not between him and the throne, but parallel to him. Her hands touched his shoulders. She was not reinforcing him with extra power. She was not trying to supplement the framework or add her strength to his failing meridians. She was maintaining his body's structural integrity on a moment-to-moment basis, using her own cultivation like glue to hold together pieces that were beginning to come apart under pressure. She was burning through her reserves at an unsustainable rate. Wei Ba could feel it happening. Xin Lihua only had void-crossing strength at baseline. The process was burning through her cultivation like fire through paper. She had enough to maintain him for maybe 30 compressions at this rate. Then she would be depleted. Then she would have nothing left. Then Wei Ba would have to complete the absorption alone or die trying. Wei Ba could feel her burning. He could feel the heat of her cultivation flowing into his meridians, stabilizing the cracks, preventing complete rupture. He understood what was happening. She was spending her cultivation, her years of accumulated power, on him. She was burning through strength she did not have to spare to keep him functional long enough to complete what had to be completed. "Stop," he said. The word took all the focus he had left. It was harder than the compressions themselves. Xin Lihua, no. The 22nd compression arrived. Wei Ba's vision blurred further. Blood ran from his nose, his ears, the corners of his eyes. His meridians felt like they were made of broken glass, each one fragmenting internally, the structure held together only by Shun Lihua's external support. If she stopped, he would fall apart. I said stop, he said. He tried to make it an order. He tried to use the authority that came with his position, with his strength, with his cultivation level. Stop. That is not a request. That is a command. I know, Shun Lihua said. Her hands were burning hot against his shoulders. Her cultivation was flowing out of her like water from a shattered vessel. She was not slowing down. She was not moderating. She was giving everything and then reaching for more that did not exist, burning past her limits in a territory where continued exertion would cause permanent damage to her cultivation base. The 23rd compression arrived. The 24th. The 25th. Each one burning through the borrowed time. Each one moving him closer to the point where even Shun Lihua's support would be insufficient. Wei Ba understood what was happening. She was aware of what she was doing. She understood the cost, and she was choosing to pay it anyway. I'm not your vassal, Shun Lihua said. Her voice was steady despite the exhaustion, despite the fact that she was burning through her own foundation to keep him alive. Something in Wei Ba's chest shifted. Not his meridians, something further in. Something that had been locked down for the entire duration of the story. Something that he had never allowed to break through his careful analysis and control. He laughed. Just once. Just for 2 seconds. A genuine sound that was not strategy, and not control, and not calculation. It was recognition of the fact that Shun Lihua had just turned his own words back on him with perfect precision. She had used his own statement, I'm not your vassal, the thing he had said to establish his autonomy from the Conquest System, and she had used it to refuse his order. She was not his subordinate. She was not bound by his authority. She was choosing to be here. She was choosing to burn herself to keep him alive. And she was doing it from a position of complete autonomous choice. The joy of being understood by someone lasted exactly 2 seconds. Then Wei Ba returned to the compressions, returning to the work of absorption, returning to the integration of 42 consciousness matrices into his own structure. The 26th compression arrived. The 27th. The 28th. Wei Ba's perception was so scattered that he could no longer feel most of his body. He existed only in the burning core of his dantian, where the 42 consciousness matrices were integrating into his own cultivation structure. He no longer knew what his external body looked like, or whether he was still standing, or if Shun Lihua was still conscious, or if the throne was still intact. He existed only in the interior landscape of compression and integration. The 34th compression completed. For more, the pressure had not diminished, but it had become almost rhythmic. Wei Ba could anticipate the arrival of each new consciousness matrix. He could sense which pathway it would follow. He could adjust his internal structure to accommodate it. The 36th compression completed. 3 more. Wei Ba's internal body temperature had risen to fever levels. He could feel his blood moving faster through his veins, his heart working harder to maintain circulation. The 37th compression arrived. The 38th. The 39th came and went like a wave. It was larger than the others, carrying more consolidated power, but it came through the pathway that Wei Ba had reinforced most thoroughly. It integrated without rupturing anything vital. One consciousness left. One final host. The 42nd consciousness matrix had been the most recent, 600 years of imprisonment. Empress Yun, who had written her account of being claimed by the system. Her consciousness was fresher than the others, her awareness less diluted by millennia of containment. She released her power, not in the aggressive push of the other compressions. She released it in a gentle flow that felt almost like an offering. The oldest host, the one imprisoned 4,000 years, had been fierce and methodical. Empress Yun was something different. She was surrender, but it was not the surrender of someone defeated. It was the surrender of someone achieving something she had dreamed of for 600 years. Wei Ba absorbed the final compression, and then he stopped burning. The throne dissolved behind him. He could feel it happening even though his eyes were closed, even though his sensory perception was shattered across multiple consciousness matrices. The crystalline bone that had been the support structure for the Heaven Sovereign's dead empire simply came apart. The consciousness matrices that had reinforced it were no longer available to maintain its coherence. The supporting structure failed. The formation collapsed. Wei Ba heard it dissolve. Not as sound. There was no air to carry sound in the realm navel, but as a sensation of something vast and ancient falling into itself. Chapter 126. The throne dissolved in 30 seconds. Wei Ba felt each second of it from the inside, felt the structure breaking down, felt the last remains of the Heaven Sovereign's empire crumbling to dust. The crystalline bone that had been the support structure for a dead god's territorial claim simply came apart. The consciousness matrices that had reinforced it released from imprisonment and dispersing back into the realm's ambient chi field. They did not ascend. They did not achieve immortality or transcendence in the moment of their liberation. They simply became part of the cultivation world's foundation rather than its prisoner. The stone that had supported them for centuries or millennia turned to dust and fell into the cavity beneath the realm navel. The 42 consciousness matrices dispersed into the greater structure of the world's chi field, like water returning to the ocean after being held in a cup for too long. Each one carrying their 40,000 years of accumulated knowledge. Each one carrying their understanding of how to build empires and how to make people follow and how to establish systems that lasted beyond the lifetime of their creator. It was not resurrection. It was not salvation. It was dissolution, and it was exactly what they had chosen. Weiba reassembled himself. The process took longer than he expected. His body was still there. His bones had not shattered. His meridians had not exploded. His consciousness had not fragmented beyond repair. But everything was wrong in the way that everything is wrong after you've been completely unmade and put back together with new architecture. Not broken, reconfigured, restructured, rebuilt. The 42 consciousness matrices had integrated into his cultivation structure, but they had not become absorbed into his consciousness the way the hollow monarch's knowledge had been absorbed. They were separate enough that he could feel them as distinct presences. They existed in his meridians, in his dantian, in the structure of his dominion sense. They were separate enough that he could identify individual hosts by their characteristic signatures. They were integrated enough that he could draw on their understanding and their methods and their accumulated wisdom without conscious effort. He was not 4,000 years old. He carried the equivalent of 4,000 years of consolidated wisdom, not memories. The consciousness matrices were too foreign for that, too utterly different in their fundamental orientation to consciousness and self. But capability, the understanding of how to do the things that the 42 had done, the knowledge of what worked and what failed, the accumulated mistakes of 42 different empire builders, all available to him at the level of intuition. Xianxia was still standing beside him, but her eyes had closed. Her posture had collapsed slightly. She was standing upright only through force of will. Her cultivation was nearly depleted. She had burned through enough reserves to cover a normal breakthrough to a mortal ascent, except she had not broken through. She had simply given it all to him. All 40 years of accumulated cultivation, spent in the span of a handful of minutes. Weiba caught her before she fell. Her weight against his arm was substantial, but no longer difficult. Something in his strength had changed. The 42 hosts had been powerful. He had absorbed them. He was now moving through the world with the aggregate power of 42 different empire builders compressed into a single consciousness structure. I'm still here, Xianxia said. Her eyes were still closed. She was not in danger of losing consciousness, not quite, but she was close enough that the distinction hardly mattered. I know, Weiba said. His voice sounded different to his own ears. It carried harmonics that had not been there before. It carried the weight of 42 different perspectives speaking in unison underneath the surface of the words. He lowered them both to the ground. The realm navel's cavity was just an empty space now. The formation was gone. The throne was gone. The mechanism that the heaven sovereign had maintained for 10,000 years had stopped existing. The chi field beneath them was empty except for the slowly dispersing energy from the 42 consciousness matrices as they integrated into the world's ambient cultivation. Weiba extended his awareness outward. The suppression mechanism that had hung over the cultivation world was gone. The Dominion node network that he had aligned to reach this place was still active, though its quality had degraded significantly outside the protected space of the realm navel. The Tier 6 standing law that he had established was still holding across his empire. But something else had changed. Something fundamental. The Conquest System's voice, which had always spoken in imperatives, go here, build this, expand there, establish dominion, grow stronger, reach the next tier, was now silent. Not absent. Silent. Waiting. Expectant. As if the system had exhausted its predetermined scripts and was now ready to listen to what Weiba wanted to do instead of what it had been designed to push him toward. Weiba reached out to the silence. He created a thought, a question, a request. He expected resistance. He expected the system to defend its nature, to insist on its purpose, to push back against any attempt to redirect it. He got flexibility. The system that had spent the entire story pushing him toward a specific destination was now showing him options. What would you like to claim? The system's voice asked, when it finally spoke. Weiba had never been asked what he wanted before. The concept was so foreign that it took him a moment to parse the question. The system's original purpose was fulfilled. The throne was destroyed. The mechanism was dissolved. The Heaven Sovereign's dead empire had stopped existing. According to the original parameters of the Conquest System, Wei Ba had won. He had reached the endpoint that the system had been designed to push hosts toward. Except he was lying in the realm navel with Shun Lihua's weight against his arm, his meridians still burning from 42 simultaneous compressions, his dantian now containing the consolidated cultivation of 42 hosts, and the system that had driven the entire story was asking him what he wanted. He did not have an answer. Not yet. But for the first time, he understood that the answer did not have to match the system's expectations. Chapter 127. The ascent back to the surface was slower than the descent had been. Wei Ba carried Shun Lihua. She was not unconscious, but she was depleted far beyond the point of independent movement. Her void-crossing cultivation at baseline was now burned to near empty, burned to almost nothing to hold together a consciousness that had been experiencing 42 simultaneous dominion compressions. She had given everything. She had spent her entire cultivation base to keep him alive long enough to absorb the throne. The only thing keeping her upright in his arms was the stub of consciousness that refused to let go until he was safe. That was foolish, Wei Ba said as they climbed. It was not an accusation. It was observation. It was truth. The technical analysis of her decision to continue providing support after the point where it would harm her permanently. Yes, she agreed. She was managing to keep her eyes open, though they were unfocused, moving across the walls of the corridor without actually seeing them. Her body was operating on stored momentum, responding to his movement without conscious direction. You could have died. So could you. In fact, you were much more likely to. I was providing a rational resource allocation. Her voice was steady despite the exhaustion. Despite everything. She was treating the decision like it was a simple supply chain problem. Wei Ba made no response. The logic was sound. The irrationality of it was also sound. She had chosen something that had no logical foundation except the foundation of choice. She had done it because she understood that the alternative was watching him be destroyed by 42 consciousness matrices pressing on him from all directions, fragmenting his consciousness beyond recovery. The math was simple. Her cultivation was less essential than his survival. Therefore, the optimal allocation of resources was to spend her reserves to keep him functional. It was a perfectly rational decision. It was also fundamentally irrational. It was also fundamentally selfish in the way that authentic partnership could sometimes be selfish. She had chosen to keep him alive because she had decided that his survival mattered more than her own future cultivation potential. That was not duty. That was not obligation. That was choice made freely, from a position of knowing exactly what the cost would be and accepting it anyway. The corridor that led back to the surface was still there. The formation that had guided them to the realm navel was still active, though its purpose had shifted. It no longer needed to guard against trespassers or prevent unauthorized entry. The mechanism it protected no longer existed. The Heaven Sovereign's dead empire no longer needed protection. Now it was simply an ancient pathway, a route that led from the center of the world back up to the surface where the cultivation realm existed in normal time, where the sun moved predictably through the sky, where causality maintained its grip. As they climbed, Wei Ba tested the 42 consciousness matrices that were now part of his structure. He reached out to one at random and felt it respond immediately. The consciousness matrices were not resisting integration. They were cooperating. They understood what had happened. They had been released from imprisonment. They had chosen to remain part of his consciousness structure rather than disperse into the ambient chi field. They could have left. They could have taken their consciousness and integrated into the cultivation world's foundation like the final 42 had done. Instead, they stayed. He could feel them responding, could sense their individual characteristics and their different approaches to problem solving. One host was methodical, approaching every problem through systematic analysis, breaking it down into components, examining each piece separately before reassembling the whole. Another was purely intuitive, grasping solutions through patterns rather than logic, seeing the shape of correct action without understanding the mechanism behind it. A third was tactical, always thinking about optimal positioning and resource allocation, treating every problem like a supply chain that needed to be optimized. They were not thoughts. They were sensibilities. Ways of viewing the world that were now available to him without requiring the mental effort to think them through. He could access them the way someone could access memories, not with the effort of conscious recall, but as a simple extension of his own consciousness. He did not have to choose which perspective to apply. The appropriate perspective presented itself. The oldest host's methodical approach was available when he needed precision. The intuitive host was available when he needed to move past analysis into action. They worked in concert underneath his own awareness. creating a cognitive structure that was far more sophisticated than anything a single host could have achieved. By the time they reached the surface location, the sun had moved 2 hand-widths across the sky. It felt later somehow. It felt like the entire world had aged in their absence. It felt like a year had passed inside the cavity beneath the realm navel, compressing all that time into a single moment outside normal causality. The formation that marked the entrance had shifted in their absence, had recalibrated itself to acknowledge that the suppression mechanism no longer existed. The world above and the realm navel below were no longer locked in opposition. The gathered factions had not moved. Hundreds of cultivators from the convergence of sect armies, from the remnant coalition that was trying to expand in the chaos, from the periphery of Wei Ba's own empire, all of them frozen in place by something beyond their understanding. They had felt the moment when the throne dissolved. They had felt the chi shockwave from the throne's dissolution travel through the entire cultivation world, registering as a sensation like the sky splitting open, like the world's foundation shifting. Every faction had felt it. No one had understood what it meant or what had caused it. The closest sects had sent scouts to investigate. The scouts had found nothing. The suppression mechanism that had hung over the world for 10,000 years had simply vanished. The pressure that had constrained cultivation advancement, that had made every step toward higher tiers incrementally harder, that had maintained the Heaven Sovereign's territorial claim, all of it was gone. The world felt lighter. The chi field carried a different resonance. Now, when Wei Ba emerged from the descent with xianxia in his arms and the 42 consciousness matrices thrumming in his dantian, the meaning became clear. Everything had changed. The person who had caused this change had just walked back into the world. The frontmost sect head, a man named Jing Chun, known for his directness, took a step forward. His expression was complicated. Surprise, certainly. Fear, probably. But underneath, something else. Something like the recognition of a problem that had just become unavoidable. The cultivation world had expected Wei Ba to return as someone slightly more powerful than before. It had not expected him to return as something fundamentally different. You destroyed it, Jing Chen said. His voice carried the weight of someone who had been thinking about this moment since the shockwave arrived. It was not a question. Yes, Wei Ba said. He was moving toward the gathered factions, carrying xianxia, his posture unchanged. His strength carrying both their weight as easily as if she weighed nothing at all. Chapter 128. Before Wei Ba addressed the gathered factions directly, he took a moment to stabilize xianxia. Her cultivation was still depleted, but the shock of returning to the surface had brought her closer to consciousness. The ambient chi field that existed in normal reality was less harsh than the realm navel's absolute pressure. It was almost gentle by comparison. She could stand with assistance. She could see. She was alert enough to understand what was about to happen and why it mattered. The recovery would take months. The damage to her cultivation base would take years to repair. But she would recover. She would survive. That was the only calculation that mattered. He positioned her on a stone outcropping that faced the gathered factions, making sure she was visible to everyone. She was not a captive. She was not a hostage. She was a statement. A proof that someone had been willing to sacrifice everything to keep Wei Ba alive. A proof that partnership in the Conquest System could mean something other than dominance and submission. Then Wei Ba did something that he had not done since the formation of his empire. He activated his Tier 6 edict and sent it outward through his Dominion node network as a standing governance command to all 31 distributed vassals. Not a battlefield order. Not a command to expand or defend or take territory. A structure command. In order to hold formation while he was absent from direct command structure. The command traveled outward through the network like light through clear water. It was instantaneous and total, reaching every one of his 31 vassals in the same moment, projecting into their consciousness with absolute clarity and absolute priority. Hold. Protect. Do not escalate. Maintain the territories as they stand. Accept no aggressive orders from lower-ranking commanders without verification from me directly. Guard the capitals. Guard the research centers. Guard the administrative nodes. Do not provoke. Do not respond to provocation with violence. Wait for my return. It was the most complete expression of the Tier 5 army capability that Wei Ba had ever issued. Not in order to do something, but in order to be something. To hold a shape. To maintain structure. To trust that he was moving through the world and would return with the next command. It was an order that said, I am absent. I am not available for real-time command decisions. I am working on something that requires my complete attention. The mechanism of execution is now in your hands. I need you to execute independently without my input. Can you do that? Will you do that? The responses came back through the network like a series of echoes, each vassal acknowledging the order, each one registering their agreement. Chu Fenru was the first to respond, the vassal closest to Wei Ba in terms of cultivation and position. His response came with perfect clarity, understood. Ru Geng sent his acknowledgement next, without question, the way he had supported Wei Ba throughout the empire's expansion. Deng Feihe confirmed compliance from the eastern territories. The other vassal lords registered their responses in a cascade of acknowledgements. Every one of his 31 vassals acknowledged the order. He could feel their agreement register through the Dominion node network like a series of responses traveling back toward him. Some of them were confused. This was not a normal type of order from Wei Ba. His orders were usually tactical, providing clear objectives and allowing his vassals to achieve them through their own methods. This order was different. This order was asking them to do nothing. This order was asking them to restrain themselves. Some of them were concerned about what could be more important than direct oversight of the empire's expansion, about maintaining momentum, about continuing to push against the boundaries of the territories they controlled. The remnant forces on the periphery were still testing Wei Ba's borders. The sects were still in chaos. This was an optimal time to consolidate power. But all of them complied. They understood what Wei Ba was actually asking. He was asking them to trust that the work he was doing in the realm navel was more important than any territory, any advancement, any immediate advantage. He was asking them to believe that his judgment mattered more than their own assessment of the situation. Wei Ba felt their compliance like a weight settling into his shoulders. For the first time in the story, he was making a decision that involved trusting everyone else to execute correctly while he was absent from the mechanism of execution. He had built systems that could function without his immediate oversight. He had created protocols that allowed his vassals to maintain their territories without constant input from the center. He had built an empire that could maintain structure in his absence. But anticipating something and testing it were different things. And now he was testing that structure. Now he was asking whether the systems he had built would hold without his direct command. The weight of that responsibility was not small. It was distributed across 31 vassals and hundreds of sub-vassals and thousands of soldiers and administrators. If any part of the system failed while he was absent, if any single vassal decided to ignore the hold order and attempt an expansion, if any commander decided that Wei Ba's absence was an opportunity to seize power, the entire empire could fracture. The structure was strong, but it was not invulnerable. Every system had breaking points. Every coalition of power had members who could be tempted by personal advancement. Wei Ba held the weight and did not buckle under it. He had known this risk when he created the structure. He had built the empire on the assumption that it would survive his absence because the vassals understood the value of their position. They understood that serving Wei Ba's vision was more profitable than attempting to replace him. They understood that his ascent to Tier 6 made him far too powerful to challenge successfully. They understood that the most rational decision was cooperation. Then he turned to face the gathered factions and began to speak. Chapter 129. 3 of the gathered sect heads attempted attacks before the situation had fully solidified. They were calculated attacks, not wild, not panicked, not desperate. They were testing. They wanted to see if Wei Ba's claims about Tier 6 strength were accurate, or if this was an advantage built on perception and positioning and political alignment. They wanted to know if the rumors from the realm navel were exaggeration or if Wei Ba had actually changed fundamentally. The first attack came from the north. A sect master named Guorun who had been controlling territories near the Western Pass for 20 years. He sent a strike designed to lock Wei Ba's meridians, not to kill, just to disable long enough to create distance and opportunity. It was the kind of strike that would work on a void-crossing cultivator. It would work on most void-crossing cultivators, even strong ones. It would definitely work on a void-crossing cultivator who was currently depleted from maintaining another consciousness for hours inside the realm navel, from pushing his cultivation base past breaking points and being held together only by external support. Wei Ba absorbed it without moving his feet. The strike arrived like a physical blow, direct and precise, carrying the signature of someone who had refined this particular technique over decades. The strike should have worked. His meridians should have locked. The specialized energy in the attack was designed specifically to create constriction, to prevent normal circulation, to freeze a cultivator in place like a chain wrapping around internal pathways. Instead, the energy hit his cultivation base and dispersed. Wei Ba felt the oldest host, the one imprisoned 4,000 years, move automatically, without conscious direction. The ancient consciousness simply absorbed the foreign energy the way it had absorbed hundreds of assault techniques over millennia, the way it had learned to defend against strike patterns that had evolved for 4,000 years after its imprisonment. The oldest host had forgotten more about combat than Guorun would ever know. The consciousness had been a commander. It had been a general. It had built empires through warfare and understood the mechanics of violence at a level that no contemporary cultivator could match. The consciousness moved, and the strike that was meant to lock Wei Ba instead became something else. It became a teaching tool. It became something that could be analyzed and understood and turned into knowledge. Wei Ba caught the dissipated energy and sent it back. Not in anger, not as a counterattack, just as information returning to its source. This is what you sent. This is how it moved. This is what happened to it when it encountered something it could not defeat. Guo Ren's eyes widened. The attack that was meant to immobilize Wei Ba returned to Guo Ren carrying double its original force, carrying the force of the strike and the force of Wei Ba's response, and the force of the oldest consciousness matrix's analysis. The sect master staggered backward, his meridians smoking from the backflash, from the collision of his own technique with something he could not have anticipated. His feet slid backward on the stone. He caught himself before falling. I would not attempt that again, Wei Ba said. His voice was calm. He was not threatening. He was providing information. He was saying, you have tested me. The test has a result. The result is that this particular attack will not work. Future attempts of a similar nature will produce similar results. Guo Ren did not attempt it again. He withdrew to the periphery of the gathered group, his expression a mixture of shock and damaged pride. He had committed to testing Wei Ba and had received an answer that was unambiguous. The second attack came from a different direction almost immediately. A cultivator named Su Ming from the Verdant Lotus sect sent a strike that was more sophisticated, not designed to lock, but designed to disrupt the flow of cultivation energy at its source by creating chaos in the meridian structure. It was a better technique. It was still insufficient. This was the kind of attack that would work on someone who was already at the limit of their cultivation capacity. It would work on someone who had just returned from the realm navel and had not had time to fully integrate 42 new consciousness matrices. One of the younger hosts, someone who had ruled for less than a century before being absorbed into the throne, took this one. This consciousness had been a specialist in administrative systems, in the kind of internal disruption that happened when organizations fought themselves. The consciousness absorbed the disruption technique and turned it inside out, demonstrating how the attack could be inverted, how Su Ming's own methodology could be used against her. Su Ming's own attack came back at her like a mirror being held up to her own cultivation base, showing her exactly how her technique functioned and how it could be defeated. Su Ming fell backward, coughing blood. Her meridians had been disrupted by her own attack, by the reflection that showed her the weakness in her method. She was not dead. She was not permanently damaged. She was simply defeated by someone who understood her technique better than she did. The third attack came from a more experienced sect head. This was an older cultivator named Jing Chun, the same one who had spoken to Wei Ba directly when he emerged from the realm navel. His attack was not designed to capture Wei Ba or disrupt him or test whether a particular technique would work. It was designed to test him. It was a question in the form of a strike. What are you now? What have you become? Are you still human? Are you still something that can be measured against us? Wei Ba did not deflect this one. He allowed it to hit him fully. He wanted to know the answer to. He wanted to understand what the impact of 42 integrated consciousness matrices felt like when pressure was applied from outside. He wanted to know if the framework held. He wanted to know if the oldest consciousness understood something that he did not. Jing Chen's strike arrived, and Wei Ba felt it distribute across his entire cultivation structure. It was like being struck by a fist, but the fist was made of the accumulated power of a void-crossing cultivator at the peak of that tier, someone who had spent 30 years perfecting a single strike pattern. The strike should have injured him. The strike should have created damage that would take days to repair. Instead, the 42 consciousness matrices absorbed it, integrated it, learned from it simultaneously. Wei Ba felt them work together, each one analyzing a different component of the attack. One understood the trajectory of the strike, the geometry of how the energy moved through space. One understood the force distribution, how the power was concentrated and applied. One understood the cultivation method behind it, the specific meridian pathways that Jing Chun had used to construct the strike. One understood the philosophical approach, the mindset required to deliver a strike of this caliber. They synthesized their understanding and showed Wei Ba not how to defend against this attack, but why it would never work on him again, because he understood now how it functioned at every level of its operation. Wei Ba caught the recoil of the strike and held it. He did not send it back. He simply held it in his palm, the energy swirling but contained, demonstrating that he could absorb Jing Chen's full power without damage or effort. I am no longer competing with any of you, Wei Ba said. His voice carried harmonics that had not been there before. It carried the weight of 42 different perspectives speaking in unison underneath the surface of the words. That competition ended when the throne dissolved. The Heaven Sovereign maintained an empire for 10,000 years by forcing the strongest cultivators in every generation into a system of perpetual subordination. That system no longer exists. I have no interest in perpetuating it. I suggest you accept this and make decisions from that understanding. Jing Qin's expression shifted. It was not surrender. It was recognition. It was the look of someone who had asked a question and received an answer that changed everything about how they understood the situation. This was not a Tier 6 cultivator. This was something different. This was something that could not be understood through the normal framework of cultivation advancement. Then what are you? Jing Qin asked. The question carried genuine curiosity. It was not hostile. It was not a threat. It was the question of someone trying to understand what had emerged from the realm navel. Wei Ba considered the question carefully. He had the knowledge of 42 empire builders, each one understanding the mechanics of power in a different way. He had the strength of a Tier 6 cultivator with consolidated power from the oldest living systems. He had Shun Lihua beside him, sitting upright on the stone outcropping, depleted but alive, having made a choice to support him that had cost her everything. He had the 42 consciousness matrices, not as additional voices in his head, but as available perspectives that enhanced his own understanding without replacing it. I am the first host, Wei Ba said. Whoever had a reason to want to stop building. Chapter 130-38 Compressions completed. For left, Wei Ba felt the boundary pass inside his consciousness like crossing a threshold that could not be reversed. 38 consciousness matrices integrated completely. 38 different perspectives now available to him at the level of intuition, woven into his cultivation base so thoroughly that they felt like extensions of his own mind rather than foreign presences. For more to go before the mechanism would be complete. For more consciousness structures to integrate. For more empire builders' accumulated wisdom to add to his own understanding. The space between the 38th and 39th compression felt like an infinite moment. It was the moment where Wei Ba could have stopped. It was the moment where he could have released the throne, could have taken what he had gained and stepped back from the final stage. The oldest and most experienced consciousness matrices had already been absorbed. The newest ones would be weaker. The final 4 compressions would not hurt more than what he had already endured. But he did not stop. He did not hesitate. He pressed forward into the moment where everything would likely end or transform into something new. Shun Lihua was burning through her own cultivation reserves to keep him functioning. Wei Ba could feel her cultivation dropping visibly as the moments passed, could watch through his extended awareness as she burned through decades of accumulated power in what felt like minutes. She had already spent more than most cultivators earned in a lifetime. She was refusing to stop. Every time Wei Ba tried to push her away, tried to tell her to release him and let him face the final compressions alone, she tightened her grip. Her hands were burning hot against his shoulders, hot enough that his skin should have blistered. Instead, the heat meant that her cultivation was flowing outward, meant that she was pouring herself into him without reservation. Her cultivation was flowing out of her like water from a shattered vessel. She was past the point where she should have stopped. She had passed through exhaustion into a state beyond exhaustion, into a place where her consciousness was operating purely on decision rather than capability. Her body should have given up. Her cultivation should have depleted to zero and refused to continue. Instead, she continued. Stop, Wei Ba said. He tried to make it an absolute command. Stop. That is not a request. That is a requirement. That is an order from someone with the right to command you. Stop now, or I will force you to stop. Shun Lihua, no. Wei Ba tried again, using all the authority that came with his position, his cultivation level, his recent absorption of 38 different consciousness matrices. Each consciousness represented someone who had commanded armies and empires. Each one carried the weight of authority. I said stop. I know, she said. Her voice was steady despite the fact that she was burning through her own foundation, despite the fact that she was damaging her own cultivation base in ways that would take years to repair, that would require years of careful recovery to fully heal. I'm not your vassal. It was the perfect counter. It was the statement that Wei Ba had made about his own autonomy from the Conquest System, the thing he had said in the moment of deciding to resist the system's push toward Tier 7 and absorption. It was the thing he had said to establish his independence from a mechanism that had tried to dictate his path since the moment it arrived in his body. And Shun Lihua had turned it back on him with perfect precision. She was not bound by his orders. She was not obligated to follow his commands because of any hierarchy or system of authority. She was choosing to be here. She was choosing to burn herself to keep him alive. And she was doing it from a position of complete autonomous choice. She was asserting her own independence by refusing to obey even him. Wei Ba laughed. Just once. Just for 2 seconds. A genuine sound that was not strategy, and not control, and not calculation. It was something that had never emerged from him in the presence of a real human before. It was the sound of being understood by someone. It was the sound of genuine partnership. It was the moment where someone had turned his own commitment to autonomy against him, and he had recognized it as beautiful. 39 compressions arrived like a hammer blow. The 39th consciousness matrix released its power, and Wei Ba felt the older hosts move aside automatically, creating space for this one. They understood somehow that this consciousness needed to be treated differently. This was someone from the recent past. This was someone whose methods were still current, whose knowledge had not yet become historical abstraction. 40 came next, carrying with it the full force of someone whose empire had still been alive 1,000 years ago. The consciousness matrix integrated with the others, adding its tactical knowledge to the accumulating foundation inside Wei Ba's structure. Then the 41st consciousness matrix released its power. This was a host from 300 years ago, someone whose records Xianxia had read during her 60 years of research. This consciousness was coherent and present and aware despite 600 years of imprisonment in the throne. It released its power with a kind of deliberation that showed consciousness remaining even as the consciousness matrix integrated into Wei Ba's structure. This host understood that the end had come. This host was willing. One left. The 42nd consciousness matrix. The most recent. Empressian. She had been imprisoned for only 600 years. She was the most recent addition to the throne. Her memories were still sharp. Her account of being claimed by the system was still written on the crystalline bone in her own hand. Her consciousness structure was the newest, the most sophisticated in terms of cultivation methodology, the most advanced in its understanding of how the Tier 6 edict functioned. She released her power in a gentle flow that was nothing like the aggressive pushes of the other compressions. It was not a surrender of someone being forced. It was not the desperate release of someone who could not resist any longer. It was surrender, but it was the surrender of someone achieving something she had dreamed of for 600 years. The consciousness was clear and present and understanding exactly what was happening. She was being freed. She was being released from imprisonment not as a consciousness that would disperse into the chi field like her predecessors, but by integration into someone who had chosen to absorb her. She was becoming part of Wei Ba's structure, not as a subordinate, not as a trophy, but as a liberation. Wei Ba absorbed the final compression. The absorption completed. The throne dissolved behind him. The formation collapsed. The 10,000-year-old mechanism that had held the Heaven Sovereign's dead empire together simply ceased to exist. The crystalline bone that had supported the consciousness matrices for 10,000 years became dust. The power that had maintained the suppression mechanism across the cultivation world dispersed back into the ambient chi field. Everything that had been purpose for 10,000 years became purposeless in a single moment. And then there was silence. The silence was not absence of sound. The silence was presence. The silence was the cultivation realm recognizing that something fundamental had changed. The silence was the moment before consequence. Wei Ba opened his eyes. He was lying on the stone beneath the realm navel, his body covered in blood, his meridians burned with the mark of 42 simultaneous compressions. His consciousness expanded to include 42 different personalities operating in perfect synchronization underneath his own awareness. He was alive. He was whole. He was something that had never existed before in the Conquest System's entire history. He was something that the Heaven Sovereign had not anticipated. He was something that the designers of the system had not accounted for. Beside him, Xianxia was still standing upright through pure force of will. Her cultivation was depleted to the point where she should not have been conscious. Her hands were shaking with the vibration of meridians running on empty. But she was looking at him with something that could not be called triumph, because triumph implied victory over someone else. It could be called recognition. It was the look of someone seeing exactly what they had hoped to see emerge from the process. "Welcome," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper now, "to a world without a purpose." Chapter 131. The throne dissolved in 30 seconds. Not in violence. Not in collapse. It simply stopped. Wei Ba felt it from the inside of the absorption. 42 consciousness matrices scattered like mist across a still pond, each one releasing a thread of its presence back into the realm's ambient chi field. They didn't fight the dissolution. They didn't resist. They simply let go. 42 hosts who had been trapped in the mechanism for 10,000 years, bound to the Heaven Sovereign's dream of conquest, finally released. They dispersed into something larger than themselves. Not ascension, not death, but a return to the fundamental substance that made the realm what it was. The experience was overwhelming. Wei Ba's cultivation sense had been expanded by the absorption to encompass all 42 simultaneous perspectives. As they released, the pressure inverted. The weight that had been pressing inward became a lightness, a sudden absence where there had been crushing presence. His internal structure, normally capable of holding himself together through pure force of will, suddenly had to adjust to the space where 42 signatures had been. It was like standing in a room with 42 pillars supporting the ceiling, and then all the pillars dissolving at once. The room didn't collapse. The weight simply transferred elsewhere. From within his dantian, Wei Ba tracked the dissolution pattern. Each consciousness released its anchor points sequentially, not simultaneously. They cascaded outward like a wave, each one dissolving contact with the next in an organized sequence. There was no chaos in this. It was methodical, precise. The 42 had been waiting for this moment for 10,000 years, and they released themselves with the disciplined attention of people who had prepared extensively for a single decision. The 15th consciousness to release was a cultivator named Jin Hao. Wei Ba caught his release signature and recognized it from the absorption, a void-crossing cultivator from a sect that had been destroyed in the Third Compulsion War 8,000 years ago. In the moment of his release, before he dispersed into the realm's foundation, Wei Ba felt his gratitude, not directed at Wei Ba specifically, but at the consequence that Wei Ba had caused. 8,000 years of imprisonment, and finally, dissolution. Wei Ba felt the moment the formation changed. The Heaven Sovereign's mechanism wasn't destroyed by force. It simply ended, the way a formation ends when its power base is removed. The formation was predicated on the throne as an anchor point. The throne held the shape. The throne held the suppression. The throne held the 42 matrices in place. With the matrices released, the formation had no foundation. It folded inward, not with violence, but with finality. 10,000 years of carefully constructed cultivation apparatus simply stopped operating. The dissolution happened like the moment when you release your grip from a cord you've been holding taut. It doesn't snap violently, it simply goes slack. Wei Ba extended his cultivation sense to feel the exact moment of structural collapse. The suppression field that had been constraining the realm's qi availability for 10,000 years released all at once. The energy that had been held in that constraint moved outward, spreading into the realm's foundation like water flooding into empty space. The realm navel itself changed. The pressure that had defined it as a distinct location dissolved, and it became just an empty chamber with nothing to anchor it as special. No artifact, no power source, no presence. The physical sensation was disorienting. Wei Ba's body, which had been adapted to support 42 simultaneous consciousness matrices, suddenly had to reorient to containing only his own awareness. The internal scaffolding that had been supporting them crumbled. His cultivation pathways, which had been forced into new configurations to accommodate the load, collapsed into a new shape. It was not painful exactly. It was closer to the moment when you release pressure you've been holding for hours and realize the strain only in the moment it disappears. Shenlihua was breathing hard, her cultivation leaking at the edges like smoke. 60 years. She had maintained the suppression protocol for 60 years, her cultivation reserves committed to keeping Wei Ba alive through the absorption. Her strength poured into stabilization. The mechanisms in meant her work was complete. The relief on her face was absolute, but it was coupled with exhaustion that ran so deep it seemed to be written into her bones. "It's gone," she said. It was barely audible. Her voice suggested that she had been holding those words for 60 years, and they had finally come loose. Wei Ba sat with that for a moment. The Dominion node network was still operating. His standing governance command had held the empire stable while he was absorbed. 31 vassal territories were holding their structures through the command sequence he had established before entering the realm navel. 300 cities were administering themselves through the governance protocols he had created. His empire was functioning without his direct attention. But the throne, the mechanism, the Heaven Sovereign's dead legacy of 10,000 years, all of it was gone. In 30 seconds, it had transformed from a crushing presence to an empty space. A decade of work, from absorbing the first host to destroying the final mechanism, collapsed into a moment. His first practical thought, Shenlihua was dangerously drained. The suppression protocol had been a massive expenditure. She needed rest. She needed recovery. But her cultivation wasn't at risk of failing entirely. She was tier 4, and 60 years of accumulated reserves meant she had resources that even this expenditure couldn't fully deplete. She would recover, but it would take time. His second practical thought, he needed to address the cascade of consequences that the dissolution would trigger in the outer world. The chi shockwave had registered. His cultivation sense detected it spreading outward through the realm's foundation in expanding rings. Everyone would feel this. Everyone would know something had changed fundamentally. He needed to understand the implications of that knowledge before it spread through the factions. His third practical thought, The realm navel was empty now, and that emptiness meant something. The mechanism was gone, but was it truly destroyed, or had it been transferred? The throne had dissolved, but were the patterns it had created still embedded in the realm's foundation? Weibo pushed that thought aside. For this moment, in the realm navel, there was only the silence of completion and the weight of 30 seconds of dissolution. Everything else could wait. Chapter 132. The breakthrough came from inside Weibo's own foundation, not from external pressure. Tier 7 had always been described as a wall that required either the Conquest System's compulsion mechanism to cross, or a naturally occurring perfect moment of alignment that might come once in a century. Weibo had neither. He had only the accumulated energy of 42 absorbed hosts, all of that chi and cultivation potential now moving through his body like a river with nowhere to go. His cultivation infrastructure was damaged. The absorption process had required forcing new pathways through his dantian, creating channels that hadn't existed before, restructuring his meridian network to accommodate simultaneous processing of 42 consciousnesses. The damage was extensive. His internal pathways looked like a garden that had been torn apart and partially rebuilt. His body shouldn't have been capable of advancement. Every medical principle Chu Fenru had taught him suggested that advancement at this moment would kill him. The infrastructure was too compromised. The healing was too incomplete. The risk was absolute. Instead, the advancement happened despite the damage. Because of it, perhaps, the breakdown of the old structure created space for the new one to form. His cultivation surged upward, flowing through the damaged channels, finding new pathways in the broken places, restructuring around the harm rather than being stopped by it. The advancement to Immortal Ascent Stage 1 was not smooth. It was violent and compromised and wrong in dozens of ways. It was the opposite of the controlled breakthrough that most cultivators experienced. It worked. The ceiling lifted. The void crossing limitation that had defined the upper boundary of his power simply ceased to exist. Weibo felt his cultivation spreading outward, exceeding the old limits, expanding into space that hadn't been available to him before. He was no longer at the peak of void crossing. He was something else entirely. Something new. The expansion was absolute. Where before he had been constrained by the void crossing ceiling, now he felt his power extending without limit, finding new levels of capability that had been inaccessible before. The physical transformation was visible. His body restructured internally, the damaged pathways rebuilding in the new configuration, his dantian expanding to accommodate the increased capacity. His cultivation density increased by orders of magnitude. Where he had previously been the strongest void-crossing cultivator in the realm, he was now in a completely different category. Immortal Ascent Stage 1. 1,000 cultivators at void crossing couldn't match a single Immortal Ascent Stage 1 cultivator. The power differential was absolute. Shen Lihua watched the transformation with intensity. She was measuring him, calculating, understanding the change that was happening in real time. Her eyes tracked the shifts in his cultivation density, the moment when his aura stabilized at the new level, the instant when he had become something her 60 years of experience had never encountered directly. The Conquest System's voice returned. It had been silent during the absorption, occupied with monitoring the throne's dissolution. Now it returned, and it was different. Not commanding, not pushing, asking, "What would you like to claim?" The words hung in the space where imperatives should have been. The system that had been driving him for years, offering objectives, presenting advancement paths, demanding progression, was now asking him what he wanted, offering options instead of mandates. The shift was so fundamental that Weibo had to process it separately, understanding that this was not the same system speaking to him. This was the same presence, but in a different register. A system asking for input instead of giving commands. Weibo didn't answer immediately. He sat with the question, understanding that this was a threshold of a different kind. The system was acknowledging his will. For the first time, he had genuine agency about what came next. He could claim territories, or advancement opportunities, or resources from the mechanisms that still existed in other realms. He could claim anything. The system was offering him that. He could claim the Immortal Ascent realm as his domain, or the other realms that the Conquest System had access to, or the consciousness matrices that were still imprisoned in mechanisms elsewhere. The options were infinite. "I don't know yet," he said aloud. Shen Lihua was watching him closely, and he could see the change in her expression as she processed what she was seeing. Her eyes widened slightly, not in fear, but in recognition. "You're different now," she said. It was not a question. "I'm still me," Weibo said. "No, you're not. You're Immortal Ascent Stage 1. The power differential is absolute. But that's not what I mean." She studied him with the careful attention of someone who had been measuring his development for a long time. Her gaze moved across his face, his posture, his cultivation aura. Before, you were always responding to the system. Now you're not. The question it asked, that's the first time it's ever asked instead of commanded, isn't it? Yes. And you don't know what you want to claim? She said. It was understanding, not judgment. I don't know what comes next, Weibo said. And it was the truth. For the first time in his journey, he genuinely didn't know what came next. The path had always been predetermined by the Conquest System's imperatives. Now the path was open. The system was deferring to him. He had to choose what came next without guidance, without compulsion, without the constant pressure toward advancement that had defined his entire cultivation journey. Xianxia nodded, as though this was exactly what she'd expected him to say. She had been waiting for this moment, the moment when the Conquest System's compulsion finally released him, and he had to choose what he wanted instead of responding to what he was being pushed toward. 60 years of waiting. 60 years of supporting him toward this moment. And now the moment had arrived, and Weibo was standing in it without knowing what he wanted. That's better, Xianxia said. That's the first real choice you've made since the system found you. Chapter 133. The emergence from the realm naval corridor was disorienting in its normality. Weibo had expected the transition to be traumatic. The passage from the void space back to ordinary reality should have been jarring. Instead, it was simply a shift. The pressure changed. The chi density changed. The foundation beneath his feet became solid rather than abstract. He was in the ordinary world again. The surface of the realm naval was chaos. Sect armies had converged on the location, responding to the chi shockwave that had propagated across the entire cultivation world when the throne dissolved. The shockwave had been felt everywhere. Every cultivator in the realm had registered the moment when the suppression mechanism released and the constrained energy redistributed. Coalition remnants were positioning for advantage. Weibo's own empire forces were establishing perimeter control. The three major sects that had survived the convergence wars were watching from elevated positions, trying to determine what had happened without committing resources to direct action. There were 40,000 cultivators gathered at the surface of the realm naval, and the atmosphere was charged with uncertainty. Xianxia emerged behind him, moving carefully. Weibo noticed the exhaustion on her face, the way her cultivation was bleeding away at the edges. She refused when he moved to assist her. I can manage, she said, her voice strained but firm. She was tier 4, and 60 years of reserve cultivations meant she had resources. But she was depleted in a way that suggested those reserves were finally being used. The effort of the ascension had cost her reserves, but the cost was sustainable. She would recover with rest. The moment Weibo stepped fully into the ordinary light, movement stopped across the entire convergence point. It was absolute, not a gradual ceasing of activity. It was the difference between motion and stillness. Every soldier, every sect head, every observer in the crowd froze. The chi shockwave had registered days ago, but seeing Weibo emerge was different. Seeing Immortal Ascent Stage 1 cultivation walking out of the realm naval, where the shockwave had originated, that was information the crowd couldn't ignore. That was visual confirmation of something that had been theoretical. Weibo's cultivation signature was radiating outward, and everyone in the crowd could read it clearly. Immortal Ascent. Stage 1. A cultivator in a different category than anything else in the realm. The first sect head to process what he was seeing was Rugong. Weibo's dominion sense found him immediately, positioned at the command center of the Imperial forces, already assessing the situation with the precision that had made him Weibo's most morally complex companion. His expression didn't change, but his stance did. He shifted slightly, the movement barely perceptible, repositioning to indicate that the Imperial forces would not be hostile. This was control. This was Rugong's gift. He could communicate volumes without speaking. In that single shift of weight, he was telling the assembled factions that Weibo's emergence was not a threat, but an information moment. That whatever was happening, the Empire would not be aggressive. Chu Fenru was already moving, her monitoring array activating. She was running calculations, her alchemical expertise allowing her to sense the baseline of Weibo's cultivation, to understand what she was seeing and what it meant. The numbers she was reading would tell her that Weibo had broken void crossing, that he had reached immortal ascent, that the advancement had happened from the inside, not from external pressure. Her eyes met his for a moment, and he saw the question there. Are you intact? Is the infrastructure stable? Are you going to survive this? The silence when information reached the entire crowd took only moments to establish. This was what 50,000 cultivators looking at an Immortal Ascent Stage 1 cultivator sounds like. Nothing. Complete, total silence. No one moved. No one spoke. Everyone was processing the information simultaneously, and the processing required absolute attention. Weibo waited, understanding that the silence needed to end on his terms, not on theirs. He extended his cultivation sense across the entire convergence point, mapping the positions, reading the alignments. 17 sect heads in clear positions, each one assessing the situation independently. Coalition forces without central command. Perhaps 5,000 cultivators held together by shared uncertainty rather than shared purpose. Weiba's own empire occupying the perimeter with military precision. His Dominion node network holding the formation stable. 3 defensive positions that could become aggressive if circumstances changed. It was a situation that could destabilize in moments or settle depending on what information was provided next. He waited. They waited. And the silence extended, becoming heavier, charged with the weight of 42 released consciousness matrices and a mechanism that had stopped operating and an empire that was now run by a being in a different category of power. Finally, one of the younger sect heads stepped forward, breaking the immobility. "What happened in the realm, Naval?" she asked. Her voice was steady, but her cultivation was vibrating with barely controlled anxiety. "I destroyed the mechanism," Weiba said. His voice was calm, matter-of-fact, devoid of threat or triumph. "The throne is gone. The suppression is lifting. The realm's cultivation baseline will increase over the next decade as the freed energy redistributes." It was simple. It was complete. It was the information everyone needed most urgently. And in delivering it without drama or explanation, Weiba communicated something else. He was not going to perform victory. He was not going to claim triumph. He was simply stating fact. The crowd's energy shifted, not into peace exactly, but into acceptance. This was information they could work with. This was a situation they could navigate. Chapter 134. Weiba delivered the information systematically, identifying what the assembled factions needed to know in order of practical importance, not dramatic impact. He stood at the center of the convergence point with Shun Lihua beside him, and he spoke with the precision of someone who had spent decades organizing empires. Information first. Consequences second. Implications third. The mechanism that was suppressing the realm's cultivation availability for the past 10,000 years has been dismantled. The throne that anchored that mechanism has been dissolved. The 42 hosts imprisoned in the mechanism's core have been released and dispersed into the realm's ambient chi field. The energy that was being constrained by the suppression protocol is now returning to the realm's foundation. This is not a gradual process. This is acute redistribution that will reshape the cultivation landscape across the entire realm. He paused, reading the crowd's processing. 17 sect heads were running calculations independently, trying to understand what this meant for their own cultivation bases, for their sect's relative positions, for the traditional hierarchy that had been holding the realm's power structure stable. The Conquest System is still active, but it no longer has a completion protocol. It is no longer driving toward a specific end state. It exists as a mechanism identifying cultivation opportunities in other realms, but its core function, the drive to reach Tier 7 through conquest, has been terminated in this realm. The hosts in other realms will not be coming here. The system will not be recruiting new hosts for this mechanism. The cycle of conquest is broken. Another pause. This information was more significant than it appeared. The sect heads understood that they would never again face the Conquest System's recruitment within their territories. They would never again have to manage the appearance of a host driven toward conquest by an alien mechanism. The cultivation baseline will increase by approximately 1% per month for the next decade. This means that every cultivator in this realm, regardless of faction or position, will experience natural advancement as the resource availability improves. The old power hierarchies will become unstable as everyone becomes stronger simultaneously. This is not a gift from me or from any faction. It is a consequence of the mechanism's removal. The energy was always there. The suppression was artificial. Removing the artificial constraint releases the natural resource. The significance of this statement spread through the crowd like ripples through water. Cultivation conditions improving. Advancement pathways becoming clearer. The old hierarchies that were based on relative strength becoming unstable as everyone advanced simultaneously. The bottom tier of cultivators would advance dramatically. The top tier would advance as well, but the differential would narrow. The power structure of the entire realm was about to reorganize. Shinlihua stood at Wei Ba's side in absolute silence. She said nothing, but her presence, Host 41, the woman who had been suppressed for 60 years, now standing openly beside Wei Ba, communicated something that words couldn't express. This was not a victory achieved through domination. This was a choice made in cooperation. The fact that she was standing here at all, that she wasn't dead from the suppression protocol's cost, that she was standing beside Wei Ba as an equal, all of that communicated a different kind of strength. The questions came immediately. A merchant sect head asked about resource distribution. How would the alchemical networks adapt to increased demand for cultivation pills if the baseline was increasing naturally? Shu Fenru stepped forward to field that, her answers precise and confident. She had already been thinking about this. She outlined a restructuring of the alchemical networks to support broader distribution, lower the cost of pills for minor sects and unaffiliated cultivators, create supply chains that hadn't existed before. It was clear that this was something she had been planning for months, waiting for the moment when the suppression would end. A military faction representative asked about territorial security. Would the increased baseline create instability? Would cultivators from stronger sects move to conquer weaker sects as the new baseline redistributed power? Deng Feihe moved into the conversation, explaining the strategic positioning that would maintain stability while the realm adjusted. She outlined military deployments that would prevent opportunistic conquest, create buffer zones between major sects, allow the baseline to redistribute without creating cascading conflicts. A righteous path cultivator asked the deeper question, what are you going to do with the power you now have? Weiba considered this carefully. The question was not about his intentions. It was about whether he intended to use his immortal ascent strength to impose a new structure on the realm, or whether he would allow the realm to self-organize around the new baseline. It was a question about the nature of his power and whether that power would be used to constrain or to facilitate. I'm going to help the realm adjust, Weiba said. I'm not going to ask for submission. I'm not going to impose governance on factions that want autonomy. The empire I built is a structure that works without requiring that. The realm can stabilize without requiring that I be in constant control. The traditional structure of power, where the strongest person rules and everyone else submits, is a useful structure when the baseline is constrained. When the baseline becomes abundant, that structure becomes unnecessary. I'm going to let the realm discover that. Something in that answer satisfied the questioner. The shift in his expression suggested he understood that Weiba had genuinely moved beyond the need to conquer everything. He was describing a different kind of governance, one based on structure rather than strength. Rugung was observing from his position at the command center. Weiba's dominion sense registered his subtle nod, approval, not of the answer, but of the consistency. Weiba was doing what he had said he would do. He was not using superior force to take what he wanted. He was offering structure instead of demanding submission. He was building something that could survive without his constant presence. The crowd's energy began to settle, not into peace exactly, but into acceptance. This was information they could work with. This was a situation they could navigate. The realm would change, but it would change through improvement rather than domination. The power hierarchy would shift, but it would shift through natural advancement rather than conquest. By the time Weiba finished his information session, the silence had transformed from charged uncertainty into productive calm. The factions understood what was happening. They could begin calculating their responses. Chapter 135. The first attack came 40 minutes after Weiba's information briefing ended. A nascent soul sect head, young, ambitious, probably convinced that the moment of chaos was an opportunity, threw a cultivation strike at Weiba without warning. It was not subtle. It was a direct assault, designed to either eliminate the threat or draw a response that would justify the factions acting against Weiba. It was the action of someone who had calculated that the moment of ambiguity was a window, and that window was closing. Weiba moved. The strike that should have hit him found only empty space. His body was immortal ascent stage 1. The concept of dodging didn't really apply. Dodging required anticipation. Dodging required fear. He simply was not where the strike expected him to be. Before the sect head could process the miss, before he could even complete the follow-up strike that had been prepared, Weiba was moving in return. The response was absolute. Weiba stepped into the sect head's range with the precision of someone who had spent decades fighting. He identified the pressure point in the cultivation matrix that controlled the sect head's output. He applied exactly enough force to seal that point without damaging it permanently. The nascent soul cultivator found his cultivation locked in place, his ability to project power neutralized, his meridian network held stable but completely suppressed. The subdual was complete in seconds. Not violent, precise. The sect head was on his knees with his cultivation suppressed before he fully understood what had happened. Weiba had used only enough force to immobilize, not enough to cause permanent damage. The message was clear. I can hurt you, but I choose not to. I can absorb you, but I will not. I am choosing restraint. He did not absorb. The crowd felt this choice. In previous encounters, Weiba had absorbed struck opponents, adding them to his increasing collection of hosts. Now, presented with a chance to expand his power further, a genuine opportunity to increase his cultivation base by adding another nascent soul practitioner to his collection, he instead chose restraint. It was noticed. It mattered. The significance rippled through the crowd. Ru Gung's expression shifted, just barely, the faintest softening in his face that suggested respect without the shadow of fear that had always accompanied Wei Ba's superiority before. This was not the respect of a subordinate regarding a superior. This was the respect of someone acknowledging that another person had made a choice that was morally significant. The second attack came from a void-crossing cultivator, approximately 12 hours later. The sect head had observed the first assault and believed she understood Wei Ba's response pattern. She had studied his movements, analyzed his strengths and weaknesses, attempted to identify tactical openings. She attacked with calculated precision, attempting to exploit what she perceived as a weakness in his defense, perhaps thinking that his restraint with the first attacker meant that he was inhibited, that he was unwilling to use his full power, that there was an opening she could exploit. Wei Ba's response was faster this time, not because he was improvising, but because he understood the intent. The subdual was more efficient, less force required. He didn't have to restrain himself because the void-crossing cultivator posed no real threat to his stability. The cultivator was simply held in place by his presence, her cultivation sealed by his awareness, before she fully understood that she had already lost. Again, he did not absorb. The crowd was processing this carefully now. Wei Ba could be attacked. Wei Ba could be challenged. Wei Ba would not escalate to absorption. The power differential was absolute. Immortal Ascent Stage 1 was simply in a different category of strength than Nascent Soul or Void Crossing, but the choice not to absorb was meaningful. It suggested that Wei Ba was not interested in expanding his power base. It suggested that he was moving toward a different kind of strength entirely. The third attack came from a Tier 6 cultivator, approximately 18 hours after the second. This one was different. Not impulsive like the first. Not calculated like the second. This one was desperate. A cultivator who understood that if he didn't challenge Wei Ba now, while there was still a chance, he never would. The power gap would widen as the realm's baseline increased. Everyone would become stronger, but Wei Ba would remain in a different category. This was his opportunity, perhaps his only opportunity, to test himself against Immortal Ascent Stage 1 and live to tell about it. Wei Ba's response required almost no effort. The distance between Immortal Ascent Stage 1 and Tier 6 was vast. It was the difference between a master and a student, between someone who had broken the ceiling of cultivation and someone who was still constrained by it. The Tier 6 cultivator was subdued and immobilized in the time it took him to throw the first strike. Wei Ba held him in place, not with violence, but with simple presence. Immortal Ascent Stage 1 cultivators were in a different category of reality. The Tier 6 cultivator was fighting not against Wei Ba's strength, but against the fundamental power difference that separated their cultivation levels. He did not absorb. The three sect heads who had attempted attacks were released unharmed but clearly defeated. They understood the lesson. Wei Ba was not going to consume them. Wei Ba was not going to absorb their advancement into his own power base. Wei Ba was something different than the conquered cultivators who had come before. He was demonstrating that strength and restraint could exist together. He was showing that power could be used without escalating to absorption and consumption. Ru Gung's face, in the aftermath of the third subdual, showed something Wei Ba had rarely seen in the entire story: respect without fear. Respect without the shadow of terror that came with being weaker than someone who could take you apart. This was different. This was the respect of one person acknowledging another's strength without the component of dread that normally accompanied that acknowledgement. It was the respect between equals who understood the difference in their power, but also understood that power could be wielded with restraint. Wei Ba released the final subdued cultivator and turned to address the crowd. His voice was clear, and every cultivator in the convergence point could hear him despite the distance. "The realm is changing," he said. "The baseline is increasing. Everyone here will become stronger. I have no interest in preventing that. I have no interest in maintaining power through preventing other cultivators from advancing. The empire I built is not dependent on my continuous absorption of every threat. It is dependent on structure. The structure will hold. Your advancement will not destabilize it. The old model, where the strongest person maintains power through conquest, is no longer the model that is operational here. I am moving toward something different." It was not a threat. It was information, and it seemed to settle something in the crowd that had been uncertain. Chapter 136, Shen Lihua's breakthrough happened 6 hours after the third sect had submitted. Wei Ba felt it before he saw it. The sudden surge in her cultivation as the suppression protocol released completely and the decades of preserved advancement came rushing forward all at once. She had been maintaining a limited cultivation presence for 60 years, holding herself at a specific capacity to provide the necessary support for Wei Ba's advancement. With that burden gone, the suppression lifting, the natural breakthrough through void crossing to Immortal Ascent Stage 1 occurred in a moment of pure release. The physical change was visible from across the capital. Her posture straightened as the old limitation released. Her cultivation leaked upward and outward, no longer contained by years of careful suppression. The 60 years of preserved qi, a vast accumulation of power that she had accumulated and refused to use, moved through her like a flood, restructuring her meridian network, upgrading her capability, releasing her from the constraint that had defined her existence for her entire tenure as Host 41. When the breakthrough completed, she was not the same cultivator who had emerged from the realm navel. She was something new, something that had been waiting to emerge for 6 decades. The change was absolute. Where she had previously been Tier 4, contained and suppressed, she was now Immortal Ascent Stage 1, unrestricted and fully realized. Wei Ba was watching her when she opened her eyes after the breakthrough. She met his gaze directly, and the change was immediately apparent. She was no longer the suppressed servant. She was equal. Immortal Ascent Stage 1 standing beside Immortal Ascent Stage 1, without hierarchy, without limitation. The way she carried herself had changed entirely. Her cultivation signature was no longer bounded. She was moving through the world with a lightness that suggested she had finally set down a weight she had been carrying. "How do you feel?" he asked. "Free," she said simply. And then, before he could respond, "I'm leaving." Wei Ba had expected this, but he asked the question anyway, not because he didn't understand, but because he needed to offer the choice explicitly. He needed to give her the option to stay, not because he believed she would choose it, but because the choice mattered. "You could stay." The question was not framed as a command. It was not framed as a plea. It was something else, something he was not accustomed to saying, and it showed in the careful precision of how he spoke it. Not desperate, not commanding, not the language of someone used to getting what he wanted. It was the language of someone offering a choice and genuinely accepting that it might not be chosen. It was the language of someone who had discovered that there was a difference between having power and using power, and that the difference mattered. Shen Lihua looked at him for a long moment. She was considering the offer seriously. Wei Ba could see that. She was processing the possibility that she could stay, that she could continue working with him, that she could help build what he was creating. But the pull was too strong. The pull of decades deferred. The pull of advancement paths she had refused to walk. The pull of the world beyond this realm. "I have 40 years of advancement to catch up on," she said finally. "There are cultivators I need to study with, techniques I need to learn, places I need to go. I can't do that if I stay here. The realm is changing, but I need to change with it. I need to walk my own path, not be caught in the gravity of yours." "I understand," Wei Ba said. And he did. He understood that she had sacrificed her own advancement for 60 years to support his, and that now, with the suppression gone, she was entitled to pursue her own development without considering his needs. "Ask me that again in 40 years, she said. It was not a rejection. It was a deferral. It was acknowledgement that the question had been heard, that the offer had been received, that perhaps in 40 years when she had recovered her lost advancement, when she had walked her own path through the outer realms, she might return. But for now, her answer was departure. The moment of her leaving was quiet. She didn't leave with drama. She didn't leave with fanfare. She simply prepared to go, and Wei Ba helped her with practical things, providing resources for her journey, connecting her with contacts in the outer realms who could facilitate her advancement, writing letters of introduction to cultivators she should study with. The administrative work of departure. The practical work of letting someone go. When she was finally ready to leave, Wei Ba walked with her to the edge of the capital. They didn't speak much. There wasn't much to say that hadn't already been said. She had been his host 41, the person who had kept him alive through the absorption. She had been his partner in creating the new structure that was emerging. Now she was his equal, and she was choosing to leave to pursue her own advancement. At the final moment, before she began her journey toward the outer realms, Wei Ba spoke. "Thank you," he said. It was genuine. It was complete. It was the first time in the entire story that he had said those words to her. "You're good at that now," she said. "Thank you. That's different. That's how you know you've changed." And then she was gone, traveling outward toward the outer realms, toward the advancement she had deferred for 60 years, toward the world that was waiting for her beyond the suppression that had contained her. Wei Ba watched her go, understanding that he was watching the departure of someone who had fundamentally shaped what he had become. Chapter 137 Reconstruction happened naturally, without deliberate planning. Deng Feihe took command of the military arm in the first week after Shen Lihua's departure. She spent the first 3 days repositioning forces, not for conquest, but for stability. The convergence sects were adjusting to the new baseline. The coalition remnants were fragmented and uncertain. Wei Ba's empire had the advantage of coherent command structure and clear purpose. Deng Feihe's first order was not to expand, but to secure. to make sure that the military infrastructure could respond to instability without creating it. In the first 2 weeks, she reorganized the command structure along defensive lines. The military had been trained for rapid conquest, how to strike quickly, how to overwhelm opposition, how to expand territory faster than enemies could respond. Now it needed to function as a defensive force, positioned to protect territory, maintain stability, respond to threats without initiating them. She created buffer zones between Wei Ba's territories and the regions controlled by other sections. She stationed garrisons not at the edges of conquered territory, but at strategic choke points where instability was most likely to emerge. She wrote a detailed assessment of the new threat landscape and presented it to Wei Ba without waiting for him to ask. "The realm is more capable now," she said, "which means the threats are more capable too. We need to expand the military structure not for conquest, but for protection. Not because we're expanding territory, but because everyone else is becoming stronger. We need to keep pace with the improvements happening across the realm." She outlined a restructuring that would take 3 years to fully implement, but would result in a military force that was defensive first, capable of rapid response, integrated with the administrative infrastructure in ways that the old conquest-focused structure had never been. She laid out a detailed plan, better integration with the administrative infrastructure so that military response could be coordinated with administrative capacity, faster communication between military command and local governance through a relay system based on cultivation signal transmission, a shift from conquest training to defense training that emphasized holding territory rather than taking it. It was the military structure of someone who understood that strength without purpose was chaos. It was also the structure of someone who understood Wei Ba's new direction more clearly than Wei Ba understood it himself. Yushin stepped into administrative expansion not naturally, but with clear-eyed recognition of what needed to happen. She was a sword cultivator, trained in direct combat, not in managing cities and governance structures. She had no background in administration, no training in governance, no experience coordinating the complex logistics that kept a 300-city empire functioning. But she understood that Wei Ba's empire only worked if each territory could function without his constant attention. She understood that Wei Ba had given her this role not because she was the most qualified, but because she was willing to learn, and because she had the discipline to do it properly. She spent the first month simply walking through the major cities, learning how they governed, talking to local administrators about what worked and what didn't, identifying inefficiencies, understanding the administrative structures that made territory autonomous. She spent 3 weeks just in the capital, observing how the city maintained itself, how decisions flowed from governance to implementation, how problems were identified and resolved. "This is not my strength," she told Wei Ba after 2 weeks of administrative work. "But I'm good at learning what works. I'm good at implementing structures once I understand them. So I'm going to learn how to administer territories, and I'm going to be very careful about it. And it's going to take me a while, but it's going to work." And she proceeded to do exactly that, transforming herself from a sword cultivator into an administrator with the methodical precision that had made her valuable as a military commander. By the end of 3 months, she had created a governance system that was more effective than the original one, and she had done it by learning from the people who had been administrating territories all along. Dao Rong established a research institution that he called the Observation Archive. It was dedicated to studying the cascading effects of the suppression mechanism's removal, documenting how the realm's cultivation baseline changed over time, understanding the patterns that emerged as natural advancement accelerated. He spent his first month recruiting scholars and cultivators who understood research methodology, building a structure that could sustain inquiry over decades. He built it slowly and carefully, understanding that research institutions were long-term projects that required patience and disciplined thinking. The archive's first task was baseline tracking, daily measurements of the ambient qi density in different regions of the realm, documentation of how cultivation availability was changing, prediction models for where the baseline would stabilize. The second task was consciousness-related energy anomalies, investigation of the 4 missing matrices, documentation of consciousness patterns, understanding whether consciousness could be tracked through qi field manipulation. The third task was the mechanisms of natural advancement, study of how cultivators were progressing through the new baseline, what techniques were becoming available, whether the advancement patterns were uniform or varied by faction. "The realm is changing," he explained to Wei Ba when outlining his research plan. "We don't understand how it's changing. We're going to study it systematically, over time. This is not a quick answer. This is long-term work. I need 5 years to establish baseline patterns. I need 10 years to identify nonlinear changes. But by that time, we'll understand more about how the realm functions than anyone ever has before." It was ambitious, It was also realistic in a way that Wei Ba appreciated. Dao Rong wasn't promising quick answers. He was committing to the discipline of long-term inquiry. Wei Ba approved this immediately. The empire's stability was predicated on understanding. Dao Rong's research would provide the information needed for future decisions, and more importantly, it would provide the framework for making those decisions based on evidence rather than intuition. Ru Geng took control of the diplomatic corps with a dry comment that made Wei Ba understand exactly what Ru Geng thought of the arrangement. "I'm now your righteous face," Ru Geng said. "The sect masters trust me because I won't lie to them. So I'm going to go tell them the truth about your empire, and they're going to believe me because they know I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. It's a good use of my reputation. It's also deeply annoying, and I want you to understand that I'm aware of that." But he did it with characteristic precision, becoming the bridge between Wei Ba's empire and the realm's other power structures. In the first 2 months, Ru Geng visited every major sect that had survived the Convergence Wars. He explained Wei Ba's new structure. He answered their questions. He gave them guarantees that he was willing to stake his reputation on. The sect masters listened to him, not because they feared him, but because they knew he wouldn't make claims he couldn't verify. By the end of 3 months, Ru Geng had created a network of diplomatic relationships that made conflict less likely than it would have been otherwise. Zhao Qingshan was already running the intelligence network, mostly invisible, mostly unremarked. The throne's dissolution gave her more information to work with. The lack of the suppression mechanism meant that intelligence networks could function more freely. The Boundary Watcher's absence meant that fewer restrictions existed on cultivation communication. She expanded the infrastructure quietly, creating a web of awareness that covered the entire realm without drawing attention to itself. By the end of 3 months, she had tripled the number of intelligence assets and had begun developing specialized networks focused on tracking the Conquest System's activities in other realms. Xu Fenru expanded the alchemical network from a military supply operation into a cultivation support system. She had been running at reduced capacity for years, manufacturing just enough pills to support Wei Ba's military campaigns. Now she had resources to build properly. She opened new alchemical facilities in 5 territories. She recruited 50 new alchemists, training them in her techniques. She developed new pill formulations specifically designed for the new baseline. She created systems that made high-level cultivation possible for people who didn't have natural talent. Cultivation pills that cost 3 times what simple survival pills cost, but that provided the same benefit as months of natural advancement. "This is what I wanted to build from the beginning," she told Wei Ba when they reviewed her expansion plans. "An alchemical infrastructure that levels the advancement field. Talent matters, but resources matter too. If I can provide enough resources, talent becomes less determinative. I can make high-level cultivation available to a broader population than ever before in the realm's history. By the end of 2 years, every sect in the realm will have access to these pills. By the end of 5 years, the power differential between major sects and minor ones will be much smaller. Each person in their natural role, each one good at what they did." Wei Ba spent the first month simply observing, watching the empire settle into its new shape. Not directing, not commanding, simply noting how each person moved into their role, how the structure formed around competence rather than hierarchy. He watched Deng Feihe reorganize the military with the precision of a master strategist. He watched Yu Xin transform from a sword cultivator into an administrator through sheer determination and discipline. He watched Dao Rong build the foundations of a research institution that would define how the realm understood itself. He watched Ru Geng negotiate with sect masters with the authority that came from genuine integrity. He watched Zhao Qingshan expand her intelligence networks with subtle effectiveness. He watched Xu Fenru rebuild the alchemical infrastructure into something far grander than it had been. The empire was functioning without him. It was functioning well, and the quality of that functioning suggested that something fundamental had changed. Chapter 138. Xu Fenru's letter arrived on a sealed scroll 2 weeks after Wei Ba had fully removed himself from daily governance. Wei Ba was sitting alone in the observation chamber overlooking the capital when the letter was delivered. He had taken to spending his evenings there, watching the empire function without his direct involvement. The lights of the city spread out below him, the movement of cultivators and merchants and administrators conducting the business of keeping a 300-city territory stable. It was peaceful. It was beautiful in a way that Conquest had never been beautiful. The messenger, one of Xu Fenru's alchemical assistants, handed him the scroll and withdrew. Wei Ba examined the seal carefully before opening it. It was Xu Fenru's personal seal, not the imperial seal. The distinction mattered. This was not official communication about alchemical resources or pill distribution. This was something else. The letter was marked with her personal seal. It was short. Only a few paragraphs, precisely written, saying exactly what needed to be said without elaboration. Her handwriting was clear and direct, the characters formed with the precision of someone trained in documentation and notation. You asked me once what the Empire is for, she wrote. I have spent years thinking about this question. I have thought about it while manufacturing pills, while reorganizing facilities, while training new alchemists. I have thought about it while watching you become something that the realm has never seen before. The answer is, the Empire is for the continuation of all of us. Not of you, of us. For the capacity to build something that does not require your continuous presence. For the creation of a structure that could function autonomously even if you disappeared. For the cultivation of people like Deng Feihe, and Yu Shun, and Ru Geng, and Dao Rong, and Zhao Qingshan, and myself. People who are good enough at what we do that you can trust us to make decisions without your involvement. The Empire is for the abolition of the need for an empire. For the creation of structure that is more durable than any single person's strength. That is what we are building. Weiba took the letter and walked to a private chamber, closing the door behind him. He sat on the meditation platform where he had sat countless times before, and he read it again. The first reading was for understanding what she had written. He processed each sentence carefully, understanding the claim she was making about what the Empire was for. She was describing something that went beyond governance. She was describing a philosophy of structure and delegation. She was describing the antithesis of everything the Conquest System had been driving him toward. He sat in silence for an hour and read it a second time. The second reading was for understanding what it meant. He sat with the deeper implications, that the Empire's purpose was to create a system that didn't require him, that the goal of conquest had transformed into something else entirely, that what he had built was designed to continue without him. She was right. The moment he had walked out of the realm navel, he had begun building something that was designed to make him unnecessary. He waited another hour and read it a third time. The third reading was for understanding what it meant about him. What kind of person he was now compared to the person who had walked into the realm navel. He was no longer the person being driven by external imperatives. He was no longer the conqueror seeking to expand his power. He had become something different, a builder of systems that could survive without his presence. A person who had learned that the most significant achievement was not personal power, but the creation of structure that could function without him. She was right. The Empire was not built for conquest anymore. It was built for continuation, for the creation of a system that didn't require one person's continuous genius to function, for the distribution of competence across a group of people who understood what they were doing. Weiba understood it immediately, and the weight of that understanding was significant. It was not the weight of burden. It was the weight of completion. He had accomplished something that he had never intended to accomplish. He had built an empire that could survive him. He had taken all the resources that the Conquest System had provided, all the hosts that he had absorbed, all the power that he had accumulated, and he had used them to create something that was designed to be greater than he was, to be independent of him, to function best when he was not involved. He folded the letter precisely and walked to the corner of his dantian, where Broken Fist Chin's spatial brand used to live. The spatial brand had been there for a year as a compressed thing he refused to discard. He had kept it because it was foundational. It was evidence that he had once made a choice that violated the Conquest System's logic, and that choice had led him here. He had absorbed the spatial brand instead of destroying it, keeping it as a reminder that he could make choices that the system did not approve of. Now he placed Chu Fenru's letter in that same corner, storing it in the compressed space of his dantian, keeping it alongside the spatial brand. Two foundational choices, two moments of understanding, two pieces of evidence that he had become something other than what the system had been driving him toward. He composed a response carefully. 2 words. Not thank you. Not I understand. 2 words that carried all of it. Words that she would recognize as carrying the weight of recognition and acknowledgement. You understand. He sent the response through the alchemical communication network, waiting for her acknowledgement. It came 3 hours later. 1 word. Always. It was sufficient. It was complete. And it confirmed that she had known what the answer would be before she wrote the letter. This was not revelation. This was recognition. She had understood what he was building before he had fully understood it himself. She had been watching him make the choices that led to this moment, and she had known where he was heading. Now she was confirming that she had known, that she had seen it clearly, that the answer she had provided was not a surprise, but a recognition of something that had been true all along. Chapter 139. The 3 unresolved threads were still there, hanging in the back of Wei Ba's awareness like questions waiting for answers. The first was the Conquest System's continued activity. Wei Ba received intelligence reports from Zhao Qingshan about new hosts being identified in other realms. The system was still recruiting. The system was still driving toward advancement in places where it had influence. These hosts didn't know that the throne had been destroyed. They didn't know that reaching the realm navel would result in finding an empty space instead of a mechanism. They were being driven toward a goal that no longer existed. They were being set up for disappointment or something worse. Zhao Qingshan brought him a detailed analysis. The system had identified 14 new hosts across 7 different realms. Some of them were still in early stages of advancement. Others were approaching Tier 6, approaching the Dominion compression stage. 3 of them were likely to reach the realm navel within 5 years. Weiba needed to understand what would happen when they arrived, and found nothing. Weiba assigned Zhao Qingshan to monitor this pattern carefully. They created a tracking system for new hosts, a way to understand which ones were advancing rapidly, a method for predicting when they would attempt the final stage and reach the realm navel. They developed protocols for communication. If a host did reach the realm navel and found it empty, what would Weiba say to them? How would he explain that the mechanism they had been driven toward no longer existed? How would he prevent them from attempting to rebuild it? The question was not theoretical anymore. It was practical. At some point, another host would emerge from the realm navel and find the throne gone. Weiba needed to be prepared for that moment. He needed to understand what would happen if a cultivator who had been driven by the Conquest System's imperatives suddenly found that the goal they had been pursuing no longer existed. The second thread was the 4 missing consciousness matrices. Weiba had accounted for 38 of the 42 during the dissolution, for had diverged from the standard dispersal pattern. They had gone somewhere specific, but he didn't know where. His cultivation sense wasn't fine enough to track them. His information networks couldn't find them. They were unaccounted for, and the absence of knowing what happened to them was more concerning than the active threat of the others would have been. He spent an entire night in meditation, extending his cultivation sense as far as it would reach, trying to find traces of the 4 missing matrices. They had left signatures during the dissolution. He could feel the imprint of their release into the ambient chi field. But 3 of the 4 had released sequentially, following the pattern of the other 38. The 4th one, he couldn't find any trace of release at all. The 4th consciousness matrix had diverged before the dissolution was complete. It had pulled its signature away from the dissolution pattern and gone somewhere specific. He created a secondary intelligence network focused specifically on tracking consciousness-related energy anomalies. Dao Rong's observation archive began documenting unusual consciousness patterns, places where the chi field showed unexpected patterns that suggested consciousness-based activity. Xu Fenru expanded her alchemical research to include investigation of consciousness-based cultivation techniques. She was trying to understand the mechanisms through which consciousness could be isolated from the ambient chi field. The missing 4 became a coordinated research problem rather than a mystery, but it was a mystery nonetheless. Weiba presented this research initiative to Dao Rong and Xu Fenru without explaining why it was important. There are consciousness signatures in the field that we need to understand, he told them. Study them. Document them. Tell me if you find patterns that suggest deliberate action. They understood the implication. Somewhere in the realm, there were consciousness matrices that had been deliberately separated from the dissolution. Somewhere, for consciousnesses that had been imprisoned for 10,000 years were now operating independently. The question was what they were doing, and whether they represented a threat. The 3rd thread was the Boundary Watcher's silence. For months before the throne's dissolution, they had been active at the edges of the realm, maintaining barriers, preventing cultivators from crossing into other realms. Their presence had been oppressive, but it had been a known oppression. They had been part of the mechanism's function. They were the system that enforced the boundaries that kept the suppression in place. Now they were gone, and their absence was more concerning than their presence had been. Weiba didn't know what their absence meant. He didn't know whether they were watching from further away, whether they had different protocols now that the mechanism was gone, whether their silence indicated a threat or a withdrawal. He had sent military observers to the realm's edges to watch for any sign of Boundary Watcher activity, but the observers found nothing. They found the barrier points where the Watchers used to maintain their presence, the formation nodes, the chi-focusing mechanisms, the energy-draining channels, but the Watchers themselves were gone. The absence of known opposition was often more dangerous than the opposition itself. At least when the Boundary Watchers were present, Weiba knew what he was dealing with. Now, with their absence, he had no frame of reference. Did the absence mean they had been ordered to withdraw? Did it mean they were observing from further away? Did it mean they were preparing for something larger? He presented these 3 threads to no one except Zhao Qingshan, who had the responsibility for tracking the Conquest System's hosts. But he did allocate resources toward investigating all 3. Deng Feihe positioned military observation posts at the realm's edges to monitor for Boundary Watcher activity. Dao Rong expanded the observation archive to include documentation of consciousness-related energy anomalies with dedicated researchers. Chu Fenru began studying consciousness-based cultivation from a purely technical standpoint, developing theoretical frameworks for understanding how consciousnesses could be separated and maintained independent of the ambient chi field. The empire had settled into its new structure, but Wei Ba was still watching, still waiting, still ready to move if something emerged that required his attention. The realm was stable, but the larger situation was not. The Conquest System was still operating elsewhere, still recruiting hosts, still driving them toward advancement. The missing matrices were still missing, still diverged from the standard dispersal, still unaccounted for. The boundary watchers were still absent, still silent, still a mystery waiting to be solved. These threads would need resolution eventually. For now, Wei Ba simply filed them away in the organized sections of his awareness, waiting for more information, watching for patterns. He had learned, over the course of his journey, that some questions required patience, some problems required waiting, and some threats revealed themselves only when you were paying attention to the right patterns. He would wait. He would watch. And when one of these threads finally tightened, when the first new host emerged from the realm navel, when the boundary watchers returned, when the 4 missing matrices finally revealed their location, Wei Ba would be ready. Chapter 140. The Conquest Imperial Court held its formal position at the center of the primary capital on a day when the cultivation baseline had been stable for a full year. The transition was complete. The realm had adjusted to the new baseline. Everyone's strength had increased. The barriers to advancement had lowered. The world was fundamentally changed, and the empire had become what it needed to be. Wei Ba sat at the center of the 7, not as an emperor whose word was law, but as a sovereign whose voice began the deliberation. To his right was Deng Feihe, commanding the military with the precision of someone who understood that strength without purpose was chaos. To his left was Yu Shun, running the administrative infrastructure with the careful attention of a sword cultivator learning to be precise about something other than combat. Standing at the position of strategic consideration was Dao Rong, representing research and understanding, the scholar-historian who had spent the story looking at the Conquest System from outside and learning to understand what it was. At the position of external relations was Ru Gong, representing the other factions and the realm's interests, the righteous path cultivator whose moral clarity had become Wei Ba's best diplomatic tool. At the position of information was Zhao Qingshan, the intelligence chief who had spent the story invisible and who was now becoming less invisible, her network essential to the empire's stability. At the position of resource development was Chu Fenru, the alchemist administrator who had finally been given the resources to build what she had always known was possible. 7 people, 1 table, a form of governance that was new to the realm. The first deliberation of the day was about the distribution of new alchemical products. Chu Fenru presented her latest development, a cultivation elixir that could accelerate advancement for mid-tier cultivators. It was expensive to produce. It would take years to manufacture in quantities that mattered, but it would help level the advancement field, allowing talented cultivators from less resource-rich factions to reach higher levels without requiring birth into a major sect family. It would democratize advancement in a way that had never been possible before. Deng Feihe asked about the military implications. Would advanced cultivators from other factions create instability? Would she need to increase defensive positioning if rival sects became stronger more quickly? Yu Shen asked about the administrative implications. Could the distribution be managed without creating factional conflict? Would this create resentment among the major sects who had traditionally monopolized high-level cultivation? Dao Rong wondered about the research implications. What did this elixir suggest about the baseline's future trajectory? Could other alchemists reverse engineer it, or was it dependent on Chu Fenru's specific techniques? Ru Gong considered the diplomatic implications. What message would this send to the other sects about Wei Ba's intentions? Would they interpret it as expansion into their territories, or as genuine commitment to leveling the field? Zhao Qingshan analyzed the intelligence implications. Were there factions that might attempt theft or sabotage? Would the increased strength of minor sects create intelligence opportunities or vulnerabilities? Wei Ba listened to all of these considerations. He asked clarifying questions about the production timeline and cost. He offered perspective about the immortal ascent realm, since he was the only one in the room who had experience at that level and could speak to what techniques would become available as cultivators advanced. But the decisions were collaborative. The power was distributed. After an hour of deliberation, consensus emerged. Chu Fenru would distribute the elixirs through existing alchemical networks, pricing them at a level that allowed talented cultivators from minor factions to purchase them, but not so cheaply that they became ubiquitous. This would increase advancement across the realm without creating the appearance of Wei Ba favoring particular factions. It would also maintain Chu Fenru's position as the source of the most advanced cultivation techniques, giving her ongoing influence and leverage. This is good, Wei Ba said. Do it. It was not a command. It was affirmation of a decision that the group had reached collectively. Deng Feihe then proposed a restructuring of the military command hierarchy. She had observed that the threat landscape had fundamentally changed with the baseline increase. The old structure, designed for rapid conquest, was not optimal for the new reality. She proposed a new structure with more distributed command, faster communication between military command and local governance, more integration with the administrative infrastructure, a shift from conquest training to defense training. Yushin asked how the new structure would affect administrative costs. Would they need more personnel, more resources, more coordination? Dao Rong wondered if the new structure would allow for better integration with the research institution's findings. Could they use Dao Rong's research to predict where instability would emerge? Ru Geng considered whether the new structure would affect their diplomatic reputation. Did it appear stronger or weaker to the other sects? Zhao Qingshan analyzed whether intelligence gathering would be affected by the new command structure. Would distributed command make intelligence coordination harder or easier? Chu Fenru asked practical questions about resource allocation. Would the new structure require more alchemical support to keep the military cultivators supplied? Wei Ba listened, and when the deliberation reached a natural pause, he spoke. This is a good idea, he said, but only if everyone in this room is willing to commit to the increased complexity. The administration is going to be harder. The coordination is going to be more difficult. The military will be less mobile. Are all of you willing to do that work? Each person in the room answered directly. Yes, Deng Feihe said. This structure will be stronger in the long term, even if it's more complicated in the short term. Yes, Yushin said. I can handle the increased administrative complexity. Yes, Dao Rong said. My research will become more useful if the military is structured to take advantage of it. Yes, Ru Geng said. Even though I know it will complicate diplomacy, the other sects need to understand that we're not simple to attack. Yes, Zhao Qingshan said. Distributed command will actually make intelligence gathering more effective. Yes, Chu Fenru said. I can allocate the resources. They understood what they were committing to. They were willing to invest the effort required to make the new structure work. Then we do it, Wei Ba said. The meeting continued into the afternoon. 3 more major deliberations, each one requiring input from all 7. A decision about how to handle the coalition faction's request for formal recognition. Should they integrate the coalition into the empire's structure or maintain them as independent allies? A strategic question about whether to expand the Dominion node network into the outer territories. Was it sustainable, or would it overextend the empire's resources? A resource allocation question about whether to invest more in Dao Rong's research institution or in Chu Fenru's alchemical expansion, which one would provide more benefit to the empire's long-term stability. Each deliberation followed the same pattern: presentation, questions from all sides, collaborative consideration, eventual consensus, Wei Ba's affirmation. By the end of the session, Wei Ba was no longer the person making decisions. He was the person listening to decisions being made and offering his perspective when he had something valuable to contribute. It was not the role he had imagined for himself at the beginning of the story. It was better. He was still the most powerful person in the room. Immortal Ascent Stage 1, capable of levels of power that no other person in the realm could match. But that power was no longer the primary basis of his authority. He was here because he was good at listening, because he understood patterns that others missed, because he could see the implications of decisions below their surface, because he could ask the right questions that made the deliberation deeper and more complete. He was still a conqueror, but the thing he had conquered was himself. The need to be in control, the need to be the only one who mattered, the need to build an empire that depended entirely on his strength. And in conquering himself, he had created something far more durable than any empire built on force alone. The court adjourned as the sun moved toward the evening. Wei Ba stood, and each of the 6 looked at him with a mixture of respect and genuine regard. They were not afraid of him. They respected him. It was a different quality of relationship, built on collaboration rather than hierarchy. Good work today, Wei Ba said. And it was true. They had done good work. Together. And the quality of that work, and the way it had been accomplished, suggested that something fundamental had changed in the nature of power itself. Wei Ba built something he didn't have a name for, an empire that could survive him. The 4 consciousness matrices are still missing. The Conquest System is still active elsewhere. The Boundary Watchers are still silent. Part 2 will test whether the structure Wei Ba created is strong enough to face what comes next. If you've been with this story from the beginning, drop a comment below and and tell us the moment that stayed with you most, the choice that mattered. And if you haven't subscribed yet, now's the time. Part 2 is coming.